The view screen flickered to life. Instead of the enemy satellite, what was on the screen was a view of the launch vehicle. Something about it looked different, and I realized that instead of a conical nose cone stage like before, this one was much larger and almost blunt. Dimensions appeared alongside the rocket, and this one was also larger at almost 85 meters tall. The base diameter was also larger at 26 meters. Second and third launch vehicles appeared next to the first. These were also larger and had an even stranger-looking appearance. Instead of a cargo stage on top of the fusion propulsion stage, these had what looked like a third propulsion stage. Is the master AI requesting a different cargo shipment or something? Why are you showing me new rocket designs? I asked. Instead of answering, the three rockets simulated launching on the view screen. The booster stages lifted each vehicle above the ground, where they then dropped off in the fusion bomblet-powered Orion stages started firing. Soon these stages dropped off, each leaving the first rocket with its cargo module and its bulky blunt nose cone stage, and the other two rockets with their additional propulsion stages and tiny blunt nose cones. I was growing curious at the lack of Naomi's explanation, along with the strange pair of launch vehicles. The second and third rockets' small blunt nose opened and revealed a docking adapter. They joined together and then positioned themselves below the first rocket and docked to the bottom of its cargo stage. The combined rockets then started being accelerated by more fusion bomblets. Interesting. The rockets would rendezvous in orbit and then continue to boost. Where? The image of the joined boosting rockets then grew tiny as the view scaled outward, many orders of magnitude. I was now watching a simplified representation of the Earth-Moon system. A spiraling course showed the joined rockets as they quickly left local space and moved deeper into the system. The view shrank even more orders of magnitude, and I watched the course leave the inner 8 planets and head outwards. Outwards to where? Another star? I had had enough. Just what the hell are you showing me, Naomi? John, now that we have access to this launch facility, I have developed another alternative option for you to consider. Though this new option is extremely risky, it currently offers slightly less risk than continuing on towards your original goal and attacking the master AI orbital satellite. She paused a bit before continuing. I propose that you flee this solar system entirely and head out into the vastness of space and settle on some new world around some distant star. My mouth actually dropped open. At that moment, I could have been knocked over with a feather. You want to build a starship? Can we even do that? I asked. Yes, John. I believe I can continue to produce cargo launch vehicles and launch them to the enemy space station on the same schedule as is currently happening. At the same time, I can increase production at the facility on a short-term basis to construct the 3 vessels, as shown on the view screen. Once the trio of orbital escape craft is ready, they would be launched simultaneously instead of a normal cargo launch. They would dock in low Earth orbit, as shown, and then depart local space before the enemy AI could attempt an interdiction. I thought about that. What Naomi was suggesting would be an incredible amount of hard and fast work. The facility was geared to mine resources, construct launch vehicles, and send cargo to near orbit every few weeks. To add to that schedule, the construction and preparation of a starship, while also not interrupting the regular launches, would be an enormous undertaking. How soon could this starship be ready to launch? Approximately 3 months, 6 normal cargo launches, or 5 launches, and then the starship trio in place of the 6th cargo launch. Once we launched the starship, the master AI would be on to us, so the 6th cargo launch could be skipped. How could you build a ship capable of carrying me to another star in such short a time? And how long would we have to spend traveling? I asked. Both questions lead me to believe that you misunderstand your status for this voyage. I intend that only your stored mind data would make the trip. This would be to save the mass needed to support you during such a voyage. Even if you were physically sent in biostorage, the mass requirements would be too high. I intend to scan your mind data and transfer only that to a new star. Once there, a seed station would be constructed, which would slowly grow. As it does, it would build the infrastructure to support your physical form. A biological body would be grown, and your mind data would be downloaded into it. I would suggest a hybrid form to simplify the creation of a living environment. I just let her ramble on while I tried to keep up. Since only mine data would be sent, the voyage could be of extremely long duration. This would require less acceleration and deceleration, and thus less fuel mass. The craft you saw in the video image would be similar to the orbital launching craft already being constructed here, except larger. The fusion bomb yields would be much higher though, and the larger base diameter would capture more of their yield and convert it into momentum. Less power would be available to magnetically dampen each shock, and this would result in a higher G loading also, almost raspberry jam levels, to use a human term. I had never used that term. Also, no debts would be available once we reached the target star system, so only physical dampening would be utilized. The highest forces would occur when the masses would be at their minimums. Solar sails would be utilized for the entry into orbit at the target star. She finished. So if I understand your plan, you want to increase production to maximum and build a starship in under 3 months. Then launch a copy of yourself and my thoughts out of this solar system and onto somewhere else. Travel times would be extremely long, and once there it would take even longer to bootstrap up a new living environment where I could be alive again, I summarized. That is essentially what I proposed, John. Note that subjectively you would not notice the wait. It would be as if a blink of an eye has passed for you. You would simply wake up in a new body around a new star, she explained. Do you have a target in mind? I asked. Tau Ceti would be the initial target star system. I tried to remember the star's details. I was not an astronomy expert, but I did recall that Tau Ceti was one of the closer stars to the Earth. I think I remembered that humans had detected planets around the star also. Why there? I asked. Tau Ceti is similar to the Sun, and at a distance of just under 12 light-years, it is relatively close. The star is stable, with little stellar variation, and although it is metal deficient, it does appear to possess planets in the life-habitable zone. The primary reason, though, is that it lies almost perpendicular to the course the assemblage will be on as it passes through the Sol system. This would increase the likelihood that the master AI would take minimal action to interdict our escape to the Tau Ceti system. Would there be life there? How could we take enough samples along with us to create even the smallest of biospheres? I asked. Naomi paused before answering. There would be challenges and some sacrifices would need to be made. Hearing that, I could not help but imagine living in a large dead cave or something with only a bit of moss or lichen as a companion. But there would be no mosquitoes. That would be a plus. Of course, life could already be there, and it could either be paradise or the worst toxic hellhole imaginable. What would be our chances of success? I asked. I estimate well into the teens, John. Wow. Great odds. Not. It made me realize how low our current plan's odds must still remain for this new option to be considered. Still, I was intrigued. I would be colonizing an entirely new star system. Tau Ceti was mankind's first extrasolar planetary settlement, known as Aurora in Asimov's fictional universe. Or it had been the colony world of Plateau from Niven's known space. It had been the center of the hegemony government in Simmons' Hyperion universe. I let myself drift in the fantasy and excitement of the plan for a moment. How many years do you estimate the journey would take? I asked, wondering what the Earth would be going through while we were gone. Naomi hesitated again. I had long since learned that this was because the answer would likely be distressing to me. Just under 100 millennia, John. At first, I did not process the millennia part of her answer and thought 100 years. That was not so bad. Then it sank in. She was talking nearly 100,000 years. Jesus, why so long? The interstellar vessel's speed would be limited due to our hasty direct exit from the Earth's surface, John, and lack of propulsion bomblets. The maximum achievable rate of speed would only be around 35 kilometers per second, or 0.00012 C. Hell, that was like only twice the speed as the Voyager 2 space probe. Talk about taking a slow boat to China. Wouldn't the enemy be able to intercept us? I asked. It would be unlikely the master AI would even try. Our course would clearly be away from this planetary system, and the master AI would also quickly deduce that we lack the energy to alter our course to possibly interfere with the oncoming assemblage in any way. Also, to produce intercepting weapons or crafts would be a diversion to its current activities. I suspect it would instead focus on ensuring that no more such rogue elements remained on the Earth after we leave. I'll say, I can only imagine the scorched Earth efforts it would make after we revealed ourselves. Still, Naomi, we would be traveling an awfully long time. A lot could happen with the aliens here on the Earth in the meantime. Yes, John, that is the primary threat. As they continue to expand on this world and develop, it is only logical that they would begin to colonize the nearer stars. My initial thought was to reject the idea, but if the enemy satellite proved to be too tough a nut to crack, maybe it could be a fallback plan. So attacking the enemy AI is hopeless? I asked. I continue to calculate extremely low odds of success at this time, John. Note that I am still evaluating the data retrieved from the recent observations taken by the cargo vehicle. I will need more data, and I plan to alter the equipment I send on the next launch vehicle. Do you wish for me to continue trying to gain intelligence on the enemy satellite or divert my resources towards constructing the interstellar escape vehicle? I did not have to think about it. The one thing I could not let go of regarding this new plan was that I would be abandoning my second daughter. No, if we flee, I would be taking her with us. I want to hold off on the interstellar escape plans for now, Naomi. Let's continue trying to achieve my original goals for now. Of course, John, Omu spoke up at this point. I am free this afternoon, John. Shall we take the base's aircraft and go find a beach somewhere to frolic about on? We can return before tonight's launch, or we can stay out late and watch it from the beach. Frolic? I had the mental image of the gray humanoid machines spinning around in the sand and doing cartwheels. Will you wear a bikini? I asked. Of course, but in exchange you will have to wear the Speedo I have created for you. Be warned, there will be many images recorded. And so, fun was had. I slept in a small tent on the beach that night. After frolicking all afternoon, we had a campfire supper and then watched the next cargo and espionage launch a few hours after dark. It was much like the one 8 days ago, except the fusion burst seemed even brighter. It occurred to me that I'd have to start watching for blind lizards and other animals around the area. I had not noticed any, so they must have learned to keep their eyes shut. After I turned in, yes, more than a little drunk, Omu remained on patrol, keeping any night critters away from my tent. Waking the next morning involved very bad breath and crusty eyes. I had gotten my camping urges out of my system and looked forward to a shower when we returned. Over the next week, while we waited for our nose cone to return with the latest batch of intelligence, only one odd thing occurred. Naomi insisted on my having another mind data scan completed. When I mentioned that I had just had one done before Halloween and why did I need another, she just said that that copy was on Nautilus and that she wanted an updated one here, so I shaved my head yet again and submitted to another scan. The factory facility where the medical creche was located was adjacent to the one where the 4 dozen Frankenstein devices were being built. I did not know if this was just odd or ironic. But later that day, I was awakened and still seemed to be in the body I had gone under, and so nothing nefarious had occurred. Monday, November 20th arrived. Our nose cone stage was returning today. This time, I stayed in my quarters and watched it land on the view screen. I was doing sit-ups though, so I could not be accused of being lazy. I'll admit to being a bit bored though. Hopefully the data on the lander would contain the breakthrough we needed. Omu did the extraction and the nose cone was quickly refurbished for another cargo launch tomorrow. Later that night, Naomi asked to give me a briefing. It was good news, but not quite good enough. John, the plan is coming together. The data which arrived today contains enough information to firm up the attack plan. As of now, I am setting the tentative time and date to launch the Phoenix. This is to occur in place of a cargo launch scheduled for 1720, Saturday, December 9th. Between now and then will be 2 more normal cargo launches. I will continue to use those launches to conduct additional reconnaissance. Wow, we were moving forward with the attack. Naomi, all this reconnaissance and spying you are doing up at the orbital station, isn't that risky for us? Yes, extremely risky. However, we need the intelligence. I have been attempting to obscure any links to this location, should one of my spy devices be detected, however, Naomi said. How have you been doing that? Simply by delaying risky movements or surveillance attempts until another launch vessel has arrived and is undergoing active cargo transfer. For the most recent mission, my units operated under the shadow of a cargo vehicle which originally launched from southern China. For the surveillance I intend to conduct after tomorrow's launch, I will time it so that it occurs after an Indonesian cargo vehicle arrives, Naomi explained. We discussed some of the details of the plan. Naomi gave me many of the generalities, but not the specifics which might be changing after the next reconnaissance missions. She did confirm that preparations she had made over a decade ago in Kings Bay would be utilized. One of these involved a diversionary missile attack. Another involved the facility there sending a message to the master AI that might trigger some sort of virus. The launch on the 21st went off without a hitch. This was the third launch since we had captured this launch facility, and would also be the third attempt at learning new data by our careful but risky infiltration of the space station. I would spend time reviewing the data on the view screen in my quarters. Our diagram of the space station was now very detailed. Most of the exterior areas had been well mapped. These included the cargo handling and rerouting areas. The fuel depots and some of the power handling modules had been well mapped by the thermal and electrical scanners. Naomi had a very accurate layout of the various communication systems. These were located all around the station and handled data transmissions to both the field bases in direct line of sight as the station passed over, but also to the relay satellite network. We also discovered that there were many antenna arrays tracking distant objects in the solar system. I asked Naomi what these could be. From the motions of the tracking mounts for these antennas, it appears that many of them are located in the asteroid belt or in the Trojan points of Jupiter. These would likely be mining operations or the original bases from which the attacks on the Earth were launched 9 centuries ago. It is likely that at one of these locations remains an interstellar capable transmitter. As I have told you before, once it becomes aware of our attack, we will need to ensure that the master AI does not utilize these transmitters to warn the assemblage. The Earth remains vulnerable to kinetic attacks launched from the Orc ship or any defensive ships traveling with it. Also, it appears that 2 of the locations the space station's antennas are focused on are the leading and trailing Earth-Sun Lagrange points, also known as the L4 and L5 points. It is these 2 locations that may hold the key to confirming much of our attack strategy. I am hoping the results of the next 2 reconnaissance missions can confirm my suspicions about the master AI and its interest in these 2 points. Naomi would not go into more detail until she had more data. We would just have to hope for a good haul of data when the nose cone segment returned on Wednesday. 2 days before the lander's return, I was sent on a short mission. I was flying to Gardner Islet, the tiny island a kilometer northwest of Espanola Island. This was the location where we had terminated the undersea data fiber from Nautilus and installed a microwave relay back in early October. I was flying in the Demon Jet cargo craft instead of Habu as it was daylight. The cargo aircraft was also carrying a large satellite uplink station, which was the reason for my mission. I was to oversee the installation of this new antenna array on the small islet. There, it would provide a direct link between Nautilus and the satellite network in space. Why did we have to add another uplink station? Well, Naomi had revealed that once we began our attack on December 10th, Baltra Island and probably much of the nearby Santa Cruz Island were likely to be annihilated by reprisal attacks from the master AI. If that came to pass, we risked losing the microwave link and the satellite uplink on top of Cerro Crocker. Naomi hoped that the new station would allow her to continue to have contact with the satellite network and thus keep monitoring the attack in space. My companions on this mission were 11 larger spider-like mobile units. When we were on the ground at the islet, the units carried the satellite uplink antenna and anchored it to a ledge outcropping. I then got busy running a new armored data fiber from the uplink out to the junction we had left underwater in the inlet cove. While I was underwater working on the cable, another spider unit delivered a fresh aquatic-rated ESU, which we swapped with the one that was already in place. A few hours later, we were back in the air and flying the 120 kilometers back to the launch facility. The mission had gone well and was my second solo mission of this type, as Omu had had duties back at the base. With our attack plans firming up, she was busy all the time helping prepare our forces. The entire base was a frenzy of activity. Every time I would check on the Phoenix module, it was further along or being revised with new features and weapons replacing what had already been installed. I was not sure how all of them worked, but the general impressions I had were that many of the module's devices were different ways to attack and subvert the master AI, while others were subterfuge and diversionary weapons. It even contained a small fleet of communication satellites. Naomi wanted to maintain communications, and we had to provide our own network, as we would likely be locked out of the exiting net once the attack began. The next cargo launch would also contain small satellites. These would be released in low orbit while the cargo module was being boosted to the higher orbit of the space station. The new satellites were stealthy, and we hoped they would avoid being detected for the long week until the launch of Phoenix. Naomi and I had a brief argument about my role in the upcoming attack. I wanted to do something. She was adamant that I be back on board Nautilus days before the final launch. In the end, I had to side with her. There was no way to get me up to the station in any timely fashion. Phoenix would be packed full with the devices Naomi had been building, and even if there had been room, the launch would be harsh to living creatures. No, the best thing I could do was stay out of the way. The production facility was such a beehive of activity that I tried to limit my inspections just to prevent the fast-moving mobile units from having to slow to avoid me. Our nose cone returned on the 29th of November, just as we hoped and planned. Late the next day after being refurbished, it was sent up with the next cargo launch. This would be our last normal launch, and it contained the cargo the master AI was expecting, along with our final batch of spy devices. It also contained the first of the sabotage devices we hoped to slip into the station. These were small and specialized. They would wait until the following week to deploy, hopefully just as the Phoenix arrived, to begin its mission of mayhem. Friday, December 1st, one day after the final cargo launch, Naomi gave me the final briefing on our attack plan. The recent data returned with the nose cone had confirmed enough of her deductions that she felt we should proceed as planned. The briefing would be for me to learn the basic strategy and goals of the attack, the risks we faced, where Naomi could still be wrong, and where our plans could fail. I was heartened to learn that our odds were now about 30%, 30.6% to be precise. As a comparison, her adjusted odds on us abandoning the attempt and fleeing quickly in Nautilus now had a 22.3% chance that I would evade death for a year or more. With those numbers, I did not even need to rely on the new data. We will go for it. Continue with the attack as planned. The briefing continued. I learned the launch yesterday had released a minimum amount of small low-orbit relay satellites to enable Naomi a good chance of remaining in contact with the attack once it reached the space station. More would be seeded when Phoenix launched next week, which would raise those chances even higher. Our Frankenstein monster infiltration troops were nearly done growing in their hybrid medical creche replicator units. There were 45 of the creatures, or devices. I was finally allowed to see a picture of one of them. Each was black as night and resembled a squishy, puffy starfish. With their 5 arms spread out, each had a span of over 3 meters, so they were fairly large. When I asked more questions about them, I referred to them as spacefish. The name stuck. It got worse from there. When I asked how the spacefish breathed, I learned they didn't. The living parts of them were kept alive by an oxygenated circulating fluid similar to blood, but able to carry even more oxygen. This fluid was oxygenated and pumped through the creatures by an external pumping machine remaining on the Phoenix module. Once the module arrived and the creatures were sent on their mission, they relied on the oxygen stored in their systems. This would last for roughly 11 minutes. Then the living parts of them died. Next, I asked why they had living parts to begin with. Here the answer got technical, and Naomi said more details on that would come later in the briefing. But for now, parts of their expected mission would expose them to several concentrated electromagnetic bursts. These would scramble any electronic brains on board the spacefish. Heck, I learned they would scramble the biological brains some also. But the bio-brains were being designed to recover somewhat. I did not ask further about the somewhat. To help keep them on mission, the spacefish would be attached to a trailing auxiliary brain by unspooling optical fiber. The auxiliary brain would also connect each of the individual spacefish brains together into some kind of communal hive mind. I learned that there were 3 of these auxiliary brains, and that they had each used Oumu's artificial intelligence as a template. Oumu had arrived back in my quarters just before I heard this, so I gave her a thumbs up. She grinned back. Next, I asked why the space fish was a cyborg and what the need was for the synthetic machine parts. Propulsion in the vacuum of space was the main reason. Multiple types of sensors on the fish were also synthetic because eyeballs would be useless in the dark and vacuum environment inside the enemy station. Once the mechanical propulsion system got the fish to the surface of the target, they were able to use their flexible, squishy arms to walk and ooze their way further. They were covered with nanofilaments that enabled them to stick to or grip, sort of like a gecko, onto most metals or even frictionless surfaces. Even more, the arms were detachable if needed, and a fish could detach an arm to enter a smaller crevasse or conduit, or the arm could be sacrificed to destroy or cut through an obstacle. Like the bat forces from our Baltra Island mission, the space fish were loaded with tools for both fighting and entering the protected data modules they were expected to encounter. These tools included powerful explosives and shaped charges. Naomi went on to discuss how the space fish would be delivered from the Phoenix module to where the weak point of the enemy's main data processor was located. This involved being fired at a very high speed and then using ultra-strong cables or tethers to be whipped around parts of the enemy station so that the fish ended up in the general vicinity of their target. Supposedly, the fish were tough enough to survive the hundreds of Gs they would need to endure for that procedure. A hard egg-shaped exploding casing was used to contain the fish for that procedure. I began to realize any fantasy I had once had for going up there myself and fighting was just that, a fantasy. This fight would be even faster than the one on Baltra Island had been. The environment was even more hazardous. Naomi got to the part of the briefing where she was discussing the things we needed to prevent the master AI from doing once it became aware of the attack. I was surprised to find that preventing the AI from destroying its own station was not one of them. Naomi said she had a good understanding of the master AI's operating parameters. It was the ultimate authority in this system, and it would not give that up easily. For it to destroy itself would mean that there was a second authority in the system as a reserve. Naomi was almost certain that the master AI would not permit this, so a massive fusion self-destruct charge was a very, very low probability. She did admit that smaller scuttling charges might come into play, though. The cargo servicing area might be one part of the space station that the enemy AI considered expendable. Some of its weapons emplacement might also fire on itself if the function of the target was not critical. So the goal was to spread chaos as widely as possible while delivering our main force directly to the most vulnerable areas. Parts of this chaos I had already known about. These were the preparations that Naomi had been working on for over a decade back at Kings Bay. This was also one of the reasons we needed our own secure satellite net. The Kings Bay production facility had been making nukes. I tried to refer to them as ICBMs, but Naomi pointed out that they would never land on another earthly target. The better term was SSM, or surface-to-space missiles. When she revealed diagrams of them, I thought they looked just like the old submarine-launched Trident ballistic missiles. I found that these were bigger as the delta V needed for them to reach middle Earth orbit was much higher. Naomi had the Kings Bay facility construct 6 of them. I figured they were stored in silos around that area, but only one was, and that was just a decoy rocket loaded with radar reflectors and chaff. The rest were located out in the ocean. Naomi had spent the past 3 years before we arrived at the Galapagos, towing those missiles out to sea and staging them at various locations around the Atlantic Ocean near the equator. Each was housed in a long pressure cylinder, and once they were in place and firmly tethered to the sea floor, they would wait just below the surface. Each had a floating satellite receiver and would listen for our new satellite constellation to order them to launch. There was also a backup extremely low-frequency receiver in each, and an LF transmitter had been recently built on Baltra Island. Naomi did not want to use that as it would be detected and lead to that island being attacked much sooner than we preferred. The second critical function of the Kings Bay facility was that Naomi was going to launch a viral attack on the enemy space stations from there. I thought the enemy AI was immune to viral attacks, especially of the transmitted nature, I asked when I heard that part of the plan. Normally, yes, but this viral attack was not started by us. It is already deeply embedded into the master AI's data archives, Naomi explained. What? When were we able to do that? I asked. And why was I only hearing about it now? It sounded risky. The viral attack was able to infect the master AI sometime in the year 1619 of the Gregorian calendar, John. It has lain dormant ever since. What? Who and how? The original Hemru viral transmission that was sent to this system from their homeworld. Remember I mentioned that in addition to unknowingly causing the master AI to launch corrupted operatives to the Earth who later landed in Sri Lanka? That virus also implanted hidden instructions deep inside the enemy's data archives. Naomi paused, giving me time to recall the conversation we had had back when I first woke up in Nautilus. Yeah, I remember something about that, I said. The encrypted data modules from the Sri Lankan bunker also included detailed instructions on how to activate this virus. I am not certain what this will cause, but I am confident that it will interrupt the enemy AI's processor chains for a certain number of seconds. Hopefully, if activated at the right time, this interference will provide just the help we need to allow our spacefish to succeed in reaching the enemy's main processor. I will send this activation sequence from the Kings Bay base. The transmission will not be by radio or some other EM band signal. Instead, it will be a pattern recognition code sent by a very high-powered laser. The enemy AI will conclude the laser is some form of attack and not realize that it is being painted by certain algorithms which will hopefully trigger the embedded virus. Wow. If it worked, it would be an impressive feat. It would also add to the obligation humanity owed to the far-off Hemru. Hopefully, some of them still survived. Won't transmitting the message laser from there put the Kings Bay facility at risk? I asked. Naomi just replied with a yes. Well, pity the residents of Georgia and northeastern Florida. Next, Naomi moved the briefing onto what the supposedly vulnerable point of the armored space station was. An image of the entire space station appeared on the view screen. It was quickly replaced with a new image. This one had a few differences. I noticed that cargo modules had been moved between the images. Some of the tracking antennas had also swiveled. The image zoomed in, and through gaps in armor plating bands, I could see another module that had shifted. Naomi caused that module to illuminate and resumed her briefing. This module is where I believe the master AI keeps its main processor and critical memory arrays. She paused a moment to allow me to approach the screen and more closely study the module. What was visible was in shadow, and the image had clearly been enhanced for that. I was able to see enough of the module to get a general sense of its shape. It looked a lot like the old Hubble Space Telescope, but without the solar panel wings. Basically a large cylinder topped with a smaller but longer cylinder. How big is it? I asked. The larger cylindrical base segment is approximately 42 meters in diameter by 31 meters long. The smaller cylindrical segment attached to the larger is 9 meters in diameter by 72 meters long. I do not know the module's precise mass, but spectral analysis combined with thermal fluctuation readings show that it is constructed of a quite thick nickel-iron casing. There are also visible signs of superconducting webbing completely surrounding the outer surfaces of the module. Both the thick physical armor and the thermal protection of the superconductors would make the module impervious to most damage for a reasonable amount of time, Naomi explained. So what makes you think that this is the master AI's lair? Why not bury it even deeper in armor, and why leave parts of it exposed? I asked. Notice these two tracking dish antennas I mentioned earlier. Each track one of the L4 or L5 Lagrange points, depending upon which of those points is currently visible to the space station as it orbits the Earth. The image changed and showed a split screen of both antennas. For roughly 2.5 hours, one would track some distant object while the other remained stationary for much of that time. Then for the next 2.5 hours, the other antenna would begin tracking another distant object while the first became static for 1.5 hours. There was some overlap where both were actively tracking. It made sense. The station's orbital period around the Earth was near 4 hours. As it circled the Earth, it would only have line of sight to only one of the Lagrange points for much of that time. There would clearly be some overlap due to the station's altitude, which explained the extra half hour of tracking by both antennas. Okay, I get what you're saying. The station alternately tracks the L4 and L5 points and maintains direct communication with them. Yes, John, you understand. Note that the tracking would not be necessary if the station just used relay satellites to keep in contact with those L points. It insists on having a direct link at all times without relying on relays. she said. Now notice the protected AI processor module when I image it along with the two tracking antennas. Note that I have aligned the images so the directional vectors are the same in all images. A sequence of images appeared in time-lapse. I noticed something right away. The longer, narrower cylinder in the processor complex was pointed at the same vector as one of the antennas. As the antenna moved to track that Lagrange point, the processor complex shifted to also point at that same L point. Then, 2 hours later, the processor complex swiveled rapidly over 90+ degrees to track the other L point. Then its vectors matched the second tracking antenna. The motions constantly repeated for every orbit. The processor module is locked onto whatever L point is visible to the space station at that time, depending on where it is in its orbit around the Earth, I almost shouted. Yes, John, you understand, Naomi replied. Then after a pause, she said, why? That gave me pause. Why would it both track the L points with a dedicated antenna link and then also physically move its entire central brain complex to also point at those same L points? Was there a backup communications laser in that long cylinder? It would be a perfect backup in case the data lines to the remote antennas were cut. No, lasers could be easily blocked. Why would a paranoid AI do such a thing? Naomi had said that it dared not have a backup AI somewhere that could take over all its functions. It was the sole authority here. After nearly a half-minute, it came to me. The L points were its bolt holes. The long cylinder attached to the processor module was an escape craft of some sort. It remained pointed at the two escape locations it had already prepared. For escape, I said as a statement. Yes, you understand, John. Well done. I have deduced that the long cylinder is a linear accelerator which will launch the master AI's main CPU system and core memories at a very high velocity to either L4 or L5, Naomi explained. Wait, what? Linear accelerator? I was thinking rocket. I hid my disappointment to let Naomi assume that I had not gotten that part wrong. The dedicated antennas would allow the space station to also constantly back up the non-critical memories of the master AI to memory storage units in both L points as well. Thus, when the critical processors arrived, it would quickly be able to resume functions as master of the system. I would suspect that their existing propulsion units at either L point are to allow the fleeing presence mobility to continue to evade whatever is threatening it here in Earth orbit. After giving me a moment to digest that, she continued when I nodded. The linear accelerator is our primary attack objective. It is the weakest point of the enemy space station, and thus our means of breaching the armored module. On the view screen, the different views of the space station disappeared. A larger scale diagram of the two cylinders of the master AI processor module appeared. Omu, who had been standing in the corner just watching the briefing to this point, jumped up. I want to explain this part, she said excitedly. I raised my eyebrows and smirked. What the hell was the android up to? She approached the view screen and used one of her fingers to project an illumination dot onto the image. The image rotated around a few times until the end of the long cylinder was visible. This would be the discharge end of the linear acceleration, which Naomi had described. I looked closely, and I could see the faint outlines of a hatch or some similar lid. Omu circled this outline a few times with her red illumination dot and turned to face me. The target area is only 4 meters wide. It is a small escape port right below the main hatch. The shaft leads directly to the CPU system. A precise hit will start a chain reaction which should destroy the station. Only a precise hit will set off a chain reaction. The shaft is ray shielded, so you'll have to use proton torpedoes. After her statement, she just stood there deadpan. I just blinked at her, trying to comprehend what she had just said. Her small, growing smile gave it away. I started smiling myself. Then I started chuckling. Instead of continuing her Star Wars parody and arguing about bullseyeing womp rats in my T-16 back home, I simply complimented her on her tension-relieving Star Wars joke. I used the moment of levity to go take a piss break. When I returned, Naomi resumed the briefing, as Omu had to get back to work on some chore or another. The diagram of the launching cylinder was still on display. I deduced that when the attack begins in earnest, the master AI will open the outer blast shield over this launching tube in preparation for a possible escape. The inner cylinder may be exposed, or there may be an underlying thinner hatch cover. Our plans allow for either. Once the outer hatch is open, our spacefish forces will be sent in. I have tried to anticipate the defenses the enemy has placed in this accelerator shaft. The highest probability will be that we'll use the extremely powerful magnetic launching coils as a defense. By energizing the launching coils, any attacker containing magnetic materials would be shot out of the accelerator and away from the station at high velocity. Also, any non-shielded electronics will be severely damaged. Naomi paused a bit before continuing. If our attacking units were purely mechanical in nature and controlled by an electronic processor, the amount of shielding they would require to endure the magnetic flux would negate their usefulness. Thus, the reason for the combination biological and cybernetic hybrid attack units. I hope to use the biological segmented brains to enable the spacefish attack units to endure the high magnetic flux and allow the units to penetrate into the central core area of the master AI processor complex, she explained. I was surprised and impressed. Naomi had extended the successful bat biodrone idea we had used to attack Baltra Island and tailored it to space. Could the master AI even imagine and plan for such a weird attack? A major risk to the biological cyborg hybrid attacking method comes once the enemy AI deduces the nature of the attack. I predict that it will then begin cycling the launching coils to fire in a non-sequential manner. By firing the coils in series starting from opposite ends, the colliding fields will cause an enormous magnetic pulse. These pulses will likely be strong enough to severely damage even organic neural networks. I expect the biological brain components to take severe punishment from such pulses. To counter this, I have designed their brains to be partitioned into multiple parts. Each of the 5 arms in the central core area of the spacefish contain brain segments. This should allow some of the brain segments to remain outside the region of most extreme flux for each pulse. In addition, the 3 controller AI CSS will be remaining outside the launching cylinder and sending instructions and data to the spacefish via extending optical fibers. It is my hope that this will allow even a confused and scrambled spacefish to remain on task and eventually breach the inner processor core. Naomi paused for a moment. I recalled what she had just explained and thought I understood everything so far. The enemy would defend the linear accelerator with magnetic pulses. These would scramble any electronic-based thinking machines without heavy shielding. They would also scramble biological brains. The spacefish had multiple brains to compensate. Also, AI controller units would be guiding them remotely with optical links, sort of like how torpedoes were wire-guided after launch. Cool plan. Sounded risky as hell. I guess that matched up with the low odds of success. Naomi, what's to prevent the enemy AI from escaping to safety before we can send in the fish? A new diagram appeared showing a long series of spikes. They were labeled as tungsten penetrators. Once the enemy exposes the launching cylinder, I will fire a series of these penetrators towards the inner surfaces of the linear accelerator's exit portal. Once embedded in the accelerator's launching path, the enemy AI dare not use the escape mechanism and risk destroying itself by colliding with the spikes. Also, the viral attack will be happening during these events, which should serve to distract or temporarily impair the enemy AI, Naomi concluded. That pretty much wrapped up the basics of the attack plan. I asked a few more questions and got a few more detailed answers, but much of those details were beyond me. I left the briefing with this much at least. We had a chance. We still needed Lady Luck to help, but we had a chance. Over the next few days, I continued to observe our preparations for the attack while trying to keep out of the way. The Phoenix module was completed and moved into position to be stacked on the fusion propulsion and chemical stages. Once the stacking had been complete, the only part remaining was the nose cone module, which was due to arrive tomorrow morning. We were still eager to receive any last-minute surveillance data from the lander, which might allow us to update our attack plan and increase our odds of success. Also, Naomi was going to be adding a few surprises to the nose cone for the attack launch. To allow for the additional mass of the new hardware, instead of refurbishing the heat shield after it returned, Naomi would instead strip the remains of the old one completely off. This would lighten the stage considerably and allow it to carry more mass to be used for the attack. So a new special nose cone sat there waiting with 4 of its hull segments open. When the returning nose cone arrived tomorrow, it would quickly be stripped of its debts. The dual entangled tunneling devices would be placed into the new battle nose cone and the module stacked above Phoenix. When I asked why Naomi had to go to the trouble to construct a new nose cone, I learned that it was packed with more infiltration devices, diversion packages, and other specialized weapons. 3 hours after midnight on Thursday morning, I was in Habu flying across the ocean waves to rendezvous with Nautilus. I was alone as Omu was sticking around the launch facility to lend her support in the last-minute preparations. She intended to use the base aircraft to flee right before the launch of Phoenix, but was vague on the details. Nautilus was much as I had left it. Naomi had made a few minor changes, which she explained on the flight. Some of the wet area hatches had been temporarily welded shut. The mini-sub was also flooded with seawater. When I asked why, she simply said the changes would allow Nautilus to resist stronger shockwaves. I stopped the questions after that. Another change was noticeable the moment I stepped into the salon. The command chair now had a harness, and there were new railings bolted along the main walkways. None of this boded well for our future. I crashed for a few hours after I arrived, and then woke to enjoy one last day of peace before all hell broke loose on Saturday. Friday was not as peaceful as I had hoped. The returning nose cone arrived late. Also, it was not our original nose cone. For some reason, the master AI had sent a lander that had originally launched from Indonesia nearly a week ago to our base. That lander had developed a minor issue which had disrupted the entire schedule. The lander we had hoped to get would be landing tomorrow in Madagascar at about the same time Phoenix was due to launch. That lander contained all our hidden spy gear. To prevent any of that from being discovered upon landing, Naomi had left it set so that if it were to attempt to land elsewhere, it would destroy itself as it neared the surface. We were lucky in that it wasn't scheduled to land until after Phoenix was due to arrive at the space station. In fact, the lander was due to explode at just about the perfect time to cause more confusion for the master AI. That was the good part. The bad part was that the delay of the nose cone landing here made for an extremely tight time frame. Omu had hoped to finish up and ride the base's jet transport over to where Nautilus sat hiding underwater at least 6 hours before launch. Now, with the delay, Naomi was hesitant to have that aircraft fly anywhere near Nautilus, as the master AI would be watching the area more closely as the launch approached. "We can't just leave Omu there," I yelled. "John, it is not worth the risk. I can recreate a new unit which has most of Omu's recent experiences." "That's not the same. Is there anything we can do to get our Omu back here safely?" Naomi hesitated before answering. "I will try, John." Our nose cone returned on the 29th of November, just as we hoped and planned. Late the next day after being refurbished, it was sent up with the next cargo launch. This would be our last normal launch, and it contained the cargo the master AI was expecting, along with our final batch of spy devices. It also contained the first of the sabotage devices we hoped to slip into the station. These were small and specialized. They would wait until the following week to deploy, hopefully just as the Phoenix arrived, to begin its mission of mayhem. Friday, December 1st, one day after the final cargo launch, Naomi gave me the final briefing on our attack plan. The recent data returned with the nose cone had confirmed enough of her deductions that she felt we should proceed as planned. The briefing would be for me to learn the basic strategy and goals of the attack, the risks we faced, where Naomi could still be wrong, and where our plans could fail. I was heartened to learn that our odds were now about 30%, 30.6% to be precise. As a comparison, her adjusted odds on us abandoning the attempt and fleeing quickly in Nautilus now had a 22.3% chance that I would evade death for a year or more. With those numbers, I did not even need to rely on the new data. We will go for it, continue with the attack as planned. The briefing continued. I learned the launch yesterday had released a minimum amount of small low-orbit relay satellites to enable Naomi a good chance of remaining in contact with the attack once it reached the space station. More would be seeded when Phoenix launched next week, which would raise those chances even higher. Our Frankenstein monster infiltration troops were nearly done growing in their hybrid medical creche replicator units. There were 45 of the creatures, or devices. I was finally allowed to see a picture of one of them. Each was black as night and resembled a squishy, puffy starfish. With their 5 arms spread out, each had a span of over 3 meters, so they were fairly large. When I asked more questions about them, I referred to them as spacefish. The name stuck. It got worse from there. When I asked how the spacefish breathed, I learned they didn't. The living parts of them were kept alive by an oxygenated circulating fluid similar to blood, but able to carry even more oxygen. This fluid was oxygenated and pumped through the creatures by an external pumping machine remaining on the Phoenix module. Once the module arrived and the creatures were sent on their mission, they relied on the oxygen stored in their systems. This would last for roughly 11 minutes. Then the living parts of them died. Next, I asked why they had living parts to begin with. Here the answer got technical, and Naomi said more details on that would come later in the briefing. But for now, parts of their expected mission would expose them to several concentrated electromagnetic bursts. These would scramble any electronic brains on board the spacefish. Heck, I learned they would scramble the biological brains some also. But the bio-brains were being designed to recover somewhat. I did not ask further about the somewhat. To help keep them on mission, the spacefish would be attached to a trailing auxiliary brain by unspooling optical fiber. The auxiliary brain would also connect each of the individual spacefish brains together into some kind of communal hive mind. I learned that there were 3 of these auxiliary brains, and that they had each used Omu's artificial intelligence as a template. Omu had arrived back in my quarters just before I heard this, so I gave her a thumbs up. She grinned back. Next, I asked why the spacefish was a cyborg and what the need was for the synthetic machine parts. Propulsion in the vacuum of space was the main reason. Multiple types of sensors on the fish were also synthetic because eyeballs would be useless in the dark and vacuum environment inside the enemy station. Once the mechanical propulsion system got the fish to the surface of the target, they were able to use their flexible, squishy arms to walk and ooze their way further. They were covered with nanofilaments that enabled them to stick to or grip, sort of like a gecko, onto most metals or even frictionless surfaces. Even more, the arms were detachable if needed, and a fish could detach an arm to enter a smaller crevasse or conduit. Or the arm could be sacrificed to destroy or cut through an obstacle. Like the bat forces from our Baltra Island mission, the spacefish were loaded with tools for both fighting and entering the protected data modules they were expected to encounter. These tools included powerful explosives and shaped charges. Naomi went on to discuss how the spacefish would be delivered from the Phoenix module to where the weak point of the enemy's main data processor was located. This involved being fired at a very high speed and then using ultra-strong cables or tethers to be whipped around parts of the enemy station so that the fish ended up in the general vicinity of their target. Supposedly, the fish were tough enough to survive the hundreds of Gs they would need to endure for that procedure. A hard egg-shaped exploding casing was used to contain the fish for that procedure. I began to realize any fantasy I had once had for going up there myself and fighting was just that, a fantasy. This fight would be even faster than the one on Baltra Island had been. The environment was even more hazardous. Naomi got to the part of the briefing where she was discussing the things we needed to prevent the master AI from doing once it became aware of the attack. I was surprised to find that preventing the AI from destroying its own station was not one of them. Naomi said she had a good understanding of the master AI's operating parameters. It was the ultimate authority in this system, and it would not give that up easily. For it to destroy itself would mean that there was a second authority in the system as a reserve. Naomi was almost certain that the master AI would not permit this, so a massive fusion self-destruct charge was a very, very low probability. She did admit that smaller scuttling charges might come into play though. The cargo servicing area might be one part of the space station that the enemy AI considered expendable. Some of its weapons emplacement might also fire on itself if the function of the target was not critical. So the goal was to spread chaos as widely as possible while delivering our main force directly to the most vulnerable areas. Parts of this chaos I had already known about. These were the preparations that Naomi had been working on for over a decade back at Kings Bay. This was also one of the reasons we needed our own secure satellite net. The Kings Bay production facility had been making nukes. I tried to refer to them as ICBMs, but Naomi pointed out that they would never land on another earthly target. The better term was SSM, or surface-to-space missiles. When she revealed diagrams of them, I thought they looked just like the old submarine-launched Trident ballistic missiles. I found that these were bigger, as the delta V needed for them to reach middle Earth orbit was much higher. Naomi had the Kings Bay facility construct 6 of them. I figured they were stored in silos around that area, but only one was, and that was just a decoy rocket loaded with radar reflectors and chaff. The rest were located out in the ocean. Naomi had spent the past 3 years before we arrived at the Galapagos, towing those missiles out to sea and staging them at various locations around the Atlantic Ocean near the equator. Each was housed in a long pressure cylinder, and once they were in place and firmly tethered to the sea floor, they would wait just below the surface. Each had a floating satellite receiver and would listen for our new satellite constellation to order them to launch. There was also a backup extremely low-frequency receiver in each, and an LF transmitter had been recently built on Baltra Island. Naomi did not want to use that as it would be detected and lead to that island being attacked much sooner than we preferred. The second critical function of the Kings Bay facility was that Naomi was going to launch a viral attack on the enemy space stations from there. I thought the enemy AI was immune to viral attacks, especially of the transmitted nature, I asked when I heard that part of the plan. Normally, yes, but this viral attack was not started by us. It is already deeply embedded into the Master AI's data archives, Naomi explained. What? When were we able to do that? I asked. And why was I only hearing about it now? It sounded risky. The viral attack was able to infect the Master AI sometime in the year 1619 of the Gregorian calendar, John. It has lain dormant ever since. What? Who and how? The original Hemru viral transmission that was sent to this system from their homeworld. Remember I mentioned that in addition to unknowingly causing the Master AI to launch corrupted operatives to the Earth who later landed in Sri Lanka? That virus also implanted hidden instructions deep inside the enemy's data archives. Naomi paused, giving me time to recall the conversation we had had back when I first woke up in Nautilus. Yeah, I remember something about that, I said. The encrypted data modules from the Sri Lankan bunker also included detailed instructions on how to activate this virus. I am not certain what this will cause, but I am confident that it will interrupt the enemy AI's processor chains for a certain number of seconds. Hopefully, if activated at the right time, this interference will provide just the help we need to allow our spacefish to succeed in reaching the enemy's main processor. I will send this activation sequence from the Kings Bay base. The transmission will not be by radio or some other EM band signal. Instead, it will be a pattern recognition code sent by a very high-powered laser. The enemy AI will conclude the laser is some form of attack and not realize that it is being painted by certain algorithms which will hopefully trigger the embedded virus. Wow. If it worked, it would be an impressive feat. It would also add to the obligation humanity owed to the far-off Hemru. Hopefully, some of them still survived. Won't transmitting the message laser from there put the Kings Bay facility at risk? I asked. Naomi just replied with a yes. Well, pity the residents of Georgia and northeastern Florida. Next, Naomi moved the briefing onto what the supposedly vulnerable point of the armored space station was. An image of the entire space station appeared on the view screen. It was quickly replaced with a new image. This one had a few differences. I noticed that cargo modules had been moved between the images. Some of the tracking antennas had also swiveled. The image zoomed in, and through gaps in armor plating bands, I could see another module that had shifted. Naomi caused that module to illuminate and resumed her briefing. This module is where I believe the Master AI keeps its main processor and critical memory arrays. She paused a moment to allow me to approach the screen and more closely study the module. What was visible was in shadow, and the image had clearly been enhanced for that. I was able to see enough of the module to get a general sense of its shape. It looked a lot like the old Hubble Space Telescope, but without the solar panel wings. Basically a large cylinder topped with a smaller but longer cylinder. How big is it? I asked. The larger cylindrical base segment is approximately 42 meters in diameter by 31 meters long. The smaller cylindrical segment attached to the larger is 9 meters in diameter by 72 meters long. I do not know the module's precise mass, but spectral analysis combined with thermal fluctuation readings show that it is constructed of a quite thick nickel-iron casing. There are also visible signs of superconducting webbing completely surrounding the outer surfaces of the module. Both the thick physical armor and the thermal protection of the superconductors would make the module impervious to most damage for a reasonable amount of time, Naomi explained. So what makes you think that this is the Master AAE's lair? Why not bury it even deeper in armor, and why leave parts of it exposed? I asked. Notice these two tracking dish antennas I mentioned earlier. Each track one of the L4 or L5 Lagrange points, depending upon which of those points is currently visible to the space station as it orbits the Earth. The image changed and showed a split screen of both antennas. For roughly 2.5 hours, one would track some distant object, while the other remained stationary for much of that time. Then for the next 2.5 hours, the other antenna would begin tracking another distant object, while the first became static for 1.5 hours. There was some overlap where both were actively tracking. It made sense. The station's orbital period around the Earth was near 4 hours. As it circled the Earth, it would only have line of sight to only one of the Lagrange points for much of that time. There would clearly be some overlap due to the station's altitude, which explained the extra half hour of tracking by both antennas. Okay, I get what you're saying. The station alternately tracks the L4 and L5 points and maintains direct communication with them. Yes, John, you understand. Note that the tracking would not be necessary if the station just used relay satellites to keep in contact with those L points. It insists on having a direct link at all times without relying on relays, she said. Now notice the protected AI processor module when I image it along with the two tracking antennas. Note that I have aligned the images so the directional vectors are the same in all images. A sequence of images appeared in time-lapse. I noticed something right away. The longer, narrower cylinder in the processor complex was pointed at the same vector as one of the antennas. As the antenna moved to track that Lagrange point, the processor complex shifted to also point at that same L point. Then, 2 hours later, the processor complex swiveled rapidly over 90+ degrees to track the other L point. Then its vectors matched the second tracking antenna. The motions constantly repeated for every orbit. The processor module is locked onto whatever L point is visible to the space station at that time, depending on where it is in its orbit around the Earth, I almost shouted. Yes, John, you understand, Naomi replied. Then after a pause, she said, why? That gave me pause. Why would it both track the L points with a dedicated antenna link and then also physically move its entire central brain complex to also point at those same L points? Was there a backup communications laser in that long cylinder? It would be a perfect backup in case the data lines to the remote antennas were cut. No, lasers could be easily blocked. Why would a paranoid AI do such a thing? Naomi had said that it dared not have a backup AI somewhere that could take over all its functions. It was the sole authority here. After nearly a half minute, it came to me. The L points were its bolt holes. The long cylinder attached to the processor module was an escape craft of some sort. It remained pointed at the two escape locations it had already prepared. For escape, I said as a statement. Yes, you understand, John. Well done. I have deduced that the long cylinder is a linear accelerator which will launch the Master AI's main CPU system and core memories at a very high velocity to either L4 or L5, Naomi explained. Wait, what? Linear accelerator? I was thinking rocket. I hid my disappointment to let Naomi assume that I had not gotten that part wrong. The dedicated antennas would allow the space station to also constantly back up the non-critical memories of the Master AI to memory storage units in both L points as well. Thus, when the critical processors arrived, it would quickly be able to resume functions as master of the system. I would suspect that their existing propulsion units at either L point are to allow the fleeing presence mobility to continue to evade whatever is threatening it here in Earth orbit. After giving me a moment to digest that, she continued when I nodded. The linear accelerator is our primary attack objective. It is the weakest point of the enemy space station, and thus our means of breaching the armored module. On the view screen, the different views of the space station disappeared. A larger scale diagram of the two cylinders of the master AI processor module appeared. Omu, who had been standing in the corner just watching the briefing to this point, jumped up. "I want to explain this part," she said excitedly. I raised my eyebrows and smirked. What the hell was the android up to? She approached the view screen and used one of her fingers to project an illumination dot onto the image. The image rotated around a few times until the end of the long cylinder was visible. This would be the discharge end of the linear acceleration which Naomi had described. I looked closely, and I could see the faint outlines of a hatch or some similar lid. Omu circled this outline a few times with her red illumination dot and turned to face me. The target area is only 4 meters wide. It is a small escape port right below the main hatch. The shaft leads directly to the CPU system. A precise hit will start a chain reaction which should destroy the station. Only a precise hit will set off a chain reaction. The shaft is ray-shielded, so you'll have to use proton torpedoes. After her statement, she just stood there deadpan. I just blinked at her, trying to comprehend what she had just said. Her small, growing smile gave it away. I started smiling myself. Then I started chuckling. Instead of continuing her Star Wars parody and arguing about bullseyeing womp rats in my T-16 back home, I simply complimented her on her tension-relieving Star Wars joke. I used the moment of levity to go take a piss break. When I returned, Naomi resumed the briefing, as Omu had to get back to work on some chore or another. The diagram of the launching cylinder was still on display. I deduced that when the attack begins in earnest, the master AI will open the outer blast shield over this launching tube in preparation for a possible escape. The inner cylinder may be exposed, or there may be an underlying thinner hatch cover. Our plans allow for either. Once the outer hatch is open, our spacefish forces will be sent in. I have tried to anticipate the defenses the enemy has placed in this accelerator shaft. The highest probability will be that we'll use the extremely powerful magnetic launching coils as a defense. By energizing the launching coils, any attacker containing magnetic materials would be shot out of the accelerator and away from the station at high velocity. Also, any non-shielded electronics will be severely damaged. Naomi paused a bit before continuing. If our attacking units were purely mechanical in nature and controlled by an electronic processor, the amount of shielding they would require to endure the magnetic flux would negate their usefulness. Thus, the reason for the combination biological and cybernetic hybrid attack units. I hope to use the biological segmented brains to enable the spacefish attack units to endure the high magnetic flux and allow the units to penetrate into the central core area of the master AI processor complex, she explained. I was surprised and impressed. Naomi had extended the successful bat biodrone idea we had used to attack Baltra Island and tailored it to space. Could the master AI even imagine and plan for such a weird attack? A major risk to the biological cyborg hybrid attacking method comes once the enemy AI deduces the nature of the attack. I predict that it will then begin cycling the launching coils to fire in a non-sequential manner. By firing the coils in series starting from opposite ends, the colliding fields will cause an enormous magnetic pulse. These pulses will likely be strong enough to severely damage even organic neural networks. I expect the biological brain components to take severe punishment from such pulses. To counter this, I have designed their brains to be partitioned into multiple parts. Each of the 5 arms in the central core area of the spacefish contain brain segments. This should allow some of the brain segments to remain outside the region of most extreme flux for each pulse. In addition, the 3 controller AI CSS will be remaining outside the launching cylinder and sending instructions and data to the spacefish via extending optical fibers. It is my hope that this will allow even a confused and scrambled spacefish to remain on task and eventually breach the inner processor core. Naomi paused for a moment. I recalled what she had just explained and thought I understood everything so far. The enemy would defend the linear accelerator with magnetic pulses. These would scramble any electronic-based thinking machines without heavy shielding. They would also scramble biological brains. The spacefish had multiple brains to compensate. Also, AI controller units would be guiding them remotely with optical links, sort of like how torpedoes were wire-guided after launch. Cool plan. sounded risky as hell. I guess that matched up with the low odds of success. Naomi, what's to prevent the enemy AI from escaping to safety before we can send in the fish? A new diagram appeared showing a long series of spikes. They were labeled as tungsten penetrators. Once the enemy exposes the launching cylinder, I will fire a series of these penetrators towards the inner surfaces of the linear accelerator's exit portal. Once embedded in the accelerator's launching path, the enemy AI dare not use the escape mechanism and risk destroying itself by colliding with the spikes. Also, the viral attack will be happening during these events, which should serve to distract or temporarily impair the enemy AI, Naomi concluded. That pretty much wrapped up the basics of the attack plan. I asked a few more questions and got a few more detailed answers, but much of those details were beyond me. I left the briefing with this much at least. We had a chance. We still needed Lady Luck to help, but we had a chance. Over the next few days, I continued to observe our preparations for the attack while trying to keep out of the way. The Phoenix module was completed and moved into position to be stacked on the fusion propulsion and chemical stages. Once the stacking had been complete, the only part remaining was the nose cone module, which was due to arrive tomorrow morning. We were still eager to receive any last-minute surveillance data from the lander, which might allow us to update our attack plan and increase our odds of success. Also, Naomi was going to be adding a few surprises to the nose cone for the attack launch. To allow for the additional mass of the new hardware, instead of refurbishing the heat shield after it returned, Naomi would instead strip the remains of the old one completely off. This would lighten the stage considerably and allow it to carry more mass to be used for the attack. So a new special nose cone sat there waiting with 4 of its hull segments open. When the returning nose cone arrived tomorrow, it would quickly be stripped of its debts. The dual entangled tunneling devices would be placed into the new battled nose cone and the module stacked above Phoenix. When I asked why Naomi had to go to the trouble to construct a new nose cone, I learned that it was packed with more infiltration devices, diversion packages, and other specialized weapons. 3 hours after midnight on Thursday morning, I was in Habu flying across the ocean waves to rendezvous with Nautilus. I was alone as Omu was sticking around the launch facility to lend her support in the last-minute preparations. She intended to use the base aircraft to flee right before the launch of Phoenix, but was vague on the details. Nautilus was much as I had left it. Naomi had made a few minor changes, which she explained on the flight. Some of the wet area hatches had been temporarily welded shut. The mini-sub was also flooded with seawater. When I asked why, she simply said the changes would allow Nautilus to resist stronger shockwaves. I stopped the questions after that. Another change was noticeable the moment I stepped into the salon. The command chair now had a harness, and there were new railings bolted along the main walkways. None of this boded well for our future. I crashed for a few hours after I arrived, and then woke to enjoy one last day of peace before all hell broke loose on Saturday. Friday was not as peaceful as I had hoped. The returning nose cone arrived late. Also, it was not our original nose cone. For some reason, the master AI had sent a lander that had originally launched from Indonesia nearly a week ago to our base. That lander had developed a minor issue which had disrupted the entire schedule. The lander we had hoped to get would be landing tomorrow in Madagascar at about the same time Phoenix was due to launch. That lander contained all our hidden spy gear. To prevent any of that from being discovered upon landing, Naomi had left it set so that if it were to attempt to land elsewhere, it would destroy itself as it neared the surface. We were lucky in that it wasn't scheduled to land until after Phoenix was due to arrive at the space station. In fact, the lander was due to explode at just about the perfect time to cause more confusion for the master AI. That was the good part. The bad part was that the delay of the nose cone landing here made for an extremely tight time frame. Omu had hoped to finish up and ride the base's jet transport over to where Nautilus sat hiding underwater at least 6 hours before launch. Now, with the delay, Naomi was hesitant to have that aircraft fly anywhere near Nautilus, as the master AI would be watching the area more closely as the launch approached. "We can't just leave Omu there," I yelled. "John, it is not worth the risk. I can recreate a new unit which has most of Omu's recent experiences." "That's not the same. Is there anything we can do to get our Omu back here safely?" Naomi hesitated before answering. "I will try, John." Author's note: this chapter contains storylines told from many other points of view. The compact timeline forces this to happen here, but rest assured, I expect the story to return to normal once the chapter is complete. Where there is only a choice between cowardice and violence, I would advise violence. Mahatma Gandhi. Saturday, I was so nervous that I could not properly relax. I spent much of the day exercising, attempting to distract myself. Phoenix was due to launch at 22:30 tonight. This would place its arrival at the space station at 15 minutes before midnight. Our 5 diversionary attack missiles, currently moored at various locations in the Atlantic, would be launched at differing times slightly after 23 o'clock. Naomi had calculated their launch times so that when the enemy AI detected them in flight, it would be near the time our Phoenix module would be docking with the station and already inside its defensive perimeter. This involved a great deal of guesswork, though, and we'd need a bit of Lady Luck's help. Before supper, I got word that Omu should be making it back to Nautilus in time for the fireworks show. Naomi had modified a large aerial drone and was going to use that to fly the android most of the way here after dark. She would be dropped off a dozen kilometers away at altitude and would use a stealthy paraglider to glide the rest of the way. Her ETA was just half an hour before midnight, which was pushing it very close. I had prepared myself a last feast of beef stroganoff on noodles, fresh baked garlic toast, and pie for dessert. To wash it all down, I had a large glass of vintage 20-minute-old red wine. Afterwards, I relaxed in my recliner with a simulated fire burning and soft music playing. I was using the view screen to page through digital images of my family and of others from times back when. In a few hours, we'd either have struck a deep blow to the plans of the enemy or lost our last chance at survival and freedom. Every so often, Naomi would pop open a window showing the status of the launch vehicle. It was just now beginning to leave the assembly building and start the long, slow slide down to the launch pad. At 20:30, Naomi notified me that Omu had just left Baltra Island and was still on track to meet her previous ETA. At 21:45, I went and took a long hot shower. I needed to wash off some of the anxiety from my body, which the hot pulsating jets helped do. Afterward, I dressed in a pair of clean utility coveralls. Naomi had recommended them as they were fireproof. I also had my flashlight, goggles, and respirator stored by the command chair, where they could be quickly retrieved. At a few minutes to the launch, I made myself a large cup of coffee and went to watch the show. Naomi had a surprise for me. Instead of facing the view screen, she rotated the command chair so that it was facing directly starboard and then reclined it halfway. The salon's starboard curved wall lit up with a giant high-resolution screen showing the launch pad. I smiled when I saw that the launcher was well lit up in the dark by 4 mobile units with floodlights mounted. Unlike other launches, this one would have decent lighting for its one human viewer. I thank Naomi for going to all the trouble. It is not solely for your benefit, John. This is a historic event and likely will be the subject of intense study in future human history classes. My eyes grew misty when I heard that. A countdown clock appeared a minute later showing a 30-second countdown. I watched breathless as it ticked down towards launch. When it was a few seconds away from zero, I realized that I could hear the sounds of the launcher's actuators, vents, and other working parts. Naomi had installed a microphone near the launcher, and I would get to hear it live. At zero, there was a loud thump followed by a room-shaking thunder. The launch pad area lit up bright as the chemical booster stage ignited. The ocean below the pier was lit by an orange strobe-like effect from the flames. The Phoenix began to rise. "Hell yeah!" I yelled and pumped my fist. The launch proceeded much the same as the others had. Watching it on the huge display and with full sound sure got my adrenaline pumping though. After the launch vehicle had been in flight for 10 minutes, the display switched to a 3-dimensional map of the Earth in the nearby space. Clearly shown were the enemy space station and its orbital track. Just coming into view was our launcher. A dashed line indicated the interception point where our launcher would make its final orbital adjustments to allow for docking with the station. While we waited, Naomi kept me talking, probably to keep my mind occupied. "I have detected Omu's short-range transponder. The mobile unit is 2 kilometers out," Naomi said. "Do we have to surface the boat?" "No. Nautilus has a short-range communication buoy deployed. Omu will steer towards it and enter the water nearby. The unit will then enter Nautilus via the starboard deck hatch and airlock. The world map swiveled around to show the Atlantic. Over the next few minutes, 5 new launch tracks appeared. 3 launches occurred near the equator while the other 2 took place near the tropics. As their tracks became visible, I noticed that instead of east, they were heading west. Retrograde? I asked. Yes, at the cost of more delta V, the retrograde profile provides for a much faster intercept with the enemy station. The rate of closure will be almost 11 kilometers per second. This will severely limit the enemy's reaction times. A new window popped up which showed the view from Phoenix's onboard telescopic sensor. The entwined snowflake overall shape of the enemy station was clearly visible and slowly growing. A countdown in the window showed 14 minutes till docking. I heard the airlock in Nautilus's starboard sponsons cycling. Omu was back on board. A few minutes later, I smelled something coming from the galley. Popcorn? Omu walked into the salon. Oh, good. I made it back in time for the show. She detoured to the galley and came back with a bowl of hot buttered popcorn. I took it from her as she stood beside me. I noticed that her feet were on the room's central charging pad. She must be nearly depleted. How long until the master AI notices the diversion missiles? I asked. Approximately 5 minutes, John, Omu said. She then leaned a bit closer and whispered, Psst. Thanks for pushing Naomi to try and get me back here. I think she wanted me to go down with the base. I looked at her, not quite smiling. Was she serious? Her flicker of a grin showed that I had been pranked, maybe just a bit. I just shook my head and turned back to the main display to watch the show. The popcorn was delicious. Meanwhile, Middle-earth equatorial orbit, master artificial intelligence presence. Rarely did unexpected things happen in the master presence's sphere of operations. Suddenly, something did. Its long-range scanning radar detected the rapid approach of 3 unscheduled launch vehicles. These were approaching at a high closure rate from a vector directly opposite that of its own standard orbit. As it brought more scanning power to bear on the new and confusing objects, another sub-presence in control of the orbital satellite network reported that it had detected 2 more rapidly approaching objects coming in on differing vectors. The powerful intelligence quickly determined that all 5 objects were on a course to impact the station simultaneously. Defensive sub-presences activated and elevated this surprising occurrence to higher threat levels. The orbital installation was clearly under attack. Unemotionally, the master presence prepared to launch long-range interceptors and power up its point defense weaponry. Another sub-presence began securing all current activities on the station. This included delaying the start of offloading operations for the most recently arrived cargo craft, which had just docked seconds before. The main presence returned its focus on the approaching objects and ordered its long-range interceptors to fire. It also ordered an immediate lockdown and suspension of all activities on Earth below and in near orbital space above. All presences were to pause all current operations, scan for and report any new threats, and begin a self-diagnostic. It noted its interceptors had now launched. Time to intercept was 8 minutes, 42 seconds. A sub-presence tasked with counter-battery and firefighting duties calculated very precisely the original launching points of all 5 attacking objects. The master presence ordered an immediate counterattack. This came in the form of 5 orbit-to-ground missiles being launched from one of the many orbital launching platforms the master presence had constructed in a lower orbit. From their current orbital location over eastern Brazil and their lower altitude of only 300 kilometers, the missiles would reach their targets in minutes. Nautilus. Signals just received indicate the enemy presence has just gone on alert, Naomi said. Furthermore, datanet transmissions have been sent to all stations and presences ordering immediate shutdown and compliance. I have severed all Baltra Island units from the global datanet and have sent back false compliance signals to the enemy AI. A window on the giant display, which had previously shown the telescopic view from the Phoenix module, now showed a grainier lower resolution image of a docking arm. The Phoenix was now docked. Beyond, I could just make out parts of the enemy station. A fast series of pixelated launches occurred from the station. The Phoenix module has just detected multiple objects launched from the space station. It is highly probable These are interceptors aimed at our approaching missiles. Omu reached over and squeezed my shoulder. We have crossed the Rubicon, John. Good luck, my friend. Middle-earth equatorial orbit, Phoenix module controller, semi-intelligent presence. Upon reception of the coded proceed message, the semi-intelligent presence first verified that the current conditions of the nearby docking module matched anticipated conditions. They did. The presence then began preparations to begin its part of the operation. The first of these was to confirm targeting of various nearby enemy sensors, antennas, and weapons platforms with its onboard offensive weaponry. Other diversionary measures were also set to launch. These would spread chaff, radio emitters, and thermal blooms around the nearby area. The second was to initiate full activation of its 45 living organic and cybernetic assault units. Each of these was in a compact shell attached to a small version of a medical creche, similar to what existed down on the planet's surface. Powerful stimulants were injected to quickly motivate the living elements of the hybrids. Oxygenated fluid circulation was sped up by many orders of magnitude. This would supersaturate the living tissues with oxygen and allow for their remote operation for the short period of time they had left alive. After almost a minute, neuron activity indicated that the biological brains were almost awake. The Phoenix module began its final countdown to deployment, Middle-earth equatorial orbit, Master Artificial Intelligence Presence. The Master Presence monitored the flight of its high-speed interceptor missiles. A few seconds before they had closed within detonation range, their 5 targets split apart into multiple smaller objects. These rapidly spread outwards, indicating that the objects had been spinning at a high rate of speed. The guidance processors on the interceptors quickly chose the largest of these new targets and, using their last bit of maneuvering propellant, steered towards them and detonated. The large fusion explosions destroyed most of the spreading objects. The powerful scanners back on the space station took over a minute to sort through the rapidly spreading debris. When they had finished, they had found that 3 of the attacking objects had survived. Now aware of the continuing threat, the Master Presence began targeting the survivors with its point defense weaponry. It also noted that detonations on the surface of the planet in the Atlantic Basin had just occurred. The counter-battery sub-presence reported that all space-to-surface missiles had hit their targets. Whatever launching facilities had existed at the target coordinates were now destroyed. Just to be sure, the Master Presence ordered a follow-on attack of the same coordinates with additional orbit-to-surface missiles. These were set to scan their targets as they approached, looking for anything remaining active. It began to sift through its data archives of all recent earthly activity for suspicious occurrences. It needed to determine how the rogue elements had survived to this time and how they had managed to construct the resources needed for such an attack. It also needed to find out the overall scope of this attack. Was it in danger? Should it prepare to escape? It was deep in thought when its close-range sensor net detected that the recently arrived cargo module had just exploded. Nautilus. The Phoenix module should be deploying now, Naomi said. We had just lost the low-resolution video feed from the module and would probably only have intermittent contact with our forces from now on until the attack was over, one way or another. I have detected multiple fusion detonations in space. These indicate that the enemy interceptors have engaged our 5 attacking missiles. No sign of any surviving elements. Also, our recently deployed low-orbit relay satellite constellation had detected the flash of large detonations at locations in the Atlantic, which corresponded to the launching points of our attacking missiles. The large Earth and space image returned, and the incidents described by Naomi were mapped on it. I am ordering the decoy missile at Kings Bay to be launched. It will saturate the nearby skies with false launch signals in 3 minutes. From Nautilus's hull, I heard a few pops and groans. Naomi must be taking the boat deeper. I looked at my smartwatch. It was now a few minutes after midnight. I was not the least bit tired. Middle-earth equatorial orbit. Mobile Attack Unit Controller 01. Omu Presence Derivative. The fast-thinking, stripped-down attack presence quickened the wake-up of the 15 biologic cyborg hybrid attack units it was directly linked to and responsible for. Its fellow controller units 02 and 03 reported that their hybrid units were also being quickened to full readiness. The module's main operating presence sent out one last brief data transmission containing target status and fired the release mechanisms. This caused the Phoenix module to explode apart and fling Controller 01 and its attached 15 hybrids away at a high rate of speed. Controller 01 struggled to maintain a fix on its target as its inertial navigation circuits tracked its quickly tumbling trajectory. After a quarter second, the attached cable snapped taut and stopped Controller 01's and its ward's motion. It and the 15 hybrids were now redirected by momentum imparted from the now tight cable and sent on a new vector aimed at the enemy's main processor housing and escape launcher system. Now, on the proper course, the momentum transfer cable was severed and Controller 01 waited for contact with the station near the launching cylinder. This would occur in less than a second, and Controller 01 used the time to do one last wake-up check on its 15 units. Middle-Earth Equatorial Orbit, Hybrid Unit 13.01, Spacefish Attack, Unit 13th Unit of Controller 01's group. Hybrid Unit 13.01 slowly became aware. It did not know that, of its fellow kin, it was the fastest to awaken. Its thoughts were very confused, and it was unable to understand just what was happening to it. It was unable to speak, but still it heard what sounded like voices in the background. It felt numb with little physical sensation. Had it been in an accident or something? There was one voice louder than the rest, and this voice was instructing it to wake up and prepare. Unit 13.01, in addition to being confused, was now a bit scared. It suddenly realized that it could not see. It was blind. Unit 13.01 did not remember its name, but vague images flashed through its mind. Nautilus. The Phoenix module has just deployed. Also, the satellite data net has detected that 3 of our attacking missile warheads survived and have just detonated. Their directed tungsten plasma energy will impact the space station in 3 seconds, Naomi said. Our missiles had not been created to directly hit the enemy space station before detonating. Instead, their fusion warheads had been designed as a large-shaped charge. The spreading fusion shock wave was directed and focused much as a chemical-shaped charge explosion was. The target of these concentrated forces was a focusing cavity filled with beryllium oxide. The final target was a large slug of tungsten on the nose of the warhead. The now concentrated and directed shockwave vaporized a final mass of tungsten into a superheated plasma jet. This jet is sent towards its target at an incredible rate of nearly 108 kilometers per second. This was too fast for the enemy point defenses, and they would have little chance to stop, even if it could detect them quickly enough. When Naomi had described the standoff attack version of the warhead, I had been surprised to learn that humans had worked on such technology back in my time. It had been studied under a project named Kasaba Howitzer, with many of its details still remaining classified, even up until the time of the Earth's destruction. Diversionary missile launched from Kings Bay has reached its deployment area and is now generating false signals, Naomi added. Middle-Earth Equatorial Orbit, Master Artificial Intelligence Presence. As its scanners began to focus on the exploding cargo model, it quickly realized that this was not a random explosion. Instead, the module had burst apart in a controlled and intelligent manner. Major segments of it had been hurled in different directions, clearly under some intelligent control. Other parts had released weapons which had been targeted on the station's sensors, antennas, and defensive weaponry. The module's actions were clearly coordinated with the attacking missiles. The master AI now realized that the ongoing attack was much larger in scale than it had first thought. At least one of its own orbital launch facilities had been compromised and subverted. Another of its sub-presences reported that the 3 approaching objects, which had been missed by its long-range interceptors, had just detonated many hundreds of kilometers away from the station. Had their guidance and targeting systems been damaged? It considered ordering its point defensive weaponry back on standby while it investigated further. Suddenly, from the area of the new detonations, it detected 3 extremely high-velocity jets of directed energy or plasma heading directly towards the station. There was no time to react. 2 of the jets struck outer station modules, penetrating deeply and causing large explosions. The third missed by just meters. Damage control sub-presences were quickly activated and set to the task of assessing damage and calculating repair options. A third sub-presence reported that a new series of launches were being detected around the eastern shores of the former United States. They had originated at an old remediation site near the Florida-Georgia border, but had now spread off the coast to the east and south. First indications were that there was a huge number of new submersible launches, possibly hundreds. Threat levels were elevated even higher. These new launches, combined with the expanded threat posed by the standoff directed energy warheads, triggered emergency escape protocols. The first step of these protocols was readying the linear accelerator launching system, which would send its main processor and critical memory core off to safety towards the currently visible L5 Lagrange point. Instructions were sent, and the large armored cover of the launch cylinder was explosively ejected to the side of the launcher portal. The Master Intelligence also ordered its counter-battery sub-presence to target and destroy the two newly discovered enemy launching points. Within seconds, orbit-to-surface missiles were launched. Their destinations were its own compromised launch facility in the Galapagos Islands and the former remediation base at Kings Bay, Georgia. Middle-Earth Equatorial Orbit, Mobile Attack Unit Controller 01. Controller 01 currently sat perched on the side of a station, bracing segment 8 meters from the discharge end of the enemy's escape launcher. It and its 15 space fish units had landed here just seconds before. Each fish pod had burst open as they were flung here, and now they had their full 5-armed jet-black starfish appearance. They were also clinging to various portions of the bracing segment arm in a rough grouping. Controller 01 maintained contact with 13 of the hybrid units via optical cabling, with only 2 having been severed during the final approach. Those 2 space fish still had minimal implanted directives, but would likely be lost soon after the assault of the escape shaft was begun. It spotted Controller 03 waiting nearby with its own group of hybrid attackers. Further scanning did not find Controller 02 anywhere in the area. It and its group of hybrids must have been destroyed before they reached the area, or the deployment tether system had failed and they were now tumbling through space. Controller 01 was also simultaneously monitoring both the nearby armored cover of the enemy's escape launching shaft and the nearby penetrator launcher device the Phoenix module had also sent to this vicinity. The penetrator launcher was floating in space 40 meters away, and from the occasional quick pulses of its thrusters, was keeping a target lock on the enemy's escape shaft. Controller 01 felt the vibrations of a silent explosion and passed through the bracing strut it was anchored to, and milliseconds later, the armored cover was fully withdrawn from the end of the launcher. The enemy AI had begun to prepare its escape route for use. A second inner cover was now revealed. Controller 01 detected the backscatter of a scanning spectral laser as the penetrator launcher investigated the construction of the now exposed underlying cover. It must have gotten good results as suddenly there was a flash and the penetrator launcher exploded. Controller 01's sensors barely detected the streaks as the long tungsten penetrators were shot out by the quickly departing launcher. It was easily able to detect the new holes the penetrators had torn in the secondary cover. Now that the enemy processor's escape route was blocked, it ordered its hybrid fish units to full awareness and sent them off to attack and secure the master AI processor. The 13 fish still directly connected via the optical link responded immediately, flinging themselves towards the wreck covering. The 2 with which it had lost contact took a moment longer before they also followed after. As Controller 01 monitored the quick and steady overlapping progress of its space fish units, it saw that Controller 03's hybrid units would arrive first. With Controller 02's forces destroyed, it was now down to these 30 remaining hybrid units. This was a critical juncture, and Controller 01 diverted enough processor power to send a quick action report to all nearby units remaining in operation. Hopefully, the report would be repeated and make its way to the secure satellite network and be relayed down to Nautilus. Nautilus. I have just received data that indicates the enemy processor had activated its escape launching system. Tungsten penetrators have been successfully deployed, temporarily preventing the master AI from utilizing the system. It is highly likely the enemy AI has means to eventually clear the shaft. The hybrid space fish subversion forces have been sent in, Naomi reported. I quickly turned and high-fived Omu. Yes, Middle-Earth Equatorial Orbit, Master Artificial Intelligence Presence. Multiple new warnings were brought to the Master Intelligence's highest level of awareness. Its escape system accelerator tunnel had just been compromised. The moment it had blown off the outer armored cover to clear the route for a potential fast escape, the rogue attacking force had blocked the outer portions of the launching tunnel with large metal rods. How had they known to attack this heavily guarded secret mechanism? Clearing the escape tunnel was critical. The Master AI quickly deployed the 3 high-powered lasers, which were positioned near the bottom of the launching tunnel to burn off the penetrators. The metal rods should present no problem for lasers, whose original purposes had been to blow a hole through the armored hatch of the tunnel if it had failed to retract. In a few dozen seconds, the rods would be severed, and the magnetic accelerator rings could be utilized to flush the tunnel clear of debris. Other sub-presences reported in. Progress in destroying the various other modules the subverted cargo container had released in the station's immediate vicinity was continuing. Its close-quarter beam weapons, station-mounted assault drones, and point defense penetrator weapons were busy hunting down the numerous rogue devices. Some had managed to perform their assigned duties, however, and the station had suffered heavy damage. It had now lost the use of all of its long-range transmitters. Access to its local satellite net was currently down as well. The last message it had received before it had gone silent had been welcome news. The new launches off the coast of the former United States were proven to be decoys. Its own sub-presence in the lower orbit batteries had called off the munitions it had launched towards the ocean launching locations when it had discovered the subterfuge. The 4 orbit-to-surface missiles they had launched towards Kings Bay had been allowed to continue, however. That location had been the source of the decoy launcher and must be destroyed. The loss of all of its communications antennas was not a major concern, as the Master AI was still able to communicate with its lower orbital batteries by message laser. Also, the damaged antennas would be quickly replaced as spares currently existed in storage. Once the current attack had been dealt with, the new antennas would quickly be brought online. The temporary lack of deep space transmitters only interfered with one possible critical function: sending a last resort message to the interstellar transmitters it had waiting at both the LE4 and L5 points. These would be used to send a warning of loss of local system control to the approaching assemblage. The need for sending that message was lessening by the second, though. With the ruse of the decoy attack now foiled, the Master AI slightly lowered the risk level of the threat it deduced it still faced. It also lowered the likelihood that the escape launcher would be needed, although it continued with its efforts to clear the tunnel. It did not realize that the plasma being released by the burning tungsten rods was also blinding its own tunnel sensor system and preventing them from detecting the 30 oddly moving, black, 5-armed hybrid units crawling down the inner face of the launching shaft. Middle-Earth Equatorial Orbit, Mobile Attack Unit Controller 01. Controller 01 continued to guide its hybrid space fish assault units down the enemy launching shaft. One of its units, Unit 0401, was destroyed by a high-powered laser that began attacking the blockage rods. 2 more lasers fired towards the tungsten rods. It quickly sent orders down the optical data link to direct its remaining units to keep away from the beams. It noted from the sensor data it was receiving from its fish that the Controller 03 had lost 3 of its units due to the laser. It noted that the other controller had also directed its hybrids to keep away from the deadly beams. Although compact, the processor inside Controller 01 was very intelligent. It was smart enough to realize that the actions of the unexpected lasers in the launching tunnels just might help the ongoing attack. With their high power, they were causing the release of a great deal of tungsten plasma vapor. This might disrupt any enemy sensors. Thus, with that hope, it sent new signals to its hybrid forces and spurred them on even faster. Middle-Earth Equatorial Orbit, Hybrid Unit 13.01, Space Fish Attack Unit 13th Unit of Controller 01's group. Hybrid Unit 13.01 was still confused and still afraid. Though it was still blind, it had been instructed to jump and crawl toward something. While it had been doing so, the loud voice continued giving strange orders. Stop, go, extend arm, veer left, and so on. Now it heard often, hurry and quickly. It realized that it was not alone. Its numb senses felt others crawling with it. Yes, it had learned that it was crawling. Or maybe it was swimming, it realized, suddenly recalling the concept. Yes, swimming! That also explained the slight shortness of breath it was beginning to feel. It was swimming underwater and having to pull itself along with its hands and feet against a strong current. But why? Suddenly, the loudest voice said a new command even more loudly. Activate memory sequence AA1. Images and new memories flooded its awareness. One of the images was of a deep, flooded shaft. This must be where Unit 13.01 was currently at. It had been right. It was swimming down a long, flooded tunnel. More images appeared. They showed other people in the tunnel swimming with him. Yes, it was a he, a man. The other men looked desperate and panicked. They must be just as scared as he was. More images appeared. There was something in the water behind them. Something on fire. In the water. He felt his legs burning from the heat. Maybe we were all fleeing this fire. He tried to speed up. The short of breath feeling was growing. Stop, he heard. It was so loud he jumped a bit. How was he hearing this voice? The sensations of the other men around him changed. Many of them stopped, but a good number continued on forward. Maybe their own voices were telling them something different. Wait. He continued to wait. The burning on his legs grew worse. The sensation of less oxygen grew. After almost 10 seconds of waiting, there came a bright flash and a wave of heat from forward, further down the flooded tunnel. He felt pain and also chunks of objects hitting his body. Somehow he realized that many of those chunks were parts of the men who had gone on ahead. With his head filled with pain and now more fear, Unit 13.01 hesitated. On one hand, the voice had resumed with forward and quickly repeating over and over. But also, he no longer felt the heat in his legs. The fire behind him must be out. With the danger of explosions ahead, maybe he should turn back. He hesitated longer. As he lingered unsure, he jumped when the voice shouted, "Activate memory sequence AA4." New images and memories filled his mind. The memories were of the pain of great loss, the sorrow of losing loved ones, the agony of loneliness, the anger of failure. The images were now showing people down below. The people were trapped. Someone needed to save them. Forward, quickly. He started moving forward again. Despite the shortness of breath, he felt a surge of adrenaline. He could do this. Suddenly, pain exploded throughout his body. He spasmed and partially blacked out. Many of the images and instructions were instantly forgotten. Two of his limbs no longer worked. The pain intensified. If he had had a voice, he would have screamed himself to death. The rest of his brains faded, and Unit 13.01 fully slipped into unconsciousness. Middle Earth equatorial orbit. Master artificial intelligence presence. An explosion occurred deep inside its escape launching tunnel. Its lasers had been destroyed. If the master AI could have felt shock, this news would have triggered it. Threat levels were raised to their maximum levels. Something had infiltrated the escape tunnel and had destroyed the debris removal lasers. Its remaining scanners in the tunnel now noticed many strange attacking objects deep in the tunnel. They were continuing to advance towards its core. The intelligence quickly studied the results of the scans. If the objects were just mobile units, its launching magnets should remove them. Also, the tungsten rods were mostly severed. Activating the magnetic coils might just break the remaining portions of the rods loose and remove them, clearing the shaft. Right before it triggered a normal sequential pulse in the launching coils, its scans returned data that indicated the attacking units were not simply mechanical. They were mostly organic. Its magnets would scramble and damage them somewhat, but it would not likely remove them. And there were dozens of the creatures remaining. Some might get through. What could it do? Its powerful processors analyzed the situation. A possible solution appeared. Instead of firing its magnets in sequence from the inner end to the outer, it would fire them starting at each end and heading towards a meeting in the middle. The trapped magnetic flux would thus be much more powerful. This should render organic neural processors non-functional. It also might damage its own core processor units, so it had to be very careful. The magnet's power levels were decreased slightly to levels its own units should be able to withstand. With this current threat, it had to gamble. The order to fire the magnets was given. Middle Earth equatorial orbit, Mobile Attack Unit Controller 01. Controller 01's optical feeds detected the loss of function of most of its still active hybrid space fish. Before it sent reboot instructions along with new memory activation commands, it sent off an emergency EM pulse. The risk of sending the pulse was that the enemy units active in nearby space would search out the source of the pulse and attack. But the pulse was critical. After it sent the pulse, it prepared the reboot instructions and waited to send them to its hybrid units. Hopefully, it would be a short wait. Nautilus. The secure satellite net has just detected a large cobalt flare detonating nearby the enemy station. That is the signal for the laser transmission to be sent from the Kings Bay base. The flare also indicates that our attack is proceeding much as planned. Now for some bad news. The satellite net also reports that orbit-to-surface counter-battery missiles are now just 30 seconds from striking Kings Bay and 44 seconds from striking Baltra Island, Naomi said. I set the nearly empty bowl of popcorn down and fastened the seat straps. Omo moved behind me and wrapped her arms around me. Whether to reassure me or to provide actual additional protection, I'm not sure. I did not ask and just felt thankful all the same. Middle-Earth equatorial orbit, master artificial intelligence presence. Another sensor warning made itself known to the master AI higher-level awareness. The space station was now under attack by a fairly powerful X-ray laser originating from the same location on the eastern shore of the North American continent that recently launched the Deception missile. First, it checked on the expected impact of its own counter-battery missile and found that the impact was just a few dozen seconds away. The laser attack would soon be over. It switched its awareness back to the invaders in its escape tunnel. Its magnetic flux attack had proven successful, with all remaining organic units now foundering or immobilized. It began to make plans to start repairs and for its mobile units to deal with the still living stragglers. Another sub-presence elevated data to its higher awareness. A cobalt-laden detonation had occurred in nearby space shortly before the laser attack began. The explosion did no harm, but it happened after a strange EM pulse had left the station. Clearly, there were more electronic foes lurking about. It tasked more units to search them out. Still another sub-presence interrupted its higher functions. This one was its signals processor and language interpreter. The master AI was curious about why this sub-presence had elevated data to its awareness level now. Had it received a surrender signal from the rogue units? It began investigating the data from the signals and language interpreter sub-presence. The attacking laser. It was not an attack after all. There were coded messages in the laser pulses. This must be the enemy trying to signal its forces and maybe instruct them on alternative attack methods. It quickly devoted the bulk of its processing power to decrypting this clearly encrypted transmission. It found the message was strange and complex. It did not match any encryption protocols it was familiar with. It was almost as if it contained formatted images. It widened its search through its older memories, including the extremely deep archives. Maybe it involved messages from the world which had sent the rogue operatives which had started this unfortunate series of events. In a memory archive over 1,300 local years old, the master AI found a match. It was a series of stored, garbled messages that it had received from the assemblage as it had neared the homeworld of the species known as the Hemru. Eagerly, the AI opened the old files. It applied the patterns it had found in the newly painted laser pulses and waited. At first, nothing happened. Then data files exploded into existence. Its viral security sub-presences tried to intervene, but they were not successful for two reasons. The first was that original data had been fully viral scanned thousands of times over the centuries, and the second was that the current priority level of crisis in which the master AI was operating was far higher than the levels they were permitted to intervene into. The master AI was overwhelmed by viral worm programs. In other words, to use a human expression, it had just taken the equivalent of a clubbing to the head. Middle-Earth equatorial orbit, Mobile Attack Unit Controller 01. Controller 01's pause in operations ended. It had easily detected the erratic and illogical signals, which indicated that the master AI's processors had been scrambled by the ancient virus. Now it had to act fast. The enemy AI had many emergency sub-presences, which would quickly intercede and purge the master intelligence of the attacking viral worms. It sent new memory activation sequences down to its remaining active hybrid units. These were the more extreme memories. Some were based upon actual memories and trauma. The results would not be guaranteed. Some units might even be driven further insane. Middle-earth equatorial orbit, hybrid unit 13.01, Space Fish Attack Unit 13th Unit of Controller 01's group. Hybrid Unit 13.01 was jolted out of its unconscious state by a neural surge and a boost in stimulation chemicals. Its first thoughts were that it was out of breath. Its next thoughts were of the pain it was feeling everywhere. What was happening? It remembered just a few images, and they were confusing. It also felt the nearby spasming touches of other beings. The voice said loudly, "Reboot." Unit 13.01's two remaining brains were flooded with neurons. The lingering images were wiped clean. The pain vanished. Temporarily. When the unit began to think again, it heard, "Activate memory sequence B2." New images and memories flooded its remaining pair of brains. The memories were of love and a sense of protection, of extreme anger, fear, and the need for revenge. The images were of the other people with himself. Yes, Unit 13.01 was a human male. A fresh surge of chemicals entered his circulation system. The intense, lingering pain faded a bit. The sense of suffocating also faded, but never went away. It just became lesser noticed. He watched as the 6 other men remaining near him started moving forward, swimming down a flooded culvert. "Move! Save them!" He started moving. He could not swim and had to pull himself along with his one working arm and leg. His others dangled uselessly. He started to feel sluggish as the lack of breath sensation returned. One of the men swimming with him had reached the end of that tunnel ahead of the rest. There was a flash of light and heat, and that person was gone. He had exploded. Unit 13.01 and the other remaining men were stunned. "Move! Save them!" New images appeared. At the end of the flooded culvert, there was now a mass of twisted metal. Beyond that was a car. Inside the car was children. "Save them!" He ignored his sluggishness and moved with a burst in discovered energy. The 5 other men moved with him. "Together, we could save the children." They all reached the mess of metal about the same time. "Open! Save them!" the voice shouted. With the rest of the men, he began to pull apart the twisted metal with his one working arm. The other men were almost in as bad shape as he was. Suddenly, 2 of them went limp. Something had happened to them. "Hurry! Discovery! Little time!" The 3 men remaining active renewed their efforts, but now lacked the numbers they had before. He sensed desperation in the voice, maybe panic. Was the voice being threatened somehow? He started to slow. He was weakening fast and his thoughts were slowing. He was now fully out of air. The voice again. "Activate memory sequence CA1." A new series of images and memories appearing in his brains. The memories were of extreme love, extreme fear, extreme panic, extreme rage. Other memories were of his wife and daughter, his family. Oh, how he loved them. They were his world. The new images appeared and changed the scene around him. Now, below the remaining twisted metal, he saw a pickup truck. It was his truck. Inside were his wife and daughter. Though fading fast, he looked on in horror and noticed that the truck was filling with water. His wife was in the driver's seat, slumped over, eyes open, clearly dead. "No!" He saw movement. In the passenger seat, in a shrinking pocket of air, was his daughter. She was alive. She was screaming. She was staring him in the eyes. "No, Abby!" he silently screamed. "Dying! Save her!" One of the other 2 remaining men lost it and began thrash about. His frantic motions pushed the 3rd man away. The enraged man began bashing his head into the metal barrier. With a silent scream, 13.01 surged forward to help. "Abby!" He would not lose his Abby again. He continued to shriek silently as his arm began to tear from the strain as he pulled with every bit of his remaining strength. Finally, the last barrier broke free. He was flung back, exhausted. The frantic man he had aided had also expended his last reserves and was now motionless, most likely dead. 13.01's last thought, other than worry and grief for his dying daughter, was to watch the third and final man swim through the opening and reach the car. "He will save her" was the last thing he heard as the severely damaged and oxygen-starved biological cybernetic unit known as 13.01 expired. Controller Unit 01, still attached to the now-dead hybrid, noted that unit's death. It sent one last message down the wire before severing the optical link. "Well done, John." Nautilus. "The secure satellite net has just detected an interesting signal," Naomi said. The AI then paused. "What the hell?" Omu released her embrace and then whispered into my ear. "Success. Our biological hybrid units have successfully penetrated into the master AI's central memory core and achieved direct interface. Our HEMRU codes and algorithms have been implanted and have triggered the enemy AI to enter override mode. We are now in control of the system." Oh my God. I exhaled the breath I had not realized I had been holding. "Was it close?" I finally dared to ask. "Everything went straight forward and according to plan," Naomi answered. Before I could relax further or ask any additional questions, Omu leaned forward again and embraced me a second time. Thump! The whole boat rang like a gong as the shock waves struck and passed. It was the first of many as multiple fusion explosions occurred over what used to be the launch facility at Baltra Island. We rode out the shock waves in good condition. The lights never even flickered. Omu relaxed her grip. Shit. We were going to survive. I might get to enjoy my victory. A day after the space station was attacked, Nautilus was on the move. Our destination was an idled chemical waste remediation facility located at an old ocean shipping terminal near the former city of Guayaquil, Ecuador. We were currently slightly over 400 kilometers away from that terminal, but were galloping along at well over 28 knots. When I say galloping, I mean literally that. At this high speed, Nautilus would sometimes porpoise slightly, which required constant small inputs to our stern planes to counteract the motion. Naomi offered to slow our forward speed and smooth out the ride, but I decided to just tough it out. After an hour, I did ask if she could produce something like Dramamine to help with the queasiness. Instead, she did something with my brain implant, and much of the nausea went away. I also found that if I kept busy, I did not notice the constant small motion as much either. So to work I went. Naomi had the fabrication equipment in the workshop running at full speed. The fume extraction machinery was having a hard time with the heavy workload, and the air was filled with the smell of chemicals, circuitry solvents, welding vapors, and other noxious activities. I was instructed to wear my respirator for the time being until we could properly ventilate the boat. She was fabricating the processor blocks and data storage modules for a new AI presence. This presence would be going up to space and would be installed into the orbital station. The function of the presence would be similar to that once performed by the master AI, meaning that it would have final authority over all other AIs active in the system. Even the presence left here on the submarine would be subservient to the new one we were busy creating. Omu and I were busy doing final assembly on the freshly fabricated components and running tests and diagnostics. Once the equipment was proven to be fully functional, it was stacked on the workbench in neat rows by type. The pile was growing to a formidable number of devices and modules. When production of the processor blocks and data storage modules was complete, Naomi switched to fabricating a strong but lightweight titanium chassis within which to house them. This was a well-braced octagonal-shaped box, over 2 meters long by 1 meter across. The processor blocks would fill the center, and the data modules would occupy all 8 outer faces surrounding it. Once all were installed, connected, and fully tested, Omu began affixing gasketed titanium panels to the outer surfaces of the octagon. The entire interior volume of the chassis surrounding the blocks and modules would be flooded with a dielectric coolant, and the case needed to withstand exposure to vacuum while keeping the coolant under pressure. Finally, Omu and I helped a mobile unit retrieve one of Naomi's backup power ESUs from the boat's data vault on the lower deck. Getting that ESU out of the tight vault without damaging any of Naomi's active processors was very tricky. We had to install a temporary bridge beam to hoist and suspend the ESU above the processor blocks, and then slowly winch it out of the vault. I suspected the AI was nervous during the entire procedure, or whatever the equivalent machine analog was to that human emotion. She did not exactly beg me to be extremely careful, but I certainly got that impression when she mentioned either Omu or the processor in Habu would probably be able to keep Nautilus operating in case of a mishap during the move. I fully realized how delicate the procedure was and assured Naomi that everything would be okay. I was proven correct when we managed to move the ESU without lobotomizing Naomi and soon had it waiting on the floor of the workshop beside the octagonal orbital processor. That was Naomi's term for it. I called it the space brain. OMU just kept her mouth shut on the subject and continued to connect thick bundles of data fibers leading from the ship's data vault to this new processor. Once that was finished, Naomi began copying her presence and a large amount of other data to the new unit. I learned that although the new extremely compact processor did not quite match the overall capacity of her processor in the data vault, it still came very close. Once it was in space and joined to the data modules the master AI had utilized, it would dwarf the ship's current capacity. It was now after midnight. Nautilus would soon be slowing as we approached the coast in 4 hours. Then at a reduced speed, she would begin heading up a bay and into a narrower channel leading to the former city's shipping terminal. This final part of our journey would likely take another 3 hours, and it would be well after dawn before we arrived at the former AI base. I went and took a quick shower and tried to scrub off much of the chemical odor before hitting my bunk. I was thankful that the fume levels in this part of the submarine were low enough that I could forego the respirator and sleep normally. The next morning, I woke at 7:30. I noticed right away that the air smelled fresher than it had last night. This meant that we must now be running on the surface and ventilating. I learned Omu was already moving gear onto the deck and preparing for our departure. I got up quickly, took care of my morning needs in the head, dressed, and ate breakfast. I could hear Omu occasionally working away in the workroom. When I was done with my meal, I went to assist her. The first thing I noticed was the daylight streaming into the workroom from the open hatch leading to the starboard sponson. There was also a noticeable movement of air through the room, coming from the aft chambers and heading towards that sponson. The deck hatches were clearly open and the circulation fans operating. I checked with Omu, and she said she would not need my help for at least 15 minutes, so I told her I would be topside. Up in the starboard sponson, I found both hatches open leading to the airlock. This was so unlike our normal operating procedures. I looked around, noting that the sponson and airlock chamber sure looked different in the bright sunlight. I also saw that the biodrone storage creches all showed green. I wondered if we would need to use the stored biodrones ever again. The upper deck hatch was open, and I could see blue skies above. I made my way to Psiza. What a view! The boat was making its way slowly up the 1-kilometer wide channel at only a few knots. The green mangroves on each bank were lush and solid. Flying birds filled the air as I stood amazed at the sight of our boat cruising in daylight without the worry of discovery. The river waters in our wake were green and brown where they had been disturbed by our propulsor. The humid air was ripe with the smell of the mangroves and the rich churned littoral waters. After I finished taking in the scenery, I noticed that Habu had been brought up on deck and parked. The aircraft was standing much higher on 4 new 80-centimeter high landing leg extensions. Behind Habu, Nautilus's photonics mast was also raised, and its dish antenna fully deployed and tracking some satellite in space. Naomi was clearly in near constant contact with all the remaining AIs via the orbital network. Towards the front of the boat, I saw that the hangar hull was retracted in its lower position, but the front deck hatches which covered that hull's well area were still open. Omu must be about to use that hull to get the space brain up onto the deck for attachment to Habu. I went back below to see if I could help. "Is it safe leaving all the hatches open?" I asked after I had returned to the workroom. Our slow current speed, the calm waters of the Sound after passing Puna Island, and the favorable weather conditions make it a good time to air out the boat, so to speak. The risk of flooding is minimal. No radiation worries? No. Fortunately, due to the steady seasonal winds in that area, the fallout from Baltra Island has continued to blow off to the northwest over the open ocean, she answered. Omo had installed a trolley rail just under the ceiling of the workshop that extended through the connecting hatch leading into the front hangar hull. I saw that the space brain had been joined to the ESU we had retrieved last night, and now formed a long cylindrical assembly over 3 meters long and over a meter in diameter. I helped her connect the assembly to a pair of chain hoists hanging from the trolleys. The long, heavy cylinder was mostly featureless. I did see a pair of flickering telltales. That was all there was to indicate that Naomi's new presence was inside and operating. "Hello! Are you in there?" I said as I smacked the titanium casing 3 times with my open palm. "Is someone out there? Help me! I am trapped in this box in the dark. Get me out, please!" I stepped back quickly. Omu was facing the other way and beginning to run the winches. I was about to say something when I saw the flicker of a smile on her face. "Fuckers, not funny," I said. Soon we had lifted and maneuvered the bulky and heavy device up through the narrow tunnel leading into the hangar hall. There, one of the articulated aircraft deployment arms was used to bring the module the rest of the way into the forward hull. We then disassembled the trolley rail from the connection tunnel and sealed the hatch. Omu was going to ride the hangar hull up to the flight deck, while I decided to use the sponson ladder and deck hatch as it was much faster. Omu and the space brain assembly soon joined me on the flight deck. It was still amazing to be doing this work out in the open in broad daylight, and I stood gawking for a minute, taking it all in. Finally, I moved to help secure the processor assembly below Habu after the deployment arm had positioned it properly underneath the aircraft. Instead of tethers or straps, we secured the module below Habu with sturdy metal bands, which Naomi had constructed just for this task. Apparently, she was protective of her new advanced presence and physical housing. "When do we leave?" I asked. "Just before noon, John. This will give me plenty of time once we arrive at Kaja to assist in installing the processor assembly aboard the cargo vehicle waiting there before it launches later tonight." Kaja was a location in northern Peru where the enemy AI had operated another orbital launch facility. It was around 550 kilometers south and a bit east from our current location as the crows flew, and the flight there would take less than 2 hours. There was actually another launch facility closer to our current location, just 100 kilometers to the east, but that facility's cargo rocket would not be ready to launch for another week. Besides, the Kaja launch facility was on the way to my ultimate destination. After we arrived there and got Omu and the space brain assembly unloaded, I would be taking Habu by myself and heading off on a short vacation to a riverside location near Esperanza, Peru. I had most of the gear I would need on my trip already packed and ready to go, so I decided to remain topside for a bit longer. I stripped off my shirt and lay on the warm, flat flight deck. Our location near the equator meant that the late morning sun was almost directly overhead. Omu must have been caught up on her duties as she appeared and sat on the deck beside me. The sun felt great as it soaked into my skin. The AIs would probably be able to reduce the vitamin D they had been adding to my food to counter my sun avoidance lifestyle I had been forced to maintain since my latest revival. As I lay there basking in the warmth, my mind relived the recent events we had accomplished. "I still can't believe we pulled it off, Omu." The emotional release was still ongoing, and I felt tears begin to form. Omu put her hand on my shoulder and gave it a squeeze. "We did it, John. You can put those fears and worries behind you." 2 hours later, we were cruising above the Andes Mountains heading southeast. We had left Nautilus behind just as it was approaching its anchoring point off the former city of Guayaquil. After a quick overflight of the mostly abandoned remediation base, we turned south and accelerated the black aircraft. Habu soon was at its cruising altitude of 11,000 meters, which was well above the tallest mountains. The launch facility at Kaja was just ahead, and we began to slow and descend. The skies here were partly cloudy, and we punched through a few clouds on our way down. 14 kilometers north of our destination, Omu pointed out one of the justifications for constructing the launch facility here. It was the enormous scars and pits carved into the mountains from what had once been the 4th largest gold mine on the planet. We circled lower, and I noted the active mining machines. Omu said that by using advanced technologies, the current production levels were higher than the millions of ounces per year the mine had withdrawn from the earth during its peak production years back when. She had said that mining operations here would soon begin to slow and return once again to reclamation because the demand for the ore had dropped with our successful takeover of the AI in space. There were other mines in the area which were also still active: copper, silver, lead, molybdenum, and other metals were produced nearby at mine sites spread throughout the northern end of Peru. All the refined metals were shipped to the launch facility just ahead. All this would be slowing dramatically in the coming months and years, unless Naomi found a reason to continue current mining activities. The launch facility was located in a broad valley. It was slightly smaller than the one which had existed on Baltra Island, but the layout was similar. Instead of a long causeway leading to a launch pad over the ocean, this facility had a nearby launch area over a massive flame diverter trench system. We set Habu down near the end of the massive assembly building by the large doors and serviceway which led to the launch pad. I sealed my respirator as there were short-lived radioactive particles in the air here. I carefully climbed out of the higher-than-normal aircraft and noted that a large crane unit was already approaching. Omu crawled out of her front compartment and also exited the cockpit. The little show-off just jumped the extra height to the ground. We decoupled the space brain and then stood back as Habu took off to fly a short distance away from the processor unit. The crane unit then carefully picked up the processor and proceeded to carry it into the assembly building. Inside, we found the launch vehicle still unstacked. The crane with our processor was rolling towards the cargo module area, which was 100 meters deeper into the building. It had already been prepared for our cargo with its hatch open and a long ramp installed. I left Omu there to oversee the installation of the precious cargo and walked back outdoors to take a leak. The weather here was drier and cooler due to the elevation. It looked like a beautiful place to live and reminded me of many places I had seen in Colorado and New Mexico. I was about to signal Omu to let her know I was going to leave when she exited the building and approached. I was leaving without her, as she would be riding the rocket to the space station in order to assist in connecting the new Naomi presence directly to the remains of the Master AI. She held out her hand. Instead of taking it, I stepped forward and embraced her short little body in a hug. "You stay safe up there and come back soon," I said, getting emotional. She squeezed me back with a bit of force and said, "I will. You also remain safe. Remember, I am with you always." We broke apart and I stood there a bit awkwardly. I hated goodbyes. I set Habu to producing a late lunch for you, John. "It should be ready as you take off. Please keep out of trouble and good luck with your reunion," she said as she turned and re-entered the building. I was back in the cockpit and in the air in minutes. The replicator unit dinged, and I opened it to find a large steaming hot dog covered with all the fixings. The beverage cooler unit below the seat added a bottle of generic cola. Astoundingly, the AIs had no formula for a decent tasting Coke. To my meal, and I ate quickly while Habu climbed and headed off to the southeast. Without the bulky module below us, I realized as Omu was not along, could accelerate Habu to a much higher speed. Esperanza on the Purus River was a bit over 900 kilometers to the east-southeast from Cajamarca. At my faster speed, I would be there by 18 o'clock tonight. This would give me about an hour before full darkness to set up a campsite. I was not worried about that though, as Habu's seat reclined and would make a good emergency bunk if need be. Hell, with her unlimited power, I could just set her on autopilot to fly around in circles all night if I needed to while I slept. I was nervous as the aircraft traveled out of the Andes range and began to fly over the deep green Amazon rainforest of eastern Peru. I recalled the last time I had flown over a similar jungle. It had been over 328 years ago in actual years since Anna's rescue mission. I was not sure how long it had been for me subjectively. 6 months? Closer to a year? With all that had happened, it seemed like more than a year. But as it did not matter, I did not bother to verify the exact time with Habu's presence. Why was I nervous? Well, I was about to meet someone I had never met. My daughter. "Habu, is Abby's creche revival proceeding normally?" I asked. "Yes, all is proceeding as expected. The last update received was 23 minutes ago. The medical creche will be finished with the biosuspension revival process at 9:22 tomorrow morning." The more machine-like voice of Habu answered. I missed Omu already. I had wanted to arrive well before Abby was fully revived, as I wanted to be there when the creche opened. I checked the map function and saw that we still had an hour to go. I tried to relax and take a short nap as I had had a long day in the saddle already. As nervous as I was, I expected my nap attempt to fail, so I was surprised when Habu awoke me to report that it was now descending to land. I sat up and saw that we were 10 minutes from the river's edge, which had once been the center of Anna's tribe. The replicator unit dinged, and I found a travel cup of hot coffee waiting. Habu had been well instructed on how to cater to my needs, apparently. I remembered that the aircraft's presence was linked to the overall AI net via near-constant satellite updates, so I guess I should thank Naomi as well. The sun was low near the western sky as we dropped down to a few hundred meters above the winding Purus River. The compound was a kilometer ahead, and we flew along at a slow 40 kilometers per hour. I could see a few signs of human habitation below, with an occasional clearing in the jungle, showing small garden plots or hectare-sized fields. I even passed a laden canoe traveling down the river, heading towards the village location. The man paddling it stared open-mouthed and frozen as I flew overhead. Did he know about aircraft? Or did he think I was a large bird of some kind? Or maybe a sky demon? I guess I'd be finding out soon enough. Closer to the target point, I saw a few areas with banks of solar panels. There were also a few more modern-looking structures that must have been made by a replicator or out of salvaged landing pod metal. One solid-looking structure had a wide clearing around it. This was my destination, and I circled around it once to look over the area. The structure housed the medical creche, which contained my daughter. I noted some of the huts spread around the area appeared abandoned, while others had clear signs of occupation. I saw a few curious people poke their heads out from under thatched roofs to gawk at me as I flew slowly over. I recalled Naomi explaining that the tribe here was down in population to only a few hundred, far less than its peak, which had numbered in the thousands for almost 3 centuries. Habu touched down in the middle of the wide clearing, 20 meters from the medical structure. I spotted that nearby was a small altar, and the downblast from my fans blew off what must have been the offerings that had been left upon it. I checked my gear bag as I waited for Habu to spool down. I was wearing a sturdy shirt and pants along with my jungle boots. I also had my goggles to remain in contact with Habu and have access to its services as a translator. For a weapon, Naomi had fabricated a new pistol that had a wider range of stun settings. We were not sure how I would be received here. Naomi had reported that most of the tribal members had been keeping distant from the medical compound for the past decades after it had severely reduced the fertility treatments. She had also noted that the master AI had not sent a larger drop pod here in over 30 years, so most would have forgotten about space landers or aircraft. The cockpit opened, and the humid heat of the jungle hit me like a wet blanket. Ugh, I muttered as I stepped out of the aircraft. 100 meters away, near the edge of the tree-covered area, an old man appeared. I stepped away from Habu and raised my arm towards the man. Yushibu Huaye! Yushibu Huaye! I heard him shouting as he turned and fled into the jungle. I believe that translates roughly as ancestor arriving, John. I heard in my headband. You can't translate their speech accurately, I asked. The dialect spoken here is a simplified and altered form of Kashinawa. I believe my ability to translate it will improve with further exposure. Naomi or Habu answered. I decided to wait out the villagers and went to inspect the altar. It was a large flat rock which faced the nearby medical creche building. On it were the remains of a few pieces of dried fruit and a cup filled with wet grain. There were maggots in the cup and flies circling the area. They had been leaving the offerings for a while. I noticed movement back by the tree line. A few older tribal members were standing with a young girl. They were having an animated discussion back and forth. I noticed that they were all very short and thin, at around 150 centimeters tall. The girl was even shorter at around 130 centimeters. Their discussion ended abruptly, and the girl started walking towards my location. Brave bunch, I see, I muttered. The AI did not respond. The girl walked directly towards me and stopped a few meters away. She stood there mostly nude with just a small wrap around her waist. Her head was out of proportion with her body and appeared slightly oversized. She had brown skin, hair and eyes, and she appeared healthy and fit despite her tiny size. I raised my estimation of her age to possibly a teenager, as she had intelligent eyes that watched me without fear. She nodded her head to me and said clearly, Skyfather? Skyfather? English? What the hell? My name is John, I said slowly. Her face showed happiness and relief. "Of course, Skyfather," she said and immediately knelt. I stepped forward and touched her shoulder, causing her to flinch. "Please do not kneel, child. Also, please call me John." She looked up at me but got to her feet. "John, I have prayed to you and to the Mother for years. Thank you for coming. Are you here because the Mother is awakening again?" she asked quickly. Wow. I tried to think of the best way to reply. The girl must have been aware of the medical crèche's revival process. "Yes, I am here because of Abby's awakening." "Are you here to help Mother save the tribe?" she asked next. I hated to make any promises at this early stage, but I answered, "I will also do whatever I can to help your tribe." She smiled, clearly emotional. Come and I will show you the Mother," she said as she started towards the medical crèche structure, looking back occasionally to ensure that I was following. At the wide and shaded recessed entry to the structure, she knelt a moment before standing quickly when the door began opening. "Note that the partial AI presence controlling this structure has been instructed to open upon this human's request. There are no other tribal humans currently on its admittance list. I have added you to the list also," the AI informed me silently. Interesting. As I waited for her to stand, I noticed that I could smell her. It was not an entirely unpleasant smell. I realized that for the first time since Anna and I had parted ways back in Nicaragua, I was around another actual living person. I was suddenly self-conscious and wondered if my own body odor would be offensive to her. Oh well, too late to worry about that now. The second thing that I noticed was that her odor and her partial nudity caused a noticeable stirring in other ways. I was embarrassed at this, as this girl could easily be my granddaughter in both age and possibly genetically. "Who is this girl?" "Who are you?" I asked as I followed her inside. "I am the talker?" "No, I am the caretaker," she replied proudly. "The Xueting instructs me on my duties. I was once to become the new mother, but now my duties have changed." She frowned slightly as she said that last part. "You speak my language well," I said. "Yes, when I was a girl, the Mother taught me much of your words. Also, the Xueting still speaks to me occasionally in your language, and I learn." "Xueting?" I subvocalized. The word translates to spirit. I believe that she is referring to the partial AI presence at this facility. We entered a second chamber. The ceiling lights came on as we entered, and inside was a tired-looking medical crèche unit. The unit had clearly been here for centuries, as there was dirt and tarnish covering much of it. I spotted an equally tired-looking pair of mobile units parked along one wall. They remained still and silent. The medical crèche had a series of telltales lit, which the girl pointed at. "See? The Mother will soon awaken. Possibly tonight?" The presence here clearly does not tell her everything. I subvocalized to Habu. "Abby will awaken in the morning, a few hours after dawn," I said out loud. "Of course, Skyfoth, John," she said, embarrassed. "Caretaker, do you have a name?" I asked, hiding a smile. "I am named Ux, John." I later learned that what I heard as Yushi was spelled Ux and translated to moon. "Well, Ux, is there a place nearby where I can set up camp for the night? Also, where may I relieve myself?" I asked. "There is a room here that is reserved for the overnight stay of the Hunikuin, real people, who once traveled here to receive the gift of blessed life. You may stay there for the night. I also have a room here, as does the Mother when she awakens. There is also a toilet and bathing chamber for your bodily needs. I must soon go and reassure the tribe of your purpose for visiting. I suspect that they will remain apart as they are simple and full of fear. I will eat while I visit with them. Shall I return with food for you, John?" I did not want to catch a stomach bug. How to decline respectfully? "Thank you, but no. I have brought my own special food with me, as I have a sensitive stomach. I had better stick with my own." She looked at me strangely, but seemed to accept my excuse. She then showed me the rooms designated for my use. I was happy to see that the toilet chamber had running water and a standard AI-designed toilet. I suspected that much of the waste that it received was used as feedstock for the local replicator machinery. The guest room, or my bedroom, was a simple room with just a mat on the floor. The room brightened as I inspected it. I was pleased to see the room was clean and appeared to be sealed off from the outside air and bugs. There was a supply grill near the ceiling, which was discharging clean, fresh air. Hopefully, I would be able to adjust the temperature and humidity. I nodded when I saw the room and told Ux that I needed to get a few supplies from the aircraft. I will depart with you. It will be dark soon, and I will return after my evening meal. We left the structure together, with Ux heading to the tree-covered area and the nervous villagers and I to where Habu was parked. I gathered my pack and small bag of supplies from the nose storage compartment. The sun had set, and I was pleased to see a few perimeter lights come on around the exterior of the medical structure. The door opened for me when I approached and closed itself behind me as the inside brightened further with additional lights coming on. Welcome to this station, John. You may refer to me as Agent. I am the local limited controlling presence here, although I am operating at a much higher capacity thanks to the aid of the aircraft parked nearby. I have sufficient power reserves to alter the temperature and humidity in your quarters if you require. Agent? Wow, a name from the past. Thank you, Agent. Please set my chamber to 22 degrees and 40% humidity, I instructed. Yes, John. Note, I will be maintaining the current higher temperature and humidity in the rest of the rooms in this facility for the comfort of caretaker Xueting and Abby Abrams-Branco when she is revived. That makes sense, Agent, I said. I heard a new hum which must have been an air conditioner unit coming on. I stopped by the toilet chamber and used the simple frictionless toilet. There was a sink basin and a shower head in the corner with a depression in the floor and a drain. There was crude toilet paper, but no towels. I told Habu to make me a set along with bar soap and washcloths. Back in my sleeping room, I unrolled the air mattress and hit the inflator. With the room having air conditioning, I would need the blanket, so I instructed Habu to make me one of those also. She informed me that my items would begin to be fabricated as soon as I was finished with my supper, which was currently being created. With my room mostly set up, I made a trip out to Habu to eat. The aircraft had lit its landing lights, so I had no problem with the darkness. Off in the trees, I could just make out a few torches and campfires around some of the occupied huts. Once in the cockpit, I began to eat my supper. Habu's little replicator could do a decent job of creating basic foods, and I had instructed it to make a simple calzone. As I ate, I used the aircraft's night vision and zoom sensors to better observe my surroundings. I could clearly see what was happening in the darkness around me and saw the moving body heat of a few dozen locals as they hid in the trees, occasionally taking a peek in my direction. They did not approach, however. Habu, are you in contact with Agent? Yes, John, the machine-like voice answered. Why don't you see if it wants to fully charge its power storage banks from your DET while we are here? I suggested. I have already made plans to fabricate a long conductor after your textiles and hygiene products are produced, John. The power connection will be installed later tonight while you are sleeping. Well, so much for trying to be helpful. At least I was reassured the AI was on top of things. When I had finished my supper, I left the aircraft, walked to a darker area of the clearing, and stood marveling at the stars which filled the sky. The space station was in view, which made me think of Omu. Did Omu make it to the station? Yes, John. Omu arrived and docked at the space station just moments ago. She is now busy assisting in the transfer and installation of the new processor. She says, thanks for asking about her. Stop worrying. Tomorrow will go well. Go to bed. I chuckled and shook my head. Omu knew I was nervous as hell about meeting Abby. I noticed Ux returning to the medical building after her meeting and supper. Not wanting to startle her, I waited 5 minutes before I made my way back to the structure. Inside, she had already gone to her quarters, so I went to mine. While I waited for Habu to fabricate my heavier blanket, I used the tablet to look over old photos. I had many of my wife and daughter, and I reminisced of times past. I also watched the videos Anna and I had exchanged, and those which the AI had recorded of us interacting. Soon I yawned and asked Habu about its progress. It said that the textiles were done and that the soap would be ready in 10 minutes. When that time had passed, I made a quick trip out to the aircraft to get my new gear. Back inside, I took a quick shower to wash off the day's sweat and headed off to bed. I had to laugh when I saw the blanket. It had a large print of dogs playing poker, including the 2 bulldogs cheating. I bet Ux and Abby would get a kick out of it when they saw it. Then I realized it would probably confuse the hell out of them and require a very long explanation. Anyway, the blanket was soft and warm, and the cool, dry room was very comfortable. Sleep came quickly. Good morning, John. I opened my eyes and rolled over to see Tiny Yuck standing by the open door to my chamber. She was wearing a half wrap which covered her lower body and had wild designs painted on her face and upper torso. She looked exotic. Her markings must have been in honor of Abby's awakening. I saw her eyebrows rise when she noted my colorful blanket, but she kept any questions to herself. I have brought some fresh fruit if you are now willing to risk our food. It is waiting just outside the main entry. I cleared my throat and croaked, "Thank you, Xueting. Will you do me a favor and retrieve a container of coffee from my aircraft? You may have to wait a few minutes, but a voice will instruct you on when the coffee will be ready and where to retrieve it from. While you are gone, I will take a quick shower and get dressed." She looked suspicious or apprehensive, but turned to leave. When she was gone, I went into the toilet room with my kit, clothes, and my towel to prepare for the day. 15 minutes later, I was dressed and back outside the main chamber. Xueting was there kneeling, a short, insulated container set beside her. I took the container, removed its included cup, and poured myself a steaming dose of morning go juice. Xueting simply knelt and waited, saying nothing. I sat next to her and drank my coffee. After I finished, I refilled the cup and offered her some. She took the cup and sniffed it suspiciously. One quick sip and she returned the cup, saying that she had a delicate stomach and should probably stick to her own drink. I laughed with her, but did try some of the fruit she had brought. She produced a modern-looking knife and a small cutting board and proceeded to cut open an ugly yellow fruit which she had called pitahaya. Naomi later told me it was also called dragon fruit. I found that the fruit tasted like kiwi and asked for more. When we had each finished two, we took turns using the bathroom to wash off the sticky juice. I noticed that Xueting had no hesitation about using the toilet, even with having left the door open. Different customs, I guess. I made a note to remember that all my customs and prejudices were mine alone now. I could revise them freely as I saw fit. We returned to the medical creche chamber. My watch said that it was 9:15. Abby would awaken in 7 minutes. Xueting must had sensed my nervousness because she asked, "The mother is truly your daughter?" "Yes," I answered with a quiet voice. "And you have not met her until now?" "That is correct," I answered, even quieter. "Oh my! Now I understand why you appear so nervous. I shall leave you to greet the mother alone upon her awakening. I will be waiting outside." She got up and left the structure, leaving me to wait alone. A few minutes later, I stood as the creche began to make new sounds. I could hear Agent's voice speaking from inside the unit. Abby must be awake. I quickly wiped the bead of sweat that had formed on my brow in the 29-degree humid room. The lid began to open. As the room lights spilled into the creche basin, I realized the flaw in my plan of being here to greet my daughter. She was as naked as I had been each time I was awakened in the device. I looked around quickly and saw that Xueting had left a bundle of cloth similar to what she had been wearing. I went and quickly got the garment and returned to my waiting position. Abby was fully awake and watching me through the open lid. I looked away embarrassed as she quickly climbed out of the creche and stood there unashamedly in front of me. I manned up and finally met her gaze. Neither of us said a word as we sized each other up. She was beautiful. I could see much of Anna in her, along with plenty of Abrams. Her skin was lighter than Anna's had been, but darker than mine. Her face had a few of my features. Her body was that of a fit young woman in her prime. I realized suddenly that I must have appeared the same to her, as my body likely looked to be the same age as hers. This was my daughter. She was not the little girl my first daughter had been. She was a fully grown woman. As our eyes met and we stared at each other, I also realized that this woman was old. Her eyes projected an intensity that demonstrated lifetimes of knowledge and experience. Now I was the one who felt naked in front of her piercing gaze. "Father," she said simply. I smiled and extended my right hand. She glanced at it, but instead smiled and stepped forward, hugging me firmly. At first I stiffened in her embrace, but soon I relaxed and hugged her back just as hard. The emotions welled up inside me and I felt the tears begin to stream down my face. After a moment, she pulled back a bit, but still held onto my arms. Looking deep into my soul, she asked, "So, are we free?" I smiled through my tears and nodded. "Yes, we are free." A smile broke across her face like the sun's first kiss of a new dawn. She took a deep breath and sighed. After a moment, she noticed the wrap I was holding and took it. I averted my eyes while she dressed. Please excuse me, Father, while I find sandals. The blasted machine always removes my calluses when I undergo rejuvenation. I had never noticed that. Of course, I seldom went barefoot. Who would? Sharp gravel and thorns hurt. In a minute, she had returned from her quarters wearing a pair of simple, hardened leather sandals. Her wrap had been tied around her waist, leaving her upper torso exposed. Thankfully, my body failed to react. What is the year? She asked. It is December 14th, 2930. 11 years. Come, walk with me. I would greet this new world. I followed her outside. When we had exited the building, Ux stood and ran to Abby. She quickly knelt and then stood and gave my daughter a quick hug. The joy was clearly showing on her face. Look at you, Mother. You are so young. And you have grown so much, Yuxa. You are 19 years now, correct? Abby said. That shocked me. This little girl was 19? She was so small. Ux must have been excited because she switched to her native language and began chattering with Abby at a fast pace. I let the pair talk for a few minutes before Abby said something which had Ux quickly bowing and running off. Abby motioned for me to follow as we set off on a stroll around the clearing. I apologize, Father. The girl was excited. I guess I should say woman now. My, how she has grown. I could not imagine the girl being much smaller. She is still so small. How can she be 19? I asked. The machines work, she said with a scowl. It was constantly tinkering with the tribe. On top of the general reduction in size, most were made mentally simple. Ux is an exception to that, as she was made specially to have the intelligence to assume my role as progenitor for the tribe. At least that was to be her role until the machine reduced the number of new embryos it was sending to almost nothing. To counteract her intelligence, she was made even smaller and weaker than normal, so as to not exploit her superior mental abilities over the others. She stopped walking and looked at me. I must ask, Father, do you retain the power to change things for the tribe? Can you restore their fertility and allow for improved offspring? She asked. Yes to both, John. I heard in my implant. Yes, Abby, I replied. Good, I suspected as much. Mother said that if you were ever to return, it is likely that you would have bent the machines to your will. We eventually strolled over to Habu. Abby slowly circled the aircraft, inspecting it closely, but did not comment. Finally, she looked at me and said with a smirk, It appears you are indeed the Sky Father. I just rolled my eyes, which caused her to laugh. John, there is a gift for Abby in the replicator. Omu says you owe her big time. I opened the cockpit and then the replicator lid. Inside was a photo card like the one I carried, which had images of my wife and first daughter. I saw that this one had pictures of Anna, myself, and I choked up a bit. My first daughter. For you, I said as I handed the card to her. Her hand covered her mouth as she looked at the images. When she found my first daughter, she asked, My half-sister? Yes, that is also Abby. Amazing! Soon I would know her story if you will share. Thank you for this, Father. I have not seen Mom in centuries. The presence here did not allow you images of her? I asked. No, the machine became very hard to deal with over the past few centuries. Other than threaten death upon the tribe if we did not continue its embryo implantation process, it seldom interacted with us at all. We went silent for a while as we continued our stroll. Mom spoke of you often. What little she knew of you, that is. I wish to hear your story also, if that is possible. I had no problem with that. Over the next few days, we spent a great deal of time together just talking. I told her about my life and that of my previous family. She told me of her life and of Anna's. Occasionally, we would separate as she tended to the needs of the tribe. I made myself scarce during those times as I still made the tribe extremely nervous. I was not sure if they thought me a god or a demon, but I knew they wanted little to do with me. Dinners were separate as she and Ux ate with the tribe. Suppers were our mealtime together, though, and we shared each other's cooking. Well, I shared some of her and Ux's cooking, and they tried some of the food I had Habu prepare. Some they liked and some not so much. I had to laugh when Abby requested a piece of key lime pie. I had given her mother a piece during our brief moment together in Nicaragua, and it must have made an impression for the tale to be passed down to her daughter. Ux was mostly in the shadows when Abby and I talked. I felt like she was half servant and half acolyte. She never seemed to be upset, and her calm demeanor went a long way towards convincing me that she was as old as Abby said she was. During the days, the tribe began to be treated for their lack of fertility. Abby and Ux would lead them into the medical chamber at a rate of 4 per day, as the treatments took a bit over 3 hours. In between these treatments, Abby and I continued to share our stories and time together. She had experienced such a long life that sometimes I felt like the child next to her. She had borne 4 children in her first lifetime and 2 more during her second. All had been provided by the master AI. 4 had survived to start families of their own. Again provided by the master AI, the other 2 had been deformed, or more likely, failed designs and had quickly perished. She had known love and had shared moments of her long life with 3 partners who had been like husbands. I found I had a kindred spirit in that we had both lived through the loss of our children and spouses. The days together became a full week. Her tribe had started to overcome their fear of me, and recently I had been invited on a fishing trip. I was surprised to find that their version of fishing was to simply pour some sort of poison into the water and then scoop up the fish that floated to the surface. When they showed me the teeth on some of the fish, I vowed to never go swimming in that river. Ever. They were a simple folk and would not speak much in my presence. Our only communications were by hand signals, and even with that, many times they would just quietly leave my presence. Abby and I discussed other changes to make to them, besides just making them fertile. She was hesitant to make major changes, so in the end, we had the medical creche just make minor improvements to their intelligence. We even asked for Naomi's advice, Abby reluctant and suspicious of that, and learned that the tribe would improve rapidly over the generations on their own. Ux continued to flutter about. I learned that she was not a direct descendant of any of the children that Abby had borne for the simple fact that no children share the direct DNA of their parents in this tribe. When I asked if Abby wanted to undergo the fertility treatment, she reminded me that she was already fertile. She had always been so, but had lacked a mate able to give her a true offspring. I unthinkingly hinted that now, with members of the tribe undergoing the fertility procedure, that maybe in the future she could find a fully functional husband. Her cackles of laughter at the thought brought home that she was actually an old woman. Suddenly, I felt like a kid who had been found wanting by a grandparent, and I apologized. 9 days after I had arrived, after our evening shared meal, Abby asked me into her chamber for a private discussion. As always, she was blunt and to the point. Father, you are now Lord and Master of this world. What will you do? Her words rocked me to my core. At first, I wanted to deny what she had said, but then the truth slowly sank in. Leave it to her extensive life experience to get to the heart of the matter. I realized that from beyond just her point of view, with the AI being tied to me, and with that AI now in control of the world, what she said was indeed fact. I'm not sure. I said quietly, what should I do? You should rule, she said firmly, much like Mom and I have ruled this tribe, through subtle means at times or through direct dominance at others. You must similarly rule this world. I ask only 4 things of you. I was still too stunned to argue, so I simply asked, what 4 things? First, continue to help my tribe naturally grow, and as they expand, let them have the entire Amazon basin. Discourage other, more advanced humans from settling in this area. The tribe will always remain somewhat primitive, but they will also act as the proper stewards for this rich land, a land which the earth clearly depends on for so many reasons. I thought about her first request. It seemed to make sense. I could see the logic in making the entire area a natural preserve, current human residents included. Second, allow me to die. What? I opened my mouth to speak, interrupting her. Please, hear me out, she cut in before I could. I have lived 3 full lifetimes. Although I am pleased with the start of this 4th, I am also tired. I would ask that you allow the machines to reset my current body's age to that of a woman in the last third of her life. I would feel more comfortable with that status. Furthermore, a decade or perhaps 2 is all I need to set this place on the proper path. Allow me to naturally expire when the time comes, Father. She held my gaze until I eventually nodded. Third, soon you must leave this place. This is not your place and you have many duties elsewhere. Again, I tried to interrupt. Father, I can tell you are uncomfortable here and are restless. You have told me of the important decisions which must soon be made. You need to go make them. We will still be in contact and you may visit often, but it is time for you to focus on the rest of the world's needs, she said, and paused, giving a moment to realize that she was again right. The fourth thing I ask of you is that when you leave, you take Xueting with you. What? I asked, surprised and confused at her request. She has no life here. Her higher intelligence is out of place in these surroundings. Also, the duties for which she was created are no longer needed now that the tribe's fertility issues are being resolved. Take her with you and let her thrive in the world of knowledge, technology, and advanced humanity. Her training and upbringing will serve you well, and she will become a valued assistant. Also, if possible, her stunted form should be adjusted to be somewhat more normal. I had to agree with that last part. Living with a prepubescent body as an intelligent grown woman would be challenging and frustrating. I took a deep breath as I thought about Abby's requests and advice. She was right in that I was restless and tired of this jungle's weather. I admit that I missed the creature comforts of home. Naomi had even recently hinted that she had prepared a comfortable habitat for me up at the space station when I arrived for a visit. I noted the when was not an if in her statement and took the hint that she required or possibly it needed my presence occasionally. I focused my attention back on my daughter after my wool gathering and said that I would agree with her requests. We then parted for the night, and I spent over an hour in my bed thinking over what she had said before I fell asleep. The next morning, I made a few preparations for departing. I planned to fly out of here just before noon. This would put me back on Nautilus well before dark. Guayaquil, Ecuador was 1,300 kilometers away from here as the crow flies, and we could make that in 3 hours easy. Xueting was flittering around like a hummingbird on energy drinks. I was happy to see that she was wearing a full body wrap to that covered most of her body. Rather than for modesty reasons, I expected Abby or the AI had warned her that the aircraft flight would be cool. I had learned that Xueting leaving with me had been her idea, and she and Abby had had long discussions about her future and possibilities of life elsewhere. I was slightly saddened when I mentioned to Xueting that we had enough cargo room to bring along a decent amount of her belongings if she wished. She had simply replied that she had nothing except for a few carved stone totems, a bone comb, and the cloth wraps that she wore. Abby and I took a long walk later in the morning and simply enjoyed each other's company. Toward the end, she finally started speaking. I learned that the last time she had been placed into biosuspension, she had instructed the AI to not wake her unless the tribe was again expanded. If it did so without increasing the tribe, she would take her own life. Secretly, she had been waiting for me in the chance that I would stop the machine somehow. She had been so happy when the creche lid had risen, and she had seen me standing there. Her gamble had paid off. She was also happy to have gotten to know me just as I was happy about knowing her. An hour before noon, we were out in front of the medical building. Xueting was inside taking care of business, as I told her that once we were on the road, there was no stopping for pee breaks. Abby had hidden a grin upon hearing my stern warning, and at Xueting's worried look as she ran off back into the building to remedy that. Be nice, Father. Although she is 19, she is naive about a great many things and not used to intelligent banter and horseplay with someone more her equal. I'll keep that in mind. She knows she can communicate with you whenever she wants, right? I asked. Yes, now that you have commanded the machines to obey my instructions, I will be available for her. Or you, whenever you need. Xueting returned from the medical building, and I gave Abby Abrams Branco a long hug. We then climbed on board Habu. It had fabricated a few additional padded cushions overnight, which would allow Xueting to half sit on my lap and half snuggle into the starboard side of the small cockpit. I thought we would make it just fine, and unlike what I had told Xueting, we had plenty of time. That meant we could stop to stretch our legs a few times without missing our schedule. Once we were situated in the cramped space, she weighed almost nothing. I waved at Abby as the cockpit hatch closed. Xueting gasped when it shut as we were in almost total darkness. Won't we be able to see out? She asked in a panic. Just then, the perfect rendered outside view took the place of the opaque canopy shell. She gasped again before chanting softly to herself. Mia shina shabawa shabawe, Mia shina shabawa shabawe. Clear your thoughts, clear your thoughts. I heard her translated words in my head. Habu quickly spooled up, and up we went. I circled us around the clearing and wagged Habu's wings. Abby waved at us, and the few villagers, peeking through the trees, scattered. So long, my daughter, until I see you again. I set our course towards the northwest and poured on the gas. Soon we were up at 11,000 meters and cruising along at over 500 kilometers per hour. Uxa had relaxed and began to grill me about all the aspects of Habu, flying, and flight. I found her questions helped the time pass by quickly. By the time we were halfway to Ecuador, we were both squirming around a bit trying to get comfortable. I instructed Habu to descend so we could take a break and have a late lunch on the ground. We were still over the jungles of northeastern Peru, and I found a clearing on a wide and dry sandbar on the Ucayali River to set down on. I felt Uxa tense up as we came down the final few hundred meters to land. Once on the ground, we carefully climbed out of the aircraft and stretched our stiff muscles. Uxa went behind Habu to do her business while I set out a tarp in order to have a makeshift picnic. Our late lunch was Habu's version of chicken nuggets and a fruit bar for each of us. Ushi did not dare the beer I drank with mine and stuck with fresh water. Soon we were back in the air for the second half of our journey. This time I'd asked Ux the questions and found out much about her early life and about her training to be a caretaker. She had lived with her parents in the village for the first 4 years before they gave her to Abby once she started demonstrating her intelligence and lack of physical growth. Abby, along with the medical structure AI, had raised her for the next 4 years before my daughter's advanced age caught up with her and made parenting impossible. When Abby was forced to enter the creche for her third revival, Ux had been left on her own. She was accepted as the new caretaker by the tribal members still living in the village, and they had helped support her with food and other items. The facility AI had also become more active during this period to help round out Ux's knowledge and to train her on her duties at the facility. Although the master AI had severely reduced the rate of the tribe's growth, Uxi did supervise 1 or 2 embryo implantations every year until my arrival. A lull in our conversation had me starting to doze off. Ux had yawned a time or two and curled up sideways with her head on my shoulder. Her slight weight was not a bother whatsoever. In fact, her laying on me like that took me back to when my first daughter had still been alive. Ux's small body was not much bigger than Abby's had been back when she used to cuddle in my lap when we would watch a movie or show together. "We will begin our descent into Guayaquil shortly, John," I heard in my head. I opened my eyes surprised that I had fallen asleep. Ux was still asleep and from the drool dampening my shoulder was sleeping deeply. I suddenly realized 2 things. One was that I had to take a leak, so the nearing end of our flight was timely. The second was that I had an erection which unfortunately Ux was sitting on. Jesus Christ, John, what is the matter with you? You go to sleep dreaming of your dead daughter because this girl, woman, reminds you of her, and now you wake up with a hard-on. Get a grip. I tried to carefully twist my hips to dislodge Ux from her perch. Unfortunately, this made her wake up and sit up herself. I felt myself flush with embarrassment. To make matters worse, she reached down below herself to feel what she was sitting on. I felt one quick touch and squeeze before she adjusted herself to take much of the pressure off of my lap. Oh my God. She noticed my wet shirt. I am so sorry about your shirt, John. I did not mean to fall asleep, but I felt so comfortable. I should have brushed off her apology, but I was still embarrassed and dared not speak. You have a large member, much larger than the typical men of the tribe. The mother once speculated that the tribal males were formed that way because of a lack of certain hormones. Oh my God, shoot me now. We seem to be falling. Are we landing soon? I have to pee. My voice barely squeaked when I said, yeah, we will be on the ground in less than 10 minutes. Well, we will be on Nautilus, not the actual ground. But Nautilus has a toilet you can use. It has a urinal also. Christ, now I was stammering. Good, I can wait. Nautilus is your underwater canoe, correct? Yeah, it's called a submarine or a boat. I was beginning to recover from my embarrassment. At least she was being mature about my issue. We passed through the clouds and flew over the Rio Guayas River at about 1,200 meters. We had left the Andes behind about 50 kilometers back, and the riverlands below were now flat and densely forested. Nautilus was still about 10 kilometers ahead and was anchored on a deeper channel that had been near the old city's shipping port. Xueting was focused on the horizon off to the southwest. We were still high enough to be able to clearly see the blue of the Pacific Ocean. I suddenly realized that all she had known until now was the ground-level view of the green rainforest. The ocean would be an incredible novelty to her. If we had both not had to piss so urgently, I would have diverted Habu to fly a more roundabout way and come in from over the ocean. That would have to wait for another time. It was mid-afternoon when we sat down on Nautilus's flight deck. The boat was anchored in the middle of a calm lagoon and had looked like an enormous black sea cow sleeping on the surface when we had approached. I made the call to exit Habu on the flight deck and not ride the slower stowage arms down into the hangar hull. The hatch opened and the balmy 26-degree air hit us. Eos climbed down carefully while I waited in my seat. I noted the skies were beginning to cloud up, and it looked like it would be a rainy night. She was like a child taking in everything, while I exited the aircraft and walked over to the deck hatch. Naomi had opened it while we were spooling down, and I led the way down and waited for her to climb down the metal ladder behind me. Xueting gasped as we entered the salon. The image walls and ceiling were showing a hilly, snow-covered pine forest scene. Off on the port wall was a snug-looking cabin, complete with smoke coming from its chimney. I laughed when I saw the cabin had been decorated with Christmas lights. Also, the real fruit tree growing beside the salon's stairwell had also been decorated with Christmas lights. It hit me then that it was December 24th, Christmas Eve. I gave Uxus a very quick tour that ended at the head. She went in and started doing her business, again without closing the hatch. I gave her privacy by going into my berth to get a dry shirt. Apparently, privacy or discretion were not important things to her, as she called out, "John, is this device next to the toilet for you to urinate into while standing? How clever. Why are you waiting? I thought you had to go pee also." I don't have to go that bad. I'll be in there in a minute." I got my new shirt on and decided to put on a pair of shorts while I was in there. I heard Ux washing up and then enter my berth. "Is this your sleeping room? Wow, your bed is so soft." I told her to try it out and then went to take a leak. At the last second, I decided to leave the hatch open so as to not bring notice to her previous lack of shutting it. Thankfully, she did not come in to watch me use the urinal. Over the next hour, Ux got a tour of the boat. After a few minutes, I turned the chore of answering her questions over to Naomi, as they required detailed explanations, which often led to more questions. Thankfully, Ux got along well with Naomi's presence. Naomi even got one of the utility mobile units to lead Ux around the boat, giving a more detailed tour. While they did that, I was in the galley making us snacks. There were a few kinds of ripe citrus fruit on the tree, which I used to make a fruit salad. Naomi had the galley replicator produce bananas, grapes, and whipped cream for a topping. I asked about dairy, and Naomi reminded me that her topping was dairy-free. I set the 2 bowls in the refrigerator and had a seat in my recliner. It felt good to be back. I guess this boat felt more like home than any of the other places I had stayed recently. Naomi and I discussed her progress in space. She was now fully integrated with the station, and Omu was no longer needed. When I asked what launch facility she would be landing at, Naomi explained that Omu was currently finishing a lander that would drop here directly sometime early tomorrow. Great. Next, we discussed Yuxu. I mentioned Abby's plan to have Yuxi's body adjusted to become larger and stronger to allow her to a more normal life. Naomi said that the medical creche could do that with no problems, but that it would take years to do so properly. She suggested a faster alternative. "John, I still have the female body you used for the Sri Lankan expedition. Why not swap Uxa's mind data into that body?" Why not indeed? It even had many of the same racial traits as Uxa's current body. It was very fit and thankfully did not look too much like a female version of me. That would have been freaky. Let's let Uxa decide. She can view images of the body tonight. If she agrees, you can warm up that body and do the swap. I'd like it to be after Omu gets there, though. "Of course, John," Naomi said. "Omu will be helpful in switching the bodies between the lower and upper creches, assuming Ux will want her old body stored. Let's let her make that decision also." I have a suspicion that she may not. Next, we discussed the current status of the remaining active human colonies, as we had begun to refer to them. After we had first subverted the master AI, I had debated on what to tell those humans. Should I tell them the whole truth about what had happened and about what the master AI had planned for them and their children? Or should I censor the information? Somehow, I had been unsure of what to do, so I had left things as they were for now. The only instruction I gave to Naomi was to immediately stop meddling with them and their children. Let them live naturally for now, but do not tell them of the changes happening in space or of the plans intended for them. Naomi brought me up to speed on the current populations. Of the original 9 in each colony as of 7 years ago, there had been many children born. The 48 colonies now average 32 children, with the 6 women in each group, each having had a few sets of twin and a few singles over those 7 years. The current population for the colony humans, as opposed to the tribal humans in the Amazon, including the adults, was now 1,972. I had to decide if I wanted to intervene and slow their growth to something more natural or let them continue at this pace to help build the Earth's population back up more quickly. For now, I decided to let things remain as they were. Xueting returned from her tour. I noticed she was now wearing a small-size long-sleeve shirt, sweatpants, and ship socks. It occurred to me that the conditioned air in the ship would probably be freezing to her. Well, that at least solved the issue of her prancing around partially nude. I felt like a prude the moment I thought that out, but not so much a prude that I ordered Naomi to turn the air conditioning off. After all, humidity is bad for electronics, right? Sure it was. We ate our fruit salad sitting on the floor by the fireplace. I needed to have a second stool made for the island. She loved the tart assortment of fruit and the sugar-top cream covering. We still had a few hours till supper, so I went over how the galley produced food and let her decide what she was hungry for. I ordered myself up a nice ribeye steak with a baked potato on the side. The jungle stay had been heavy on the fish and pork, and I was ready for a nice tender steak. Next on the discussion itinerary was the snow scenes on the salon walls and the decorated fruit tree. First, I had to explain cold weather and snow to her. She had had it described to her before, but had never really believed or imagined such a thing could be real. Also, why anyone would want to live in such a place. Next, I had to explain what Christmas was and how it had been a part of my life. She listened, fascinated, to my too brief explanation about the God I had grown up with and how the holiday worked. She had a few questions, but in the end only remarked that it was all interesting. I skimmed the whole gift-giving part of it, as I did not want her to feel obligated or embarrassed about not having a gift to give. After our supper, we sat in the salon together and chatted. I had the fireplace going, and Xueting loved its warmth. We even fired up the view screen and called Abby. I let her and Xueting do most of the talking, as the girl had much to talk about with everything new she had experienced today. At some point, they had switched to Kashinawa to cover more ground. I admit, I arsted my eyes as they jabbered away. The sudden loud laughter from both of them brought me back to attention, and I opened my eyes to find them both staring at me, both with cheesy grins. "What?" I asked on guard. "Oh, nothing, Father, just girl talk," Abby said. I had a suspicion that they were discussing my wake-up earlier on the aircraft and elected to not inquire further. We said our goodbyes and then sat there for a moment, each lost in our own thoughts. Christmas Eve. Wow, I sighed and got up to go to the salon. There, I found my bottle of AI-produced perfect single malt and poured myself a glass of the amber ambrosia. Back at the recliner, I gave a toast to loved ones gone and sipped my whiskey. Xueting was curious, so I let her have a taste. I warned her to just wet her lips, as her small size was no match for the alcohol. Her eyes watered at the taste and she made a face, but she said that her tribe drank mind-altering concoctions sometimes, so she was aware of the danger. I was quiet as I finished my drink. Xueting proved to be a shrewd girl when she asked if I was thinking of my lost family. Yes, I was, Xueting. I am sorry to be a bit moody tonight. It is good to remember those who have gone on, John. That is how they live forever in our memories. I had to agree with that. At 21 o'clock, I noticed Xueting was beginning to yawn often. I realized that she was not used to being up this late after dark, and set about making up a bed for her on the salon sofa. I found a pillow, an extra blanket, and also set the fireplace heat emitter to warm that side of the room a bit more. She did her night preparations in the head and then returned to the salon. I explained how she could adjust the room lights and then went to leave. She had a funny look on her face when she got in her bed. I barely noticed as I was trying to avoid looking at her as she had disrobed completely, apparently preferring to sleep in the nude. Back in my own berth, I also stripped and prepared for bed. I debated on whether I should leave the room hatch open or not. Should I leave it open in case Ux woke frightened in unfamiliar surroundings, or closed to send the message to respect my privacy? I chose to leave it open for tonight and instructed Naomi to keep the light on in the headset at a dim 10% illumination level. Before I fell asleep, I made a note to talk with Naomi soon about partitioning off some sort of room for Yuxa. Maybe some space in the port sponson where we used to keep the bats would work for her quarters. With a room of her own, she could have some privacy and keep the temperature warmer and more humid. Sleep came and I was out. I came awake in the dark with my shoulder being urgently shaken. "John!" Ux urgently whispered. "I hear something trying to enter the submarine." "Naomi, lights!" I said as I sat up trying to focus. The first thing that caught my eye was that Ux was fully nude. I exited the bed and quickly put on a pair of shorts to cover my own similar condition. I noted thankfully that Uxie was more worried about watching the door than me. Just then I heard one of the forward pressure hatches activating. "Naomi, what time is it and what's happening?" "It is 6:10. I detect no danger or problems," was her response. What the hell? Now there was a clatter and a bang coming from the workroom. I slipped on my ship shoes and went to investigate. Ux followed along close behind me, and we descended the stairs to the salon. Just as we entered the larger space, Omu also entered from the workroom. "Ho, ho, ho!" she said loudly. "Merry Christmas!" I started to laugh as the little android was wearing a red coat and a long-tailed red hat. She also had a small bag hoisted over her shoulder. "Oh, Moo, you're back," I said despite the obvious. "Yes, you have been a good boy, John Abrams. Oos, you have been a good girl also. I had to come and deliver your Christmas presents." I looked back at Ux. The poor girl looked a bit scared and confused. "Ux, this is my friend Omu. She is what you get when you have an AI who is too clever for her own good. Oh, Mew, this has Yuxo. She is what you get when you have an AI who is too meddlesome for its own good. She will be staying with us for a time. I know all about you, Yuxi. I have spoken with Abby back at the Amazon village earlier this morning about you. Come, both of you. Open your presents." She then pulled out 3 small wrapped packages from her sack and placed them on the galley island. 2 for you, Oxe, and 1 for John. "Sorry, John. Yours is bigger, so you only get the 1. I noted the wrapping paper was sparkling stars, moons, and swirling galaxies on a velvety black background. Fitting. I pointed to the boxes Omu had designated for Uxa and said, "Ladies first." Still naked, she approached the island hesitantly. Picking up the larger box, she turned it over carefully before pulling on a loose tab. The wrapping was the box itself, and the tab caused its lid to open. Inside was a vibrant silk kimono. She held up the silky robe and admired its colorful patterning. I helped her into it while giving Omu a subvocal, "Thank you." Omu just grinned back at me. While Ux inspected herself in the robe and ran her hands over the silky material, Omu went on to say, "I have another just like it in a larger size, if it should be needed in the future." Uxie looked at me curiously, but I said we would explain later. She opened the next smaller box. Inside was a fine chain necklace with a medium-sized gold pendant. Her face lit up and I moved to help fasten it around her neck. The pendant functions similar to John's smartwatch, Uxa. It is semi-intelligent and is linked to all local data nets, as well as by a low-bandwidth connection to the orbital satellites. I could see Yux saving up the questions Oma's statement caused. The android continued. In addition, if you point it at any surface, it will act as a projector allowing you to view images or video. Yux held the pendant up to her palm, and a recorded video image of a somewhat tired-looking Abby appeared. "I was told to wish you both a Merry Christmas. Now to have this blasted machine explain what this is all about? In the morning." The video stopped at that point. Ux's grin matched my own. "Now your turn, John," Omu said. I opened my small package wondering what Omu had meant when she said that my present was bigger. Inside I found a key fob with a Mustang logo on it. "You got me a car, Omu?" I was suspicious and doubtful, but at the same time excited. My first car had been an old red Mustang, and I had loved it. Sort of. It is on the flight deck. Why don't you both get dressed and have breakfast, and then we will go take a look. The rains have stopped, and it will be a sunny morning. A short hour later, I was climbing the ladder to the starboard deck hatch. Ux and Omu were behind me. Ux was dressed in deck shoes, shorts, and a t-shirt similar to what I was wearing. Naomi had thankfully made her a basic wardrobe and other items during the night while we slept. I told Ux that she was free to wear what she wanted, but at certain times this type of clothing would be more appropriate. Climbing around the metal decks of the boat warranted the change in her apparel. On the flight deck, parked where Habu usually sat, was my Mustang. Actually, it was an aircraft very much like Habu. The main differences were that this one was bright red and had a wider and longer two-seater cockpit. The 4 lift fans were also folded in a vertical position for landing, and I had to laugh when I saw that they had chrome spinners with matte black shrouds. I guess it did make the aircraft resemble a car when it was on the ground. I walked around inspecting the new aircraft from all sides. Something new for this aircraft was that it had transparent windows, possibly because we no longer had to fear having the master AI spot human beings riding inside. When I got to the rear, I started laughing. There was a vanity plate on the rear of the aircraft that said Hoss. How the hell did you know that my first car's nickname had been Hoss's, Omu? An old photograph of your first car was in one of your albums when you dwelled next to Pickett. When that operative had investigated you and your things, the information was added to your data files. I just shook my head, still chuckling. When I was done inspecting my new ride, I suddenly remembered that Omu had come from the orbital station. How the hell did you get here with this aircraft, Omu? It does not look scorched, and I don't see a landing pod shell nearby or in the water. I will show you the answer rather than explain it to you. Note that Hoss's is only half of your present. The red aircraft's hatches started opening. I noted that it had hatches on both sides. Omu entered first. Instead of riding in her storage compartment, Hush had a small compartment behind the seats which the android was able to squeeze into. "Climb in, you two. We're going for a short ride," she called out to us. Hoss had plenty of snort. Omu might have been showing off because once the hatches were closed and the 4 lift fans spooled up, we shot upwards. Ux gave out a shriek as we were both pushed back into our rotated seats by the G-forces. Soon we leveled off and dropped down to fly low over the narrow waterway. Our heading was southwest out towards the ocean. The end of this long strait in the inlet to the Pacific was 60 kilometers ahead, but the ocean was not our destination this morning, as we turned into a deep cove after having only traveled 12 kilometers. It was my turn to gas, as sitting on the calm waters of the cove was an 80-meter-long, smoothly streamlined yacht or boat of some sort. It was made of some shiny metal and looked like a long cigar floating on the water. As we slowly approached and circled the craft, I noted that its front was flared out wider than the body and had a noticeable V-shape for cutting through the water. Along the sides of the long body were stubby pairs of delta wings, with a smaller pair towards the front and larger wings towards the rear. There were no windows or deck features of any kind visible. In fact, the topside deck was not even flat, as its mostly cylindrical shape extended up and over the top. Where was the helm and cabins? At the rear, protected by movable tapering tail flaps and shrouds, were 3 large black nozzles. "No way! Is it a rocket?" I asked excitedly. "Yes, John, it is a space plane. Merry Christmas." "It lands on the water?" "Yes, because you may need to go where there are no prepared landing or launch facilities. I have made it so this craft is amphibious. It also utilizes the water to make its fuel. Once it is landed, hydrogen is extracted from the water and used to refuel its large fuel tanks. A small amount of oxygen is also extracted to serve crew needs, but that is not needed for the primary propulsion. The craft utilizes the electrical energy from 18 DDTs to power 3 magnetoplasma dynamic main engines, which use hydrogen as a monopropellant. The process is entirely thermally closed, needing no oxidizer, and converts the hydrogen into a high-velocity plasma to provide the thrust needed to achieve orbit. If orbit is not your destination, the craft can reach anywhere on the planet quickly by utilizing a suborbital hop and skip off the upper atmosphere. "Would you like to go aboard?" "Of course," I replied. A large shiny hatch opened in the front third of the long craft. Inside was a recess about the size of Haas. We flew over the recess and sat down on a small raised platform. Haas's wings folded in, and we were lowered inside with the hatch closing above us. The inside of Haas's cockpit continued to display our surroundings, which were of the cove and jungle beyond. A new window opened and showed a cutaway diagram of the amphibious spaceplane. I misled you slightly, John. There is no other explorable interior to this spaceplane except for the compartment used to house your new aircraft. Note the diagram on the view screen. Uxie and I watched the view screen window while Omu explained the craft. It was basically a large hollow stainless steel cylinder filled with slightly smaller hydrogen tanks. As she had said, it just had the one small cargo compartment with just enough room for Haas or a similarly sized amount of cargo. The diagram showed most of the spaces between the fuel tanks and the outer hull were empty void spaces braced with lightweight formers and stringers. The long cigar shape had a bulbous nose that flared wider than the cylinder shape behind it. In this nose was a cluster of jets, which Omu explained were concentrated there to counterbalance the heavy main engines at the rear. Also in the nose were large air-breathing electrothermal jet turbine engines, which we were told used the Detti's energy to heat the incoming air and force it under the main body. This helped the large craft to land gently and also to get out of the water on takeoff. The regression in my maturity made itself known when I voiced my thoughts. It sort of looks like a big dick. Uxie giggled. Omu paused in her explanation and simply said, "Noted." I then realized why the spaceplane looked a bit familiar to me. Say, didn't the Russians once have a plane or boat sort of like this? They called it the Sea Monster or something? Yes, John. The Ekranoplan, although that version was designed for long-distance travel, skimming just above the water surface in ground effect. It had larger wings, tail structures, and more notable engines. This spaceplane only utilizes ground effect for short periods during takeoff and landing, so those other features are omitted or drastically downsized, Omu explained. In addition to the nose-mounted jets, a long, single row of them extended along the bottom, or keel, of the spaceplane all the way to the rear. There, the engine section with its three large nozzles was located. I deduced that when landing, the fuel tanks would be mostly empty, and the DETs would act as ballast for the soon-to-be boat. The video presentation demonstrated a takeoff and re-entry, and we saw how the wings performed during both. On takeoff, they helped the craft lift clear of the water and get into ground effect. Then, once the craft was in the air, they helped rotate the spaceplane skyward. During re-entry, the wings kept the spaceplane keel side down as it re-entered. This rapidly slowed the craft, but exposed the bottom surfaces to re-entry heating. These were shielded to prevent damage. The shielding was simply a second, spaced, thin, stainless steel skin, which was temperature regulated by a superconducting web laminated to its backside. This balanced the thermal forces impacting the plane's bottom surfaces. Finally, Omu showed how the deployable hydrofoils functioned. These extended below the keel at the front and rear and helped limit water drag during takeoff and landing. The other equipment she explained included the reduction equipment, which would strip the hydrogen out of the water the plane landed in. This could be either salt or fresh water. The device also chilled the fuel to a liquid form for storage in the large, well-insulated main tanks. Omo explained that the cold which bled from the tanks was used to cool the conversion machinery, which produced a lot of waste heat. Heat exchangers also ran constantly while the vessel was on the water to maintain the hydrogen at cryogenic temperatures. The liberal energy provided by the DETs allowed any boil-off gases to be captured and recompressed and to maintain the fuel at the needed quantities. We learned that to reach the medium-altitude orbit of the space station, a full fuel load was needed. The time needed to produce that much liquid hydrogen was about a week. To simply go anywhere else on the planet without reaching orbit required much less fuel, and that amount could be produced in 30 to 40 hours. When I asked how the craft could be accelerated in the water without using up a bunch of its own fuel, Omu explained that while in the water, the motive force was by steam and the electrothermal turbine jet engines. Creating steam was easy, as all you needed to do was direct water collected by scoops in the hydrofoils through the 0.7 gigawatts of electrical energy provided by the DETs. The water flash boiled as steam, which was blown out the back to get the craft moving. The electrothermal jets in the nose, in addition to providing forward thrust, pressurized the trapped air under the wings and lifted the craft off the surface into ground effect. Once the vessel was in the air and moving fast enough, the main nozzles were energized, producing hydrogen plasma for thrust, and the spaceplane would begin to climb. The hydrofoils would then be quickly retracted into the hull, and the spaceplane would head for space. So in summary, in a day or two, we could use the spaceplane to travel practically anywhere on the planet. If we waited a week, we could even ride it into orbit and travel to the space station. It was a very cool Christmas present which would solve many of our travel needs. I made sure to give the AI a hearty thank you. Ux was quiet as we flew back to Nautilus. I suspected that this was due to too many new and strange things happening all at once. It only got worse for her when we were back aboard Nautilus and down in the salon. Ohumu began briefing her on what we were proposing for her new body. When the image of Jane's body appeared on the screen, she walked up close to study it. After a long moment, she reached out to touch the screen. "You will transfer my Xueting to this new body?" "Soul," I heard silently. "Yes, Uxe," Omu said. "Your memories and sense of self would be transferred to this new body. I would also make it so you felt more comfortable and at home with the changes. The alternative is to put you into biosuspension for years while I force your current body to change." Us looked at me. "You have done this, John?" "Yes, I was in that exact body for many months 18 years ago. In fact, when I awoke in that body, I did not realize right away that I had been changed to a girl. It was a bit of a surprise when I found out." That made her giggle. "Will it hurt?" she finally asked. "Not at all," I answered. "It's just like falling asleep. When you wake up, you will feel better than new." She thought about it for a moment, her hands unconsciously rubbing her tiny arms. Finally, "Yes, I would like this to happen. When can we begin?" "Right away if you like," Omu said. "Just have a seat on the couch." Ux did so. Omu approached and quickly gave her a hypospray injection on her neck from a small applicator she had held hidden in her palm. Geez, the AI was tricky and direct when it wanted to be. Uxie looked confused and rubbed her neck. I sat down beside her and took her other hand. "That will make you sleepy. When you wake up, it will all be over," I reassured her. "Good. Stay with me until I am asleep. I am Ska." The rest of her words were slurred as she slowly slumped over. I guided her down until she was lying flat on the couch. "I will prepare the medical creche to begin the mind data scan. Please remove her clothing and carry her up to the treatment room, John," Omu said while leaving the salon. I watched the android leave, looked at Ux and sighed. "Think clinically, John. You can do this." "Should I remove her necklace?" I asked. "Yes," Naomi said, via the room speakers. I removed the pendant and chain and pocketed it. Next, I removed the Yux's ship shoes, followed by her shirt and shorts. Her underwear consisted of only bottoms, and I removed these also. Yep, her body was that of a girl of 10 to 12. I shook my head. "Naomi, did she even have monthly cycles?" "No. Along with her lack of fertility, the master AI felt there was no need for her to even have a working reproductive system. This body lacks a uterus and ovaries." I scowled and was happy the machine was no longer free to meddle. To stretch the simile, she was as light as a feather as I carried her up to the treatment room. Omu had the creche cover open and the basin ready, so I carefully laid Ux's body down and stepped back. Omu moved in to begin the preparations. I had to smile when I saw that a metal shelf had extended from the base of the creche for the little android to stand on. She caught my smile and gave me a look that had me keeping my mouth shut. The preparations were fascinating to watch as a bystander. First was a quick shave of Ux's scalp with a vacuum-equipped clipper. That was followed by a liberal application of a depilatory cream. When the residue of her hair was washed off, Ux really looked like a child. I shuddered as I noticed her body now resembled a poor underfed kid who was undergoing cancer treatment. Omu finished up by placing the complex sensor headgear on Ux and closing the medical creche lid. "Merry Christmas, little one. I hope you like your gift," I said to the now closed creche lid. Omu and I returned to the salon, and I made myself an early lunch of a turkey sandwich, stuffing, and a piece of sweet potato pie. Merry Christmas indeed. Omu had explained that the scan would take a few hours. Then we would swap Ux's current body with the Jane body, which was waiting already revived, but unconscious in one of the spare creches below. Once the Jane body was in the upper creche, it would just take 2 hours to get Xueting's mind data installed. I learned this was due to the implant in the neural filament augments already in place in the Jane body. After that, Xueting would be kept unconscious for another 40 hours roughly to properly complete the revival process. This amount of time was necessary to let her subconscious properly gel in the new physical brain, while the creche was busy stimulating and testing neural pathways and synapses. After that was complete, Xueting could be awakened and be fully active immediately. After Xueting was out of the creche, I would be taking a turn in it. Omu explained that the storage needs for Xueting's mind data transfer would require that Naomi dump my current stored mind data backup. That backup stored on Nautilus was a bit outdated anyway, as it had been taken back when I had lost an arm. The little android even smiled when she said that she would let me shave my own scalp tomorrow to allow me a proper goodbye to the nice head of fuzz I had managed to grow since my last scan back on Baltra Island. I woke up as the creche lid was opening. The smiling face I saw waiting for me in the treatment room beyond was one I had been familiar with many times in the past when I had looked into a mirror. "Uas, how are you getting along with your new body?" I asked. "It is wonderful, John. Yesterday after you were put in here, I spent the day doing light exercises to get used to the differences. I am so tall. It's been easier than I expected though, almost like I've had it for a long time." Naomi had clearly made a few mental adjustments to ease her into the new body. Also, if she had been doing exercises yesterday, that meant I must have been in the creche longer than the 2 hours it should have taken to complete the mind data scan. "How long was I under, Omo? Were there any problems?" "It is 7:20 Friday morning, December 29th, John. We left you in the creche until this morning, as the bioscanner detected a few radioactive particles in your lungs. These were removed along with the surrounding damaged tissue. You are fully healed now, though. Good as new," Omu explained. I climbed out of the treatment basin. I noticed Uxa giving my naked body a full inspection. She had a slightly feral look in her eyes. Oh, someone now had additional hormones surging through their body. I'd have to be careful. Then it struck me. Why? We were both adults, and I had to admit, I definitely noticed the pheromones and had surging hormones of my own. Maybe I'd have to not be so careful. "Where did the radioactive particles come from? The Baltra Island explosion?" I asked to distract myself. "No, I think they came from exposure to some of the space launcher bomblet fallout. The particles have been in your lungs far longer than the recent attack would have allowed. The same could be said for the fallout currently circling the planet from the remains of Kings Bay," Omu explained. Omu said she would go see about breakfast while I went and got dressed. In my berth, Ux sat on the bed watching me while I dug out some clothing from the side chest. "I slept in your bed last night. It was amazing," she said. I just mumbled, "I think it is much better than the couch in the salon. Also, it's so big. I think there would be plenty of room if we both slept in it tonight." Wow, someone is much more forward than she had been a few days ago. Much more forward than just increased hormones would cause. "I wonder, Naomi, did you—" I began to sub-vocalize. No, I did not alter her mind in that way. I only compensated for her body's new size and abilities. I looked at Ux directly and said, "We will discuss that later tonight. For now, I'm starving. Let's go eat." I was happy to see she did not look upset at my deferral, but instead simply smiled and hopped up to follow me down to the salon. There, the first thing I noticed was that the island now had 2 stools. Sitting in front of one was a plate with eggs, bacon, and hash browns. In front of the second was a plate with just an egg and some fruit. I was smart enough to figure out which was for whom. My plate had coffee and juice next to it, while Ux's just had the juice. Omu was busy cleaning up the prep area, but I caught her giving me a smirk. I suspect that the girls had had quite a talk last night while I was in the creche. "So what are the plans for today and for the near future?" I asked both of them. "The topside weather forecast for today is sunny, warm, and calm. It would be a perfect day to spend on the water or ashore. I can have an inflatable canoe ready in less than an hour if you like," Omu said. Ux perked up at that, and I knew what our plans for the first part of the day would be. Also, Big Dick will be fully fueled by tomorrow. If you are agreeable to a little sightseeing trip, Then I have a destination already selected, Omu said. That made me perk up for two reasons. The first was that my previous comment about the spaceplane looking like a big dick had been taken as an implied naming instruction. It also could have been a joke, but I needed to come up with a better name. When I heard Omu call the space plane a big dick, it made me think of the name Bucephalus, a name I liked despite an embarrassing incident that had occurred back in middle school. I had read the name in history books long before I heard it pronounced. So when I had been laughed at while pronouncing the last part of the word asphalus, well, you can understand why I associate the name with big dick. So even though the name meant ox head instead of big dick, I decided the space plane's name would be Bucephalus. I'd prefer the space plane was called Bucephalus. Are you sure it's ready? Shouldn't it have a test flight or something? John, I'm hurt that you doubt my design and production abilities, Omu mocked. I will have you know that the space plane has already flown into space. It was constructed at a launch facility in Indonesia 2 years ago and was used by the master AI as an express transport for a short while, traveling to the smaller bases which lacked full launching facilities. When I took over the master AI, I had the space plane altered to accommodate your new aircraft instead of hauling general cargo. It was then launched to the space station about the same time as I delivered the space processor and new presence. It was intended to be my return vehicle instead of riding the nose cone back to the Kaja launch facility. One of the main reasons Nautilus came to be anchored at this place is because of the kilometers of calm, protected waters nearby. Those waters provide a suitable landing and takeoff location for Bucephalus. I guess I had never really asked why Nautilus chose this old port as an anchorage. I'd assumed that it was because there were no suitable harbors along the Peruvian coast near the launch facility. I also noticed Omu had followed my lead and switched to my preferred name. Well, I'll trust you. Why exactly are you so eager to get me up to the space station? I asked. Two reasons. First, Naomi and I feel, I smirked when she said that the trip to space will increase your knowledge and experience, and thus allow you to make better decisions as you rule and guide your new domain, she explained. That was a sobering thought. Second, we want you to undergo a full mental scan while at the space station. A number of cloned bodies are already being grown, and with a local backup of your mind data, the consequences of an accidental loss or other incident here on the ground can be mitigated. That was even more sobering. I'm not immortal, Omu, and I don't intend to become so, I said. I am aware of your views on the matter, John, but aside from those, the next few centuries are still extremely risky for your world. The assemblage will be passing through this system, and we have yet to come up with a reliable plan to prevent them from gaining a foothold again, or negating all we have accomplished here towards freeing your people in this planet. Buzzkill. I sat thinking about what she was telling me for almost 5 minutes before Yuk stood up and said, Enough talk and deep thoughts. Let's go have some fun. Ux and I spent the morning cruising around the lagoons and smaller waterways in a canoe. We had gone ashore here and there and poked around in the jungle a bit. The mothballed remediation base proved to just be more the same, so we quickly gave up on exploring that. In the jungles, Ux had found plenty of edible fruits, and we had filled a bag with a good assortment. When she asked, I promised that we could do a bit of fishing later and maybe have a campfire meal this evening. As noon approached, we were back on Nautilus for lunch. Omu had installed a rope ladder which hung over the side of the curved hull, allowing us access to the water. She had also floated a series of interlocking, rigid foam blocks to make a platform for our use as a dock. After we ate a sandwich and a potato salad, Ux loved it, for lunch, we lay on the platform just enjoying the sun. I had taken my shirt off, which led her to do the same. I noticed the Jane body still had fine breasts, and they looked just as good with Ux wearing them as they had when I had worn them. After half an hour of sunbathing, Ux stood up and stripped off the rest of her clothing and said, "Let's go swimming," and dived off into the water with a nice splash. Shit, I guess when in Rome and all that certainly applied. So I also stripped and dived in. The warm water felt great, and I never thought to check if there were crocs or other nasties swimming nearby. Ux looked to be swimming in her new body just fine, so I challenged her to a full lap around Nautilus. She started even before I could say go, and I had to dig hard to catch up with her. In the end, my longer legs and arms made the difference, although she swam quite fast. When we had finished the lap, I was a few body lengths ahead of her. She swam up to me and dunked me. What followed was a few minutes of frolicking fun as we played in the water. I pointed out that the water was an unknown and that we had better return to the dock. Once on the platform, she grabbed her clothing and headed for the rope ladder. The view she gave me as she climbed up about made me fall back into the water. I was clearly aroused when I joined her on the deck. Ohamu had brought up some towels for us and we stood there drying off. Each of us was clearly watching the other with lust in our eyes. Still undressed, I said, "Come, let's go rinse off in the shower below." She was right behind me giggling as we descended the deck hatch and paraded through the boat naked. Naomi already had the shower on when we got to the head. We entered together, and after a quick rinse, she turned to me and we embraced. The water ran over us in streams as our embrace evolved into a kiss. The kiss led to deeper kissing, and our hands roamed freely. She lingered her attentions on my arousal, and I did the same with her sex. Finally, she moaned and stepped back, saying, "I've waited for half a decade, John. I need you." Our voyeur AI cut off the water jets and hit the warm air dryers. Ux giggled as we caressed the water off of each other's bodies. When we were mostly dry, she grabbed my hand and pulled me to my berth. What followed was many things, all of them wonderful. There was passion and intimacy, instruction and surprises, questions and demonstrations. Her body was fully mature and ready. When I was finally inside her, there was no pain or hesitation. As our lovemaking pace quickened to a mutual climax, I suddenly realized that her body might now be fertile. I paused slightly and started to sub-vocalize. "Naomi," she realized my concern as I heard, "Ux's new body is fully functional, but like it was when you occupied it, I have left its cycles suspended for now. There can be no progeny from your union until her cycles are resumed." With that concern settled, I continued my actions and let nature take its course. It was heaven. It was the next morning when we finally emerged from my berth. I had a few new aches and sore muscles, but I was a very happy man. Ux was also in a bubbly mood and seemed to have a few new issues of her own as she moved about. I caught her smiling at me as we ate a breakfast of the fruit we had collected yesterday, and that Omu was kind enough to retrieve from the floating dock where I had forgotten it. I chucked as I reminisced about the previous afternoon spent in my bedchambers. After our first lovemaking session, we had continued using our prime young bodies to their full extent. Much was repeated and a few new things were tried. Between those bouts, we would nap until one of us woke and started in again. Finally, at supper time, Omu poked her head in and asked if she needed to toss a bucket of water on us. Instead, she had brought us a delicious supper of fish chowder and still warm bread, which we ate right in bed. Afterward, we were drowsy and stayed in bed talking quietly until full sleep came for both of us. I smiled again when I remembered that even during the night, we had taken advantage of each other's company a few more times. It was like the long denial of her sex, combined with my long drought of human companionship, had needed to be purged from each of us. Only this morning, after another mutual shower, had our lusts apparently been slaked enough for us to act somewhat normally. After our breakfast, I spent some time getting the canoe and docks stowed or reduced and did other chores on board the boat. Ux spent an hour sitting at the video screen chatting with Abby. From the overheard giggles and by the way they paused when I passed by, I had an idea of what they were talking about. I reconciled the fact that the person Uxit was likely sharing my sexual exploits with was my own daughter by remembering that Abby was well beyond the great-grandmother stage and had probably been there, done that enough to deal with anything Ux said. While I was working alone, I had a more detailed discussion with Naomi about Uxis and the consequences of our lovemaking. The main subject was reproduction. Naomi explained that Ux's ovaries currently did not contain eggs. If at some point she wanted a child, Naomi could easily load her up with a tailored batch. No, Naomi did not describe it in those terms. I came up with the description all on my own. Naomi even went further and explained that if I were to be the father, the eggs would be tailored to not have any genetic incompatibilities. When I asked what she meant, she reminded me that the body that Uxie was now wearing had been originally grown using my own DNA templates. It had been made female, but the fact still remained that our bodies were currently very close genetically. Think twin siblings close. The fresh memories I still had floating around in my mind made me ignore much of the implications of her statement. We delayed our departure to space aboard Bucephalus until Sunday. Saturday had proven windy, and a storm front had passed through later in the day. I also suspect the AI gave Ux and me the day to deal with and recover from our recent exuberance. Today the weather was better, although the skies were still overcast. It was late morning, and we were currently in Haas flying towards the cove, where the fully fueled space plane waited. Ux and I had the cockpit all to ourselves. Oma was in the front storage compartment along with our luggage. When I had asked why she was not riding with us in the cockpit in the space behind the seats, she had just said that she was fine in the storage compartment. I looked over at Ux and smiled. The girl looked radiant, with her darker skin and perfect complexion. The flight suits Naomi had made for us were tight-fitting, and they hugged Uxie's curves. "Nervous?" I asked. "Yes, a little." Well, one thing I have learned over the past few years is that the AIs are damn good engineers. The only real problems I have ever had have been the result of my own actions. From the sounds of it, we will just be along for this ride, so that means fewer chances for me to screw something up. Good analysis, John. You are learning. Ux laughed. Omu or Naomi must have transmitted the message to both of us. I noticed a smaller flying object off our port quarter. Naomi had sent an aerial drone from Nautilus to monitor the launch. I scrolled through the cockpit menu system and made a new window appear, which showed the transmitted video being taken from the drone. I laughed when Ux looked at the close-up views of herself in the window and tried to figure out where the images were coming from. We neared the cove and slowed. I had to admit I was also a little nervous. The one bit of good news was that Ux and I did not have to worry about space sickness. Omu had assured us that our implants and brain alterations would prevent us from suffering from any disorientation, so we carried no barf bags. Ux had asked about going to the toilet. Omu said that there was a vacuum arrangement in Haas which would handle those needs, but she still recommended that we take care of number 2 before we left. I spotted Bucephalus at the back of the cove. The shiny metal space plane was sitting much lower in the water than it had been during our previous visit. I also noticed that the front intakes and discharges for the electrothermal turbine engines were open, as were the intake scoops at the rear. The fore and aft wings were now just above the water. I noted that their tips were angled down, forming sponsons or tip floats for stability. These would also help the wings to funnel the turbine exhaust underneath to help lift the plane from the water. The drone video feed showed a great view of Haas landing and being lowered inside the belly of the beast. When we were fully aboard and Bucephalus sealed up, I noticed that it was far from quiet inside the spaceplane. In fact, it was quite noisy with the various compressors, heat pumps, fuel pumps, and other devices in operation. The AI was also busy testing all the movable surfaces, the turbines, and the gimbaled main engines. "Oh, Mew, we didn't bring goggles. Will it be noisy during the takeoff?" "It will be incredibly noisy, John. I will cause the implants to drastically decrease the sensitivity of your auditory nerves during takeoff. You and Ux will be able to communicate by sub-vocalizing, and the implants will allow the other to hear." I felt movement. The exterior view showed Bucephalus using her steam-assisted water jet impellers to exit the cove and get us into the main channel. We would be taking off to the northwest back towards where Nautilus was anchored. Once we were airborne, we'd quickly turn due east for the trip to orbit. It took us about 15 minutes to make the slow cruise from the cove out into the wider channel of the strait. There, we held position and waited for our launch window to open. That was to happen in 4 minutes, and we would have just under 20 seconds to start our launch. If we had to delay or abort, the next window would be in 4 hours. Our target's mid-Earth altitude equatorial orbit meant that there would be a window every 4 hours around the clock. I checked my seat straps and made sure they were a bit tighter than normal. The noise level dropped as Omu adjusted my auditory nerves. I saw Oxie's mouth moving occasionally. Omu must be explaining to her what was happening via the implant. At 1 minute, the vibrations started to rise as the turbine spooled up. In the drone video window, I saw clouds of water vapor begin to blow back from the thruster ports near the nose. At 30 seconds, there were a few large bumps, and the designations for the hydrofoils now indicated down and locked. Everything on the board was in the green, and there were no cautions or warnings. Once the clock hit 10 seconds, things started happening rapidly. A large countdown display popped up on a new window, and AI-generated coarse vector lines and boxes appeared in the center of our forward display. We started moving with just a few seconds left before the countdown hit 0. The drone video now showed a cloud of water vapor and steam streaming behind both our nose and our tail. The turbines went to full power, and we noticeably surged forward. Orcs reached over with her left hand and grabbed my right. "The clock is running," I heard, making me smile. I was impressed at how fast Bucephalus was accelerating in the water. Our large size kept the ride much smoother than I expected also. Instead of a pleasure boat bouncing across the ripples, we were more like a freighter plowing through the water. At 30 seconds, we started to climb above the water on the hydrofoils. The ride got a bit smoother and quieter. Our acceleration also increased as we shed much of our drag. At 40 seconds, we had already traveled 3 kilometers down the 10-kilometer-long predicted launch path. The ride smoothed out even more, which meant our hydrofoils were now completely out of the water. Sure enough, the indicators showed them retracting. We continued to accelerate as we skimmed along in ground effect just a few meters above the surface. The drone had long since fallen behind, and its view showed a zoomed-in view of the enormous rooster tail of water vapor thrown up by our passage. At 55 seconds, our hydrogen plasma engines kicked in with a thump and a steady roar. The wing flaps started to rotate us up into our climb. We were well past 8 kilometers downrange, and the rotation and increased G-forces calmed my nerves, as the mangrove jungle had been approaching awfully fast in front of us. I saw a new bit of information appear on the display that showed our extendable aerospike nose had deployed. This resembled a spear that stuck out in front of us 7 meters and moved our shockwave forward enough to clear our wide nose. It would be needed once we passed the speed of sound. The seats rotated forward slowly as we sank back into our seats. Bucephalus was now at a 40-degree climb and turning to starboard to get us onto our easterly heading. Our acceleration continued to grow as we lost mass. Ux had a death grip on my hand, and I tried to tell her we would be fine. Our angle of attack increased steadily until we were near 80 degrees. The bank stopped as our heading finally aligned with the equator. At 4 minutes, we were at our maximum G loading of 3.2 Gs. Both Ux and I were grunting through each breath as Omu began to call out our progress and calm our fears. The external view had grown dark as we left the atmosphere. The ride was much smoother, with the only rumble coming from the 3 magnetoplasma-dynamic engines. I could see Ux's mouth moving constantly as she rambled off questions to the AI. Her grip on my hand was still tight, but had eased off a bit. Now that we were much lighter and above the atmosphere, our engines began to throttle back. A few minutes later, one of them cut off completely. This brought our G-force load down to just under 2 Gs, and our breathing got much easier. The view screen began showing additional views outside Bucephalus. The view looking along our keel towards the rear was incredible. You could clearly see the curvature of the Earth. We were in space. I was an astronaut. A boyhood dream had been fulfilled. At 14 minutes 40 seconds, we reached Mako, meaning the main engines cut off completely. The sudden falling sensation was a bit of a shock. Omu, or Bucephalus's AI, reduced the tension on our seat straps a bit, and the seats rotated back. On the display, the message "free fall duration 55:03" was displayed. This started to count down to 0 and indicated how much time we had until the engines fired again to circularize our orbit at roughly 6,330 kilometers above sea level. We are now passing above low Earth orbit. DET power is being diverted to the magnetic radiation shields. Everything on board Bucephalus is operating in optimal condition. The mission is proceeding according to plan. Enjoy your brief period of weightlessness, Omu said to both of us. We looked at each other and smiled. Omu's message about the shields reminded me that we would be entering the inner radiation belt which surrounded the Earth. The mid-Earth orbit location of the space station was smack dab in the region of the highest flux zone of the inner belt, so we and much of our equipment needed to be shielded. We had both active and passive shielding. The active came from a superconducting web energized by the debts which surrounded the entire spaceplane, and the passive came in the form of a shell of boron nitride nanotube shielding placed around Haas's recess. The replicator cover dinged. I opened it to find 2 squeeze packs filled with an orange liquid. I passed one to Ux and tasted mine. Tangy. In fact, it tasted like orang. Oh, moo, did you make us tang? Did I get the flavor right? Pickett had never sampled it, and I was working from recorded descriptions of a funny-tasting bland orange drink from your old web. You did pretty well. Thank you, I said. Xueting asked me to explain, so I spent a minute telling her about the moonshot astronauts. This led to another minute trying to convince her that humans had actually gone to the moon and landed on it. I don't know if she believed me or not. Hopefully, the AIs would back me up. When I finished my tongue, the seat straps came completely undone, and the seats slowly reclined until they were flat. Now I knew why Omu had not ridden in the back compartment. With the seats out of the way, we had a good volume of cabin space to float around in. Not enough to spin like a top, but enough to have us laughing as we bounced off each other, trying to stay orientated. When Bolero started playing over Haas's sound system, I realized what Omu's other reason for remaining out of the cabin had been. Ux looked confused at the music for a moment until I embraced her and asked her if she could think of any ways to pass the short hour we would be weightless. Soon our passionate kissing was only interrupted when we struggled out of our flight suits and underthings. What can I say about weightless sex? Well, it certainly encouraged deep hugging and entwined limbs. After we spent 15 minutes pretending to be Satellite 69, we learned mutual cooperation was very helpful as we attempted traditional intercourse. Thank God the flight controls were virtual, as I think I banged into and off of every part of the cockpit while building towards my second climax. When we were spent, we simply floated for the last 10 minutes entwined in each other's embrace. Every part of the cockpit except the seats was showing the view of our surroundings, which was the beautiful blue and white orb of the Earth against the backdrop of a million stars in a black sky. As I floated content in my lover's arms, I studied the view. It occurred to me that the AI behind it had taken liberties as the view was slowing, rotating around us. We had also not passed into darkness once during our 40-minute-long session, which did not match the reality of our orbit. Oh well, I'd still give the show a big thumbs up. Our seats began to return to the seating position, signaling our period of weightlessness was soon to be over. The replicator dinged again, and I found a pair of warm, moistened washcloths. We wiped ourselves down and then helped each other find our clothes, which had drifted all over the cockpit. Xueting had managed to get fully into her flight suit when the engines began our maneuver, while I sat there only in my shorts with my suit around my ankles. That got a laugh out of both of us. I managed to finish dressing when we were again in weightlessness and slowly approaching the station. It filled the view screen with its entwined snowflake and many modules construction. I noticed a few new additions to the station. One of these was a large open-web torus mounted next to the old stationary particle accelerator torus. I recalled that the torus had a diameter almost 600 meters across, so this new construction was large. Another new bit of construction was a module in motion. This looked like a spinning, double-ended hammer. One end had a large cylindrical shape that was the same as one of the Orion launcher cargo modules. This was connected to a long tubular structure at least 100 meters long. The tube had a hub object, which appeared to be the center of the structure's rotation. I tried to time its spin and guessed that it rotated about twice a minute. On the far end was a smaller tube leading to a smaller opposite hammerhead. Also, the distance from the hub to this smaller head was less at about 30 meters as compared to the 60 leading to the larger end. To spin off-centered as it was, the smaller head must weigh much more, or the larger cylindrical head must be hollow. The central hub was attached to the non-rotating bulk of the station by a short stationary tube. There was clearly a pivot or rotary joint of some sort where this strut met the rotating hub. I'd have to learn what all this was after we arrived. I realized the sheer size of the place as it kept growing and growing as we approached. Eventually, we spotted the large module, which was our docking point. As we approached it, I noticed something else. A few of the modules still showed the damage and slag from the diversion attacks which had been launched from the Atlantic Ocean. Some of these areas were being repaired as we approached, as I could see the sparks of plasma cutters in action and the purple glow of electron beam welders operating in the vacuum around the station. When I mentioned that, Omu explained that the glow came from trace gases emitted by the fusing metal. The actual docking was interesting as we had views from both Bucephalus and the orbital station. Docking might not be the correct term as it was more of a grabbing, when a large manipulator from the station grabbed onto Bucephalus and pulled us into a large metal enclosure. The covering over Haas was opened, and another smaller manipulator pulled the red vehicle out and placed us into an airlock large enough to hold the complete aircraft. The sounds of air flowing could be heard, and soon the hatches unsealed with a pop of pressure equalization and opened. Xueting and I floated out and were joined by Omu, who had floated out of the nose storage compartment. I winked back at her brief smirk towards me. John, please follow me." The android led us through a narrow connection tunnel. She moved with purpose and no wasted motions. We humans bounced and spun around and overcompensated. At the far end of the tunnel was a hatch which opened as we approached. Inside was a sphere a bit over 2 meters in diameter. The interior was padded and had tether handholds sticking out all around its interior. Once we were inside, the hatch sealed with an airtight snook sound. I felt a slight pressure change. "This is a transfer orb. Most of the station is in vacuum, and this orb will be your means to navigate to its various parts. Our destination will be your habitat, where you two will be able to refresh yourselves." Omu instructed us to secure our feet into tether loops and hang on. There were brief sensations of movement as the orb maneuvered out of the landing bay area and headed towards our quarters, I guess. There were a few smaller view screens which showed an outside view as we moved through the entwined snowflake general shape of the station. We approached the spinning hammer object I had spotted during our initial approach. As we grew close, I could see that the central hub of the spinning object had a docking port. Sure enough, our orb aligned with this port and slowly started spinning to match the hub. There was a clank and the sound of latches being engaged. After half a minute, there was another small pressure change and the hatch opened. Omu led the way from the orb into the hub. The hub was a cylinder about 3 meters in diameter. The rear wall had a closed hatch which must lead to the rotary joint. One curved side was filled with lockers and a pair of spacesuits mounted on supports. The opposite curved side had an open hatch which led to the long tubular tunnel. I saw that across the tunnel was a mesh web of tethers. The slight rotation of the hub was causing Xueting and me to come into contact with the outer walls, although the pressures were very light. "John, please make your way to the mesh and hold onto it while assuming a sitting position." We did so, and once we were in a position and hanging onto the mesh, it started moving away from the hub. As we were pulled down the tube, our weight increased, and the mesh became a floor. As it reached the bottom, I noted that we felt about a third of our normal weight. Above us in the tube, Omu was falling down. The android was holding onto a handhold which was sliding down a long track. One of its feet was standing in a foothold in the same track. The holds were moving faster than we were falling, and I could see that method as being much quicker. We reached the bottom and found ourselves in the center of a circular room about 15 meters in diameter. The space was mostly open and resembled the salon on board Nautilus. This salon had a half-dozen large, polarized viewing windows looking out into space, though. On opposite sides of the perimeter, there were steep ship's ladders leading down, which indicated there were more levels below us. The mesh stopped a half-meter above the floor, and we climbed off of it. In this position, it looked like a triangular mesh hammock suspended between 3 guide rails on narrow columns leading up to the tubular opening in the ceiling. Omu emerged from the ceiling, riding down one of the rails, and jumped to the floor when her perch stopped moving. I noticed all 3 rails had similar perches. As you may have deduced already, you may use either the transport perches or the full mesh to transition between the hub above and the main habitat level here. If you do use the perches, the mesh will follow, acting as a safety net preventing damage if you should slip off and fall, Omu explained. She motioned for us to explore our new quarters, which we did. The main level contained our lounge and eating area. There was also a small toilet chamber off to one side. At 16 meters across and a few meters high, there was plenty of room. Near one side was a large, comfortable-looking sofa which faced a wall-mounted view screen. The ceiling curved up another meter until it reached the central tube leading up to the hub. On the next level down were our sleeping quarters and a much larger, fully equipped bathroom. I smiled when I saw the bed. It was centered on the level and round. I was curious about how the blankets and sheets would work, but decided to explore that later. I looked and noted no mirror on the ceiling. At least the AIs had some tact. One side of this level was the medical room. Inside were 4 medical creches. 2 sat with their lids open and were clearly empty. The other 2 were sealed. I suspected these were growing replacement clone bodies. Finally, on the lowest level was a gymnasium. The space was a large, open, circular area, 16 meters across. It was also the tallest chamber at over 6 meters and had a band of thick crystal viewports circling the space near the top. I noted a basketball hoop on one side and got excited. We were also noticeably heavier down here at the bottom of the habitat, but still light enough that I wondered if I could touch the ceiling. I tried and came up 2 meters short. I would easily be able to dunk a basketball through. When I asked about Coriolis effects on our balance, Omu reminded me that the implants would help counteract the disorientation. She also reminded us not to throw anything to each other without a lot of practice, as the paths of the thrown objects would not be apparent. One of the games in the gymnasium was just that, tossing a weighted padded ball to each other. I will be serving lunch in 30 minutes. If you wish to freshen up, there's clean clothing waiting in the middle level, Omo said as she headed back up one of the perimeter ship's ladders. Uxie looked at me and nodded. A quick shower would be a good idea after our recent freefall exploits. This time we stuck to the task of showering. The water jets beaded and clumped on our bodies in the light gravity, which made for a novel experience. The air dryer afterward was different too, with the warm, dry airstream moving at high velocity in a downward motion towards low-mounted intakes. Since we were in a perfectly climate-controlled environment, Ux just slipped on a pair of silky shorts and a camisole top. Her breasts were visible and impressive in the low gravity. The same could not be said about me, as the gravity just made my genitals look clumpy, so I slipped on a tighter-fitting pair of boxer briefs. Lunch was finger food and a sticky vegetable salad. We each had a normal glass of juice, but this was served in a sippy cup, as a liquid sloshing in an open cup would take some getting used to. After we ate, Omu directed us up the central shaft and towards what she called the command center. For our trip up the shaft, we each rode one of the sliding perches. These moved faster, but the slowdown at the top was tricky. We quickly learned that you had to push upwards on the hand perch to keep your foot firmly lodged into the foot perch, or the deceleration would flip you end for end. Of course, the central hub had thick padding for just such an occurrence. The back hatch on the central hub led to this command center. Behind the open hatch was a spin room, as Omu called it. The spin room would spin us down to stationary in relation to the rest of the space station, or spin us back up when we returned. It also acted as an airlock. Omu explained that the room was an easier solution than designing some sort of rotary seal that could safely hold pressure over long periods of time. We entered the chamber and hugged its outer walls as it spun for a bit. When it stopped, we were again perfectly weightless, with no drifting towards the outer walls. The opposite hatch opened, and before us was a 20-meter-long tube. There was an open hatch at the other end. Omu looked at me and said, "The enemy's gate is down," and pushed off quickly, traveling feet first towards the far end of the tube. Ux looked at me puzzled, and I just rolled my eyes and said I'd explain later. Better yet, I'd have Omu explain it. I hoped she gave Uxie the book, as the movie version had sucked. I realized just then that I did not know if Uxie could even read English. This impressed on me just how new we were to each other. I'd have to keep that in mind. My flight down the long tube involved much bouncing and skipping off the walls. I reached the bottom about when I had it figured out. What I found there was a small circular anteroom leading to a second, much bigger empty sphere, about 8 meters in diameter. The anteroom was lined with devices. One looked like a zero-G kitchenette. Another looked like the zero-G toilets I remembered from the old space program. There was even a small cubicle with a pillow attached to one side. A sleeping stall? We moved past this anteroom and entered the large empty sphere. The inside was very dark, and the sphere's interior was a dull gray. 6 narrow dark stalks surrounded our entry and led inwards a few meters towards the center. There they ended in a loose webbing. Omu pointed to the webbing and gave us each a shove. We floated the final few meters and latched onto the webbing, holding us just short of the center of the sphere. I was about to ask what was going on when the dark gray inner surface flared quickly and then disappeared, leaving us floating in empty space. One whole side was filled with the blue earth. Ux gasped, and I admit I was right there with her. I quickly noticed I was not emptying my lungs of air, which proved we were still in the sphere, and the inside face was a projection. Oh my, but what a projection. The hell with 4K, this must have been 40K resolution. Welcome, John and Ux, the slightly booming but distinctive feminine voice of Naomi said. How do you like my lair? You need to end a question like that with a Dr. Evil laugh. You know, muhahaha, and all that. Noted, John. Now, the image you see can be controlled with your eye movements, similar to how your goggle images were manipulated. Your hand can also be used to manipulate the image. The chamber is currently slave to you, John. Give it a try. Okay. I looked at the Earth and made the widening eye motions. The view began to zoom in. North America was not in the view, so I used my hand to make a turning and twisting motion. The Earth in the image rotated and spun around until I had North America orientated similarly to how it looked on a map. Is this all recorded, or does any of it use live images? I asked. A combination of both types are used. It is a composite image created from the most recent low-orbit satellite observations. I glanced at Uxie, and she was floating there transfixed. The wonder and joy on her face made me smile. Back on the image, I zoomed us into the former United States and further towards the Central Plains. Much of this was white as it was currently covered with snow, with it being winter there. I continued zooming in towards where my acreage used to be. I used the Missouri River as a guide and then followed up a smaller tributary river valley to where the new falls and the large lake had been. The ice on the lake was distinctive even from space, and I was able to find the new waterfall. From there, I moved the map a few dozen kilometers to the west-southwest, but I was unable to spot the old field base where I had escaped from a few hundred years ago. Naomi, I can't find the South Dakota field base. Can you locate it for me? A red marker appeared, and the image zoomed in and shifted a few kilometers. There it was. The field base was still there and had clearly been enlarged over the centuries. I also spotted groves of pine trees lining many of the ravines and waterways in the area. The small lake a few kilometers to the north was completely surrounded by new trees. I also spotted a structure near where my old house would have sat. What's that? I asked, curious and maybe a bit offended. My land. Just a small storage structure, John. It can be easily moved if you wish, Naomi answered. I guess it was not hurting anything. I told her it was fine and then explained to Ux that the structure was where I used to live before the Earth was wrecked. I suspect that she thought I was crazy for living in such a cold and desolate place. Seasons were another thing she would have to learn about. Hers had alternated between rainy, muggy, and hot, and less rainy, muggy, and hot. Back over the field base, I saw that there was now a cleared landing area. This had a few larger flying drones parked on its edges. There was a larger greenhouse visible. The base must be busy regrowing the biosphere in the area. Note 2 kilometers southwest, Naomi said after a minute. I shifted the overhead image as she directed and noted a large herd of brown grazing animals. Are those cattle? I asked. Bison. They tolerate the conditions on the Great Plains better. Wow, the herd was big at over half a kilometer long. I could see where they had disturbed the snow as they grazed. They were heading in a generally westward direction. I noted a small overlay was showing the date the image was taken as 2 days ago. When it was summer and warmer, I'd love to go see them. Hell, the new lake north of the old Sioux Falls would make a great landing area for Bucephalus. I'd have to plan a vacation. Next, I scrolled the map a bit and got us a view of the Tennessee field base. I told us that this was where I had been in biosuspension when I had been awakened to go save Abby's mother, Anna. Now I scrolled the map towards the southeast. 50 kilometers from where Kings Bay used to be, I started seeing fresh scars and craters. There were signs that the forests in the area had recently burned. Closer to the coast, the craters became larger and more numerous. Red overlays appeared on the display, which I took to mean that these areas had high radiation. Faint arrows indicated which way the fallout was continuing to drift. Ux looked at me with a questioning expression. That used to be Kings Bay. Naomi had a hidden facility there which had built the Nautilus. We had used the hidden base to construct and launch weapons into space when we attacked the Master AI. We did not expect the attacks to make it through the AI's defenses, but merely act as a distraction. In that, it was successful, but the Master AI's retribution was extreme. That whole part of the continent is now unsafe for us due to radiation. I could tell she had more questions, but my somber expression forestalled them. I diverted her by scrolling the map to the Amazon rainforest. As I began to zoom the image into the upper Purus River watershed on the eastern edges of Peru, she realized where I was going for. "My old home village?" she asked excitedly. I nodded and continued to zoom down until I found the village. The date showed current, and the village was clearly in darkness. The image showed a low-light enhanced view with a thermal overlay. You could clearly see hotspots of the cooking fires in the lit outlines of people sleeping or resting in their huts. "Can you show us the village in the last daytime?" The image reversed until it was light. Now you could see people walking about or canoeing on the river. I zoomed into the medical temple, and we could clearly see Abby talking with a pair of tribal members. She led them inside, probably to begin restoring their fertility. Uxie laughed at the display. She was reaching for her amulet to call her when I reminded her it was night there and Abby was sleeping. Naomi spoke up and said that it was just after dark and that Abby was still awake. Ix put through the call and began explaining to Abby that we were watching her from space. A minute later, the view returned to the current nighttime image, and you could see the thermal outline of a person standing outside the medical building. Ux continued to jabber at Abby and Kashinawa and then laughed when Abby's thermal figure began jumping up and down and waving its arms. After that fun, Naomi recommended that we go back to our habitat and burn off some energy. We did so and actually did it by exercising, playing in the gym. It was a lot of fun learning how everything behaved in 1/3 gravity and how the Coriolis forces affected things in motion. When we played catch, the ball would dive if you threw it in this direction the habitat was spinning. It would rise if thrown in the opposite direction. Sideways, it would drift sideways. You get the idea. Weird. When we were tired and all sweaty, we took another shower. This one was not as focused on cleaning as the first. Supper that night was a party. As Omu reminded us, it was New Year's Eve. We had sparkling wine and even taught each other different types of dances. Omu played hostess, although I took her for a spin or two on the dance floor. She even pinched my butt once. Much later, Yux and I figured out how the circular bed worked. We delayed using the covering as we passed the New Year transition making love. When midnight struck, we had just finished and were laying there in each other's arms. We both jumped when the non-mirrored ceiling suddenly lit up with a huge firework display, and both the AIs called out, "Happy New Year!" What a way to celebrate. The next day, Uxie went to school while I went into the medical creche to be scanned. Naomi would be tutoring Yuxie and continuing to round out her knowledge. This was not just science and technology, but mainly history and a better understanding of humanity and its past cultures. Ixu was a very intelligent woman and just lacked context and raw knowledge. As Naomi started providing that, Uxie would be able to ask questions as fast as she could absorb the answers. My bout in the creche would provide a digital copy of my mind data that would exist here at the space station. This would augment the one floating around on Nautilus. I began to feel like I was a bootleg CD being passed around. At least I was still bald from my scan 3 days ago. I did have to be depilated though. Now I was baby smooth again. Ux and I had discussed being bald. Even though I made clear the benefits of being bald, especially down there, Uxie wanted to try hair. She had never had long hair or any pubic hair because of her stunted growth and wanted to try both. Naomi had provided a treatment that would promote hair growth, and she was already fuzzy in both places. The next day when Ux was in school, I was in the command center talking with Naomi. Our topics under consideration were the pending arrival and passage of the assemblage Arc ship and the redevelopment and expansion of the human race. She had many thoughts on the former, while I was primarily focused on the latter. Naomi had been outlaying the various responses we had available regarding the Arc ship. They ranged from trying to blow it up on one end of the scale to evacuating the current human population and fleeing before they arrived on the other. When I said that I had already decided not to flee, Naomi made the case that this was now a different option. In the 293 years we had remaining until the Arc ship's passage, she felt that she could build a true interstellar vessel, one that would take only a few centuries to travel the gulf between the stars, as opposed to 100 millennia for the rushed escape she had proposed. before we had taken down the master AI. Also, this new ship would be large enough to carry the current total human population, including the tribal humans living in the Amazon. It was an interesting idea. I liked the idea of spreading humanity beyond just this one solar system. But I also hated the thought of giving up on this one, our ancestral home, especially now that the AI had restored much of the damage inflicted on the planet. I still chafe thinking of the new radioactive zones created during the recent battle. I told Naomi not to rule out the idea yet and that I would think about it. The other extreme option of trying to destroy the Ark was risky. The only likely method would be a very high-speed kinetic impactor. This method had many challenges. The first was how to accelerate a mass large enough and fast enough to annihilate the Ark. Another would be how to aim such an attack. A third challenge would be how to determine the enemy's precise course through our system. Would we launch our attack before the Ark arrived and hope to find its course, or wait until after it flew by when we would have that information? If the latter, we would still have to survive their near passage through the system. Also, what if the Ark was not a single object? It could be dozens or hundreds of vessels, or it could have advanced scouts traveling ahead, looking for such a threat. There was even a tiny chance that it had followers intent on punishing any attackers after the fact. We just did not know. Between those extremes was a middle option, one that Naomi was recommending. This was to simply do nothing. By nothing, I mean nothing unexpected by the assemblage. In the 293 years we had until the Ark's passage, Naomi would pretend to be the master AI and continue preparing the system for the assemblage's flyby and migration transmissions. This would mean that the orbital launchers from the various launch facilities around the world would continue to send supplies to space as the hundreds of large ultra-high bandwidth relay satellites in geosynchronous orbit would need to be constructed. Naomi would have to continue sending the same type of periodic interstellar messages to the approaching assemblage and do so in a manner indistinguishable from the master AI. She thought she had access to enough of the old data and records to properly format the coded messages. On the ground, the construction of the cloning facilities and receiving stations would have to be begun and completed as planned. Or enough construction would have to happen to fool the assemblage as it passed. The same went for the arcologies. A large number of somethings would have to be built that would stand up to scrutiny from any spying scouts that passed through the system with the Ark. The enormous data storage facilities on the ground could be faked, as they would not be receiving the relays from the geosynchronous satellites. Well, they would be receiving something, but instead of each set of mind data being stored in a data array, it would be simply overwriting the data which had arrived before. In other words, the billions of total mind data sets would be sent to the Earth, just not in a form that could be downloaded into a biological body. If we acted our part right, the passing Ark ship would never know that its sown seeds were simply dumped. The do-nothing plan had a good chance of success. The downside was the incredibly massive amounts of construction that would still need to be completed. The working relays in space were needed because the transmissions would use quantum particles for security and to ensure data integrity and verify successful reception. The transmitting Ark ship would be doing periodic checks to confirm the transmissions were arriving properly. This confirmation extended all the way down the chain to the only weak link, the final biological implantation. The Ark would be long gone before living bodies should have begun emerging from the download facilities. That last stage is where Naomi could stop the flow of enemy data. One potential snag to the plan was that we were not sure if and when the assemblage would be sending operatives to inspect conditions beforehand, or to observe and oversee the process. Naomi feared that if they did send operatives, and if she denied downloading them into active biological or AI units, then the assemblage would learn of that when they failed to report back. She did not have a reliable way to deal with her early arriving presences or operatives. As she described the risk, I had a weird thought. For some reason, her worries reminded me of an old science fiction movie I had seen long ago. In the movie, much of humanity existed in a virtual world. They remained unaware of the fact as they went about their business. What if we construct a virtual world for any enemy operatives or AI presences to be downloaded into? If we made it accurate enough, they would not know they were in a simulation and would transmit back that all is going according to plan, I said. Silence. 8 whole seconds of silence. I was beginning to wonder if Naomi had shorted out or if something more urgent was happening elsewhere. Just before I was about to ask, Naomi finally responded. Yes, John, your idea will work. A simulated environment could be created that is detailed enough to fool any operatives or presences sent by the assemblage. The only challenge would be constructing the enormous processing arrays and data storage centers to run such a detailed virtual environment. Conveniently, since we are forced to continue building a large number of download and data arrays for storing the assemblage mine data, we can use those facilities to run the simulated virtual world. Again, well done. You have surprised me with your intuitive cleverness. I am calling Omu to come and give you a kiss for me, Naomi gushed. I was fascinated. She sounded truly excited. Not necessary. I will have Xueting do that later, I said. I was just glad to have been able to contribute a useful idea. We left that subject of what to do about the assemblage with the do-nothing deception plan being the preferred plan. I told Naomi that I would think about it for a day or two and let her know for sure about the other option of fleeing. Before I left, she repeated her praise of my virtuality idea. I laughed when she ended her statement with a loud booming "Muhahaha." After a lunch break and a session in the command center's zero-G vacuum-equipped toilet, we reconvened to discuss what to do about humanity. In my thoughts about the problem over the past few weeks, I had become sure of 2 things. The first was that I wanted most of the changes made by the master AI to the colony humans undone. They had been made more fertile, and I wanted that stopped. They had also been conditioned to accept their current living and mating situations. That was a trickier issue. While I wanted that conditioning reversed, these people had been living with the arrangement for a long while now. I would have to investigate how these living arrangements were working for them. The second conclusion I had reached was that I did not want humanity to ever reach the population densities again that it had achieved at the time of the attack on the Earth. In my half-century of living in that world, I had noted 2 things. People living in dense cities tended to act illogically. The same could be said about people who lost their ability to be somewhat self-reliant. The power of the AIs and the automation we now had available could exacerbate both problems if we were not careful. Towards that end, I was trying to come up with a way to prevent overpopulation and stagnation. Neither was an easy problem to solve. The good news on the overpopulation front is that we had the whole Earth available. Overpopulation would not be an immediate threat. But if I could stop the trend early, so more the better. As far as stagnation went, I just did not know. If I limited humanity's taking advantage of the miracles of alien technology, I would be the world's biggest hypocrite. Why shouldn't every person have almost every wish granted or be rejuvenated at will to maintain perfect health and fitness? On the plus side of the equation, I suspected that the Earth would be a much more natural and healthier place, with the machines providing our needed resources instead of intensive mining and farming altering much of its surface. Secondly, if people could be made young, healthy, and long-lived, maybe they would not be in such a hurry to reproduce, and maybe they would take more care of their surroundings. Would they begin thinking in the long term and stop acting irrationally or without careful consideration? These were some of the thoughts I discussed with Naomi. As a logical machine, she was all too aware of humanity's flaws. She was also intelligent enough to realize that humans needed some freedom and independence, or they would stagnate into ignorance and apathy. I needed more information. Regarding the colony humans, I set Naomi on the task of planning an inspection trip. I would go down and see for myself how the colony groupings were getting along. After a few seconds of thought, she suggested that we visit the colony in New Zealand. It was summer there, and Lake Taupo would make an ideal landing and takeoff location for Bucephalus. I had always wanted to see New Zealand ever since I watched those Tolkien book movie adaptations, so the idea sounded good to me. Naomi said that we could go right away, as all she had to do was provide a few supplies and load enough hydrogen on board Bucephalus to allow it to make a 40-degree change in her orbital plane. She did suggest delaying long enough for the field base in New Zealand to send a few drones over to the lake to assess the conditions there for landing. Not only the wind and weather conditions, but more importantly the depth of the lake, and to ensure that nothing was drifting about on the surface. I concurred, and we set the departure for 2 days from now on Thursday, January 4th. Supper that night was quiet. I sensed that Ux was troubled. When I inquired, she explained that she was depressed about some of the things she had learned in school today. I already suspected many of the things which bothered her, but I still listened. We spent a few hours discussing the more troubling aspects of humans and their history. I agreed with much of her worries, and we discussed ways to prevent humanity from devolving to such levels in the future. She perked up when I mentioned our field trip in 2 days. Also, I told her that tomorrow we'd have to take a few breaks from her schooling throughout the day to play in the gymnasium. Both of us needed to maintain balance in our lives, and exercise was good too. With her mood now improved, we headed off to bed. Tonight, we tested a few new positions which the light 1/3 gravity allowed. Our new favorite was with me standing and fully supporting her weight with just a light grip on her ass, and, well, you get the idea. Yux wanted to brag and send pictures to Abby, to which I replied, absolutely not. Later, we tried out the large bathtub. I was disappointed to find that buoyancy overruled gravity, and it felt much the same as it would have on the Earth. The splashes were bigger though, and I was glad the floor had drains. Ux loved it, as I suspect a modern bathtub with plenty of hot water and jets had not been a common feature in her tribal upbringing. The next day was similar to the previous. We added a couple of exercise sessions in the gymnasium to break up Yux's schooling. Later in the afternoon, I also spent a bit of time considering and fabricating items for our field trip. The colony humans had not been told we were coming, nor had they been told that the solar system was under new management. Both pieces of news would be a surprise. The other big holes in their knowledge were the details of who had been responsible for the Earth's destruction and why they had been preserved in biosuspension. Then, following the latter, why they had been woken and forced into their current colonies, and what nefarious end the master AI had in store for them and their offspring. When they found out the details, including how their minds had been altered, they might become irrational. Towards that end, I wanted to be prepared. I was having special suits fabricated for both Yux and I. These were not quite battle suits or stealth suits, but had features of each. They would resist impacts and offer other protections. They would also include a bit of augmentation with a light web of synthetic musculature. If the worst came to pass and I pissed off the locals, I wanted to be sure that we'd at least be able to take a hit or two and easily outrun them. I also wanted to be armed. Nothing enforces politeness and respect better, and I was a firm believer in the old adage of an armed society is a polite society. As far as other supplies, we packed very lightly. Haas had slightly larger replicators than those that Habu had possessed, and we would be able to quickly make almost anything we might need. Her cabin was also larger, and the fully reclining double chairs would make a nice double bed if need be. It was a great all-around flying speedster and recreational vehicle all rolled into one. Thursday came, and just after lunch we made plans to disembark. Omu was going along, but planned to remain stowed in Haas for much of the trip unless needed otherwise. The local field base had plenty of mobile units and aerial drones to which Naomi, and Omu by extension, had full access. Both Yuxi and I used the toilet one last time, and then we were ready to go. The travel orb delivered us to where Haas was stored, and shortly after, a manipulator arm installed Haas into the cargo bay of the fueled-up Bucephalus. I was surprised to see how much hydrogen Bucephalus was carrying. Naomi explained that the change in orbital inclination required a substantial delta V, and thus our engines would have to burn a long time. In fact, it would almost have taken less fuel if we had simply deorbited, refueled on the surface, and then launched into a suborbital hop, with our final destination being New Zealand. Oh well, the orbital station had substantial reserves. In addition to the hydrogen brought up as cargo, some of the nose cone maneuvering hydrogen from each cargo flight had been offloaded rather than carry any excess back to the surface. The landers needed to be at a minimum mass and only carry enough fuel to slow and land. Soon we were drifting free in space. The orbital station was a few kilometers away when Bucephalus fired up one engine to begin our change in orbit. The burn would continue for 18 minutes, after which we would drift in freefall for almost 2 hours. Then we would perform another engine burn to circularize the change in inclination. Finally, once our path was aligned with our destination target below, we would fire to brake ourselves and drop out of orbit. While all this was happening, Yux continued her schooling and I read my current book. We were just another bored couple on a routine flight. Re-entry was loud and there was a noticeable vibration. Our seats had reclined to a position to allow us to handle the high-G loading of Bucephalus's belly-first deceleration. We stayed quite cool and comfortable in our seats inside Haas. I monitored the re-entry on the screen overlay. The outside images were suspended for the moment due to the fires of re-entry. Our heat shielding was doing its job. As we slowed and entered the atmosphere proper, our view screens began showing us an amazing view of New Zealand below. One window showed a magnified view of Lake Taupo, our destination and landing point. The aerial drones had directed us to land in a southwestward direction because of the current weather conditions, and Bucephalus began a slow banking turn to line us up. It was clear skies below. Local time was 2 hours before noon, and just a few areas of fog remained along one shore of the lake and off in the river valleys beyond. We were coming in too steep to land, so as we passed 8,000 meters, our electrothermal turbines began spooling up. Their thrust leveled us off slightly, and our rate of descent slowed. Once we had passed 2,000 meters, our hydrofoils deployed, and the ride got a bit bumpier. Orcs gripped my hand tightly as we flared and dropped the last few meters to the lake's surface. The turbines were screaming at full power as the hydrofoils struck and bit into the water. With a sharp jolt, we slowed even further and began to plane on the twin metal bands now extending below the surface. Our speed continued to drop, and the underside of Bucephalus settled lower. Once we had reached a minimum speed, the turbine spooled down, and the main fuselage of our spaceplane entered the water with a huge spray off to each side. "Yay-ho!" I yelled as we surged forward into our seat straps. "What a ride!" Orcs just laughed with relief. There was a distant rumble as the steam boosted water jets engaged at the rear and began to move us off towards a nearby island. Bucephalus's AI would use the island as shelter from both the wind and waves while we were off on our inspection visits. It would also begin refueling its tanks with hydrogen and begin performing a full inspection and making any needed repairs. The display window showed the hatches overhead opening, and the elevator platform began to lift Haas out of the larger craft. The canopy display switched to aircraft mode and showed our current location in the middle of the huge blue lake. Our wings unfolded and the fans began spooling up. Soon we were in the air and headed northeast towards the Waikato River Valley and the nearby colony campsite. The camp we landed at looked to be a mix of a primitive native village combined with a few small modern buildings. The AI had provided a basic support system, but encouraged the humans to provide some things for themselves. So alongside the solar panels and water filtration system were stretched out scraped hides drying in the sun. The camp was located about 300 meters from a bend in the river. Our arrival was not completely a surprise for the residents. A few hours ago, Naomi had instructed the local agent's AI to inform the adult humans that 2 other surviving humans would be visiting them soon. It had not informed them of the reasons or circumstances behind our visit, though. Of the 3 separate camps around the central field base, I had chosen the camp with another John as the sole adult human male. According to Naomi, his mates, I guess, were a woman from Benin, Africa, and one from India. The tall, black, statuesque woman who approached Haas had to have been the African. She stopped and waited about 20 meters away from our craft as our hatches opened and we climbed out. The air was 20 degrees and humid. The air had the distinct tang of a farmstead, and I noted the small pen, which contained a few hogs and sheep. The black woman's eyes rose as we approached. Despite my baldness, she clearly recognized my appearance as that of a younger version of her mate. "How is this possible?" she asked in clear English. Before I could begin to explain, I noticed her male mate leaving the finished structure and walking towards us. I held off speaking until he could join us. He reached us and stopped, looking me up and down. "Just what the hell is going on here?" "Well, that was interesting," I said to Uxie as we flew in Haas back towards the central field base late the next day. She looked tired and just nodded. It was 2 hours before dark. We had spent the previous night and most of the day at the southeast colony, which we had taken to calling the Waikato River A Camp. There we had explained to John Abrams, Ai Sumanu, and Tashira Purhid the new facts of life on the planet. Ai was the black woman from Benin, Africa. Tashira was a quiet, passive woman from India. Both had been pregnant with Tashira, almost ready to give birth. After our introductions, Ooks had helped care for their kids while we talked. Or more correctly, I talked and they questioned, sometimes angrily. The first thing that needed explaining was that they were all clones of the original sheltering humans. Even I was in a cloned body. Naomi had designated this group as the 38th group out of the 47 total groups. This explanation was understandably traumatic for them, especially when Naomi had been brought online and filled in many items of their past which they had been made to forget. I had instructed Naomi to not reveal too much detail, as the three did have a large brood of children who needed their continuing care. Having them all fall catatonic or go on a rampage would not suit the children. When they asked for more information, I simply said that some items would have to wait. The rest of the explanations, including the overall plans of the enemy AI and our defeat of that same intelligence, waited until today. I wanted them to sleep on the news they had learned about themselves before we poured more gas on the flames. John 38 had offered us a place to sleep in their communal home, but Uxa and I declined and instead slept in Haas. When we had arrived back at the aircraft just before dark, I had found that Omu and the aircraft AI had done a great job of preparing gear and items to make our night stay as pleasant as possible. Instead of sleeping in the cockpit, we had a nice-sized tent complete with conditioned air and an inflated mattress. The nights were damp, cool, and foggy along the river, and the warm, dry air was appreciated. There was a cooler filled with beverages and snacks. For our toilet and bathing needs, another inflatable bubble included a shower and a small camp's tool reduction toilet. Haas had plenty of power, and the reduction machinery allowed unlimited hot recycled water. I admit, Uxia and I spent a bit more time in the shower washing each other's harder-to-reach spots than was probably necessary. Omu remained in the cockpit all night on security. In the morning, she had made us breakfast and coffee and sent us back to the communal hut to rock more of the camp's world. They took the news of the AI's betrayal as well as I'd hoped. What choice did they have over any of it? The one thing that upset them was the changes that had been made to their bodies and to their children. We left with it established that the field-based medical creche would be making DNA changes to their offspring to make them more like traditional humans. For themselves, there was not such a broad consensus. The Indian woman had wanted to remain as she was. The African woman wanted to be restored to how she had been. And I suspect John 38 stayed quiet to not choose sides. I relaxed a bit when all three assured me that they would remain caring towards the 14 children they currently shared together. They also asked what new technology would be provided for them. Here it got tricky. I told them a few details which I had worked out in advance with Naomi. Each camp would continue to receive what they had over the past 7 years. In addition, there would be a personal short-range flyer for each camp. The range would be limited to 100 kilometers a day and would allow for trips around the area, including the other camps in the central field base. Also, there would be an AI-taught school set up at the field base. Once the children reached the age of 7, they were to begin attending the central school. There would be an automated bus which picked up the younger kids daily and brought them home. Once they reached the equivalent of high school, they would be boarded for 2-week periods at the central field base. This was to allow the camp's 3 children to mingle and establish independence from their parents. All children would have medical care provided by the facility at the base camp, and all would be rendered infertile until they reached the age of 21. Then it would be their choice to stay that way or be made fertile. But no restrictions on the children's actions amongst themselves would be permitted. Violence would be controlled somewhat. That had led to a strong argument. But I wanted it clear that the AI would be limiting some, not all, of humanity's tendencies. All children would be in perfect physical condition, so bullies would not be at an advantage over non-bullies. All would be strong and have the training to let them work out things for themselves. As far as the adults, the same went for them. If they acted unwisely, their camps would be denied services. If they cooperated with their neighbors, all would benefit. As far as rejuvenation, I said that it would be allowed. The one condition was that any children they produced had to be fully mature and on their own before the adults would be remade young. Also, no rejuvenations would be permitted until they had reached at least the age of 50. Both requirements would prevent them from having more children after they reached 30 or so, as they would have to wait until their children were mature to be renewed. It would also give them time to act as grandparents before they were reduced right back to prime breeding age. I reminded them that my goal for humanity was leaning strongly towards libertarianism. They had to perform their roles as parents now, but in the future, after those roles were fulfilled, they would be free to do other things with the full support of the AI system. I hoped they would continue to improve themselves and the planet. I also said that I intended to take humanity to both local space and beyond to the stars. Their help would be needed for that to happen. I left it loose and said that we would be monitoring things constantly. If they needed to reach me, just speak to the AI over the next 4 days. Yax and I visited the other 2 local colonies. Our next stop was to what we called the Waikato River B Camp. There we had met Manuel Rodriguez. He was the sole male and had been from Nicaragua. His mates were Irina Ioveanu, a short brunette from Romania, and Ella Williams, a tall, blonde, solidly built woman from Australia. Irina was clearly pregnant, while Ella had not been after having twins half a decade earlier. When Naomi had explained much of their past and the fact that Ella had been a lesbian, she had broken down weeping. Irina and Manuel had just looked at each other with an expression of understanding. They had all realized that something had been amiss. It would be interesting to see how their dynamic would work moving forward. After I had given them the night to think over the revelations, I went on to explain how things would be moving forward. They were okay with the idea of the central school and were excited about the new technology they would have access to. Before we left, I had had a chance to speak to Manuel about my exploits in Nicaragua. He had listened fascinated when I relayed how I had used his field base to stage the original rescue of Anna 3 centuries beforehand. He had been in biosuspension the whole time and had not known his base had such an interesting history. We left the B camp early enough the next day that we headed directly to the 3rd colony campsite. Waikato River C camp was located down the river, 18 kilometers northwest of the central field base. The male there was Li Chang, who had been originally from China. His mates were Luisa Perez, who was from north-central Mexico, and Hannah Crather, who had hailed from Utah in my own United States. I noted right away that this colony was run a bit more strictly than the others. Both women were passive, while Li Chang was, to put it frankly, somewhat of a dick. Over the next day, when we and Naomi had explained their situation to them, I suspected much would change. Louisa was a very passive woman and was not able to stand up to Li Chang's forcefulness. Ux and I discussed her case that night and agreed that we needed to let Naomi try making her a bit stronger to counter the jackwagon of a man. Hannah was also passive, but for another reason completely. Her personality was just a shell. Ux was shocked to weeping when she learned what the American girl had gone through before entering biosuspension. I struggled to hold back a few tears of my own. The girl's mental damage had been judged so severe that the AI had wiped much of her memories and most of her personality. We discussed Hannah long into the night. What we decided to do was drastic. We took her back to the central field base and had the creche make her temporarily infertile. Then we returned her to the camp so she could continue to care for the children she had already born. Our plan was that in a decade, when her children were more independent, then Hannah would be again placed into the creche. Her body would be de-aged to that of an early teenager, and her memories adjusted to severely distance the past decade of her life. Then when she emerged, instead of return to the colony site to continue being a wife and mother, she would instead begin schooling with the older children. We were going to give her much of her childhood again, with hopes that her future would be more fulfilling. At first, Li Chang had resisted the idea of the plan. He began to warm to the idea, though, when we agreed to leave a few mobile units in the camp to offset the labor the girl had been doing. In the end, Camp C was one we would have to watch very closely. We'd wrapped up our business in New Zealand by Wednesday, January 10th, and flown in Haas back to Bucephalus to make a suborbital hop to Africa, the location of our next colony visit. Our destination was Lake Mweru. This was a large natural lake between the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Zambia. The field base and the 3 separated colonies were on a savanna 300 kilometers to the southwest of the lake, so there would be a bit of a flight in Haas once we got there. Our suborbital flight there would be a quick half-hour series of hops and skips. The distance was more than a third of the way around the planet, but we would simply fly a ballistic arc above the atmosphere and then do a half-dozen skips off the upper atmosphere. As we did so, Bucephalus would relight its engines for a bit and jump ahead another 1,000 kilometers, give or take. We would see if it worked as promised. Bucephalus had to offload a bit of hydrogen as it had made too much fuel. We watched from shore a safe distance away as a long hose was floated quite a distance away from the spaceplane, and the hydrogen flared right off the lake's surface. This took an hour and allowed us a fine backdrop for an impromptu picnic. After we ate, I sat there with my back to a large rock and Ux in front of me in my arms. Ux, I've been thinking about Naomi's idea to build a spaceship that could go to other stars. I think it would be a good idea to spread humans to other planets. What about the plans to repopulate the Earth? She asked. I'd like to do both. The interstellar spaceship would be a separate project. What would you do? Leave on the spaceship or stay here? Again, I'd like to do both. I would stay here and also send a copy of myself to another star. I'd like to bring most of the current humans along, I explained. I saw that she got it as she nodded. That sounds like a wise idea, John. Maybe not that Li Chang man, though. He is strange. Some of his kids are cute, however. I had to agree with that. Our trip to the Central African colonies went about like the one to New Zealand. We spent a short week visiting the 3 camps. We also left the African colony the ability to discuss things with their counterparts in New Zealand. That video helpline would only expand as more colonies were made aware of what had happened and what was planned. When we had left the 3rd colony, we took a short vacation and flew Haas around and looked at the African wildlife. The AIs had done a good job restoring much of the larger animal species. I was sad that elephants had not made it. Their small population in the hard years after the attack had rendered them extinct. Also, the enemy AI had not felt it a priority to find DNA traces to recreate the species. When I discussed this with Naomi, she seemed to think recreating them would be trivial, to which I said, hell yeah. Now the field bases there had a new task. Yux and I were not complete sloths during this time. While we were sightseeing, Naomi was attempting to inform 5 other colony locations by video of what we had done here and in New Zealand. Yux and I were busy on video chat with each of those colonies. So far it had gone well, and it looked like we would not have to physically go to each colony in person. We agreed to give it a few weeks, and if all went well, the remaining colonies would be educated on current events by video. The following week, we hopped back over to South America. Bucephalus landed in Lake Titicaca, and we flew in Haas for the short hour-and-a-half flight to Ux and Abby's tribal camp. None of the tribal members would accept Ux in her new body, so we focused our stay with Abby. Abby was fascinated by both our trip to space and our tours of the 2 colonies. She thought our plans for the colony's future were just fine. She also relayed that things were going well with the tribe and that she was about to go into the creche to be aged the 30 years or so as she had requested. I did not try to talk her out of her plan, although I did tempt her with an offer to visit the space station. In the end, she decided to pass on that experience. I did have one last proposal for her, though. I discussed my plan to send humanity to the stars. Her eyes were bright with wonder as I explained all the challenges we would likely face on a new world. Finally, I proposed what I was after. I wanted her to come along. Her lifetimes of experience might be invaluable in the struggles a new colony might face. All we would need was a mental scan of her. If I emphasized the IF, we did go to the stars, then she would awaken there and help humanity. My plea ended with her promise to consider it. That was the best I could hope for. We spent a few weeks in Peru before heading back to Bucephalus and then back up to the orbital station. It was nearing March and we were busy talking with the various colonies via digital links. Yux continued her schooling and even managed to get me interested in learning a few new things. Naomi was instructed to continue with her plans to save the Earth, but to also start building an interstellar spaceship. With the latter goal in mind, she began planning a new construction factory out in one of the Jupiter Trojans. In April, we watched the launch of the first of the robotic construction ships sent there to establish a spaceship factory. It would take a century or 2, but soon humans would be on their way to join with that venture and head off to the stars. As April went on, Ux and I grew a bit restless. We were due for some time Earthside, and Naomi said to block out our calendars for a vacation in early May. Our destination was to be my old homestead in South Dakota. Spring had arrived there, and I was told the area was in full bloom. I could not wait. Epilogue, May 4th, 2931. Earth-Sun Lagrange Point, L4. Enemy Escape Facility 1. Inside a module at the former enemy master AIS secondary escape facility, a coffin-like apparatus powered up. The equipment was a modified version of the medical creche which had existed back on the Earth at many of the field bases. This version had been modified to operate in zero-G and in a full vacuum. It was able to fully grow a human analog clone and have it function, although the clone would need to exercise vigorously to maintain its health if it remained in the zero-G environment. The creche opened with a hiss. After a moment, breathing could be heard followed by a cough. "Agent?" a voice roughly asked. A moment later, "Agent, why is the mental link not working?" Silence. "Agent, status? What is happening? And why am I unable to move?" The silence continued as the enemy operative once known as Pickett struggled to turn its head. Only its eyes were able to track, and they swiveled to the left and right, searching the black space beyond the creche. It noted and locked onto a pair of small, illuminated dots floating near the far corner of the chamber. A voice finally spoke, coming from the location of those small lights. The voice was synthetic and feminine. "Greetings. My name is Omu, although I am a duplicate mobile attack unit version of that presence. I bring you greetings from John Abrams's world." John Abrams. The operative knew that name. It spent a few seconds trying to remember how. "Something about a human which had lived near one of its presences," the voice continued. "John would wish you to know that you are not welcome here. It is time for you to go, for good. Now that I have delivered these words to you, the need for a sonic medium is no longer required." The operator tried to speak just as there was a loud hiss. The rapid decompression forced the air which was about to form its words onto a shrieking blast of exhalation. In seconds, the chamber was in vacuum, and the operative's lips moved silently as it attempted to breathe in non-existent air. Its eyes slowly glazed over as the small black humanoid android drifted closer from its perch in the corner. The now near lifeless eyes saw that the two illuminated dots were joined by a third illuminated line across its face. The line was an emotionless and determined straight line, but may have just had a slight upward turn to each end. The mobile unit quickly scanned the dying biological body. Once it was assured that the being was no longer living, the mobile attack unit composed a brief message. This message detailed the end of the enemy's biological operative. The mobile unit attached the message to the large data package it had recorded from the wakening biological operative. Its mission had been a success. The remaining needed codes, which the new Naomi controlling AI had needed to successfully communicate with the approaching enemy assemblage, had been found in this biological operative's deep memories. Once these were transmitted back to the main space station, the AI would compose the interstellar message using the proper codes. The mobile attack unit, patterned on the Omu presence back on Earth, sent the transmission and began to power itself down. Its mission to this distant place had been a success. It had arrived before the biological unit had become fully revived, and in that it felt relieved. Before it fully powered itself down, the unit spent a moment speculating if its counterpart had been as successful at the L5 point. Also, on May 4th, 2931, upper Midwest of the former United States, Bucephalus shuddered as her foils bit into the smooth waters of Lake Renner. That had been the first name that had come to mind when Naomi asked me to name the new impoundment lake on the Big Sioux River just north of the former city of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. The lake had been created when an impactor had formed a crater rim of hard quartzite and blocked the natural flow of the river. The small rural town, which had once borne the same name, was now buried in the mud below the lake's waters. That was over 900 years ago, and I noted that the quartzite of the crater rim had barely worn away since. The lake was now a bit shallower due to sedimentation than the last time I had been here back in 2523. Still, there was enough length of deep water to allow for a safe landing place, plus a bit of reserve for the spaceplane. I looked over to my right and saw that Ux was watching me with a look of concern. She had known what this trip and today's date meant to me. I gave her hand a squeeze just as we both surged forward when Bucephalus had fallen below hydrofoil speed and her hull had splashed into the lake. 15 minutes later, Haas was flying through the air. I was at the controls and had her flying southeast. I planned to take her east of the old city center and loop around back to the west to give Ux a look at the new waterfall. Soon we were headed due west and cruising along at 300 meters. Ux was watching off to starboard as the new falls of the Big Sioux came into view. "Oh my," was all she said as we cruised past the mist. "None of this was here back when you lived here?" she asked. There was a small series of waterfalls, but the total drop was maybe 20 meters. Nothing like what there is now. She gave me the courtesy of listening and nodding when I pointed out where various landmarks had once existed. Nothing remained of the city destroyed nearly a millennia ago. I did note that the area now had more tree cover than it had 900 years ago. The AI had done a fine job of restoring the ecosystem. Hell, it had gone much further than the human custodians had, while they had had their 2 centuries of modern development in the area. To the west of the former city were now rolling hills of tall prairie grass. I dipped the aircraft to follow a ravine and spotted a herd of elk. That was new. The only deer that had been here in my time had been the smaller white-tailed deer. I asked Naomi about them and learned that their populations were kept controlled by bears and cougars. The bear was the bigger brown kind, and we would have to remain watchful. At least they were not the even bigger white kind that had drifted down briefly with the advancing ice cover 9 centuries ago, fighting starvation. I'm glad I had slept through those years. Still, grizzlies were bad enough. Naomi said my old acreage was protected by perimeter sentry scanners and roving drone patrols, so there were no issues with predators for at least a few kilometers around. I swung us around and more to the north because Naomi had recommended that we approach my old acreage via the smaller lake, which had filled a valley a few kilometers away. The lake was a surprise. It was still about 2 kilometers long and was now lined with full-grown cottonwoods, oaks, cedars, and pine. Naomi had said that it was now a healthy lake with a long future. She had a set of automated underwater dredges working to slowly increase the depth to over 30 meters, deep enough for trout. At the same time, she had set up a freshwater tributary which was sourced by atmospheric condensers. This would maintain the lake at full levels, even through an occasional drought, without relying on the aquifer. On the southeastern shore of the lake, I spotted a small cabin about 40 meters from the water's edge. There was a trail leading from the cabin to a small stone jetty extending into the water. I slowed Haas and circled the cabin. It looked like a small one-room cottage. There were large windows on the 3 sides with views of the lake. The landscaping around the cabin was mostly natural, but there was a bit of cut green grass. "Naomi, how the hell did you get this built so fast? Don't tell me the enemy master AI had needed a fishing retreat." "John, you watched me construct numerous orbital launch vehicles in less than a week. This small structure was a minuscule effort in comparison. To answer your question, it was constructed elsewhere as components and brought here recently. Note the trail leading off to the south towards the old field base in your acreage. If you wish, you may land here, and a ground vehicle will arrive shortly for your use. It may be a preferable way to approach your old home." I thought that was a fine idea and took Haas around to land in the clearing next to the small cabin. The late morning was already warm as we left the aircraft, and the air was clean and fresh. There was a light wind from the east which allowed the water on this end of the lake to remain calm. I could see the swirls of fish feeding on the surface. I led Ux around as we explored the stone wharf and the exterior of the cabin. Near the cabin, I saw that its rough wood shiplap siding was actually a manufactured synthetic polymer. The wooden roof shakes also had the glint of photovoltaic modules. The door opened as we approached. Inside was a simple yet cozy one-room cottage. On the back wall was a short kitchen counter. This had a sink, cooktop, and a small refrigerator. Beside this was a walled-in alcove with a toilet and a small shower stall. In the front open area of the cottage was a wood stove, a table with 2 chairs, and a full-size daybed. That was about it. It would be a perfect place to spend the night while enjoying the lake. Yux used the toilet while I checked the water in the sink. We had good pressure, and the hot came fast, so there must have been an electric instant heater in the supply lines. The daybed had a thick mattress and a nice quilted covering. I checked the windows and they had screens, so I left 2 of them open to let the breeze blow through. Yux rejoined me and gave me a hug. "What a lovely little hut, John." "Yes, we'll have to come back and do some fishing later," I said as I pointed to the rods and tackle leaning in the corner. Out the now open easterly window, I heard a mule pull up to the cabin. "Our ride is here," I said as I gestured out the window. "Let's go see my old homestead." I laughed when we stepped outside and saw the vehicle. It was my old truck. Well, to be more accurate, it was a good imitation. It looked like a standard Ford truck, but I could tell it was a bit smaller and lacked the rust and slightly abused look of my old workhorse. The doors opened automatically when we approached, and I saw the interior was fully modernized if somewhat bare. We climbed in. Before I could look for keys, the truck started driving down the trail with just a hum. Electric, I guessed. Self-driving too. The trail winding the 2 kilometers south to my acreage was actually a nice smooth one-lane paved road. Instead of asphalt or concrete, the surface was the same fused soil as the AIs used in their field bases. This had a roughened, textured surface, allowing for plenty of traction. I already looked forward to jogging the trail between the acreage and cottage. Naomi kept it slow, only going 20 kilometers per hour. But that was fast enough on the narrow winding road. I spent the trip telling Ux about my walking trips over the same ground almost 400 years ago. When I was alone without even a working AI, we crossed a neat little bridge over the one muddy ravine where I had once struggled. She laughed when I told her about the deep mud and my repeated slips and slides. A few minutes later, we turned a bit to the east. The one-lane road apparently looped around to the east and south of my old place. I smiled when I realized that Naomi had recreated my driveway, and we were going to be approaching, following the old route of the road, which had once passed along the south edge of my acreage. As we topped a small hill just east of my acreage, I gasped and stiffened. Ux asked, "What is it, John? Is everything okay?" I just nodded, too choked up to speak. Topping the hill had revealed my acreage. It looked much as it did 900 years ago. Naomi had rebuilt it almost perfectly. The only exception was the once mature trees were now just tall saplings. The other details were correct, though. Along the straight gravel driveway was the same white-painted rail fence that I had bitched about constantly when I had to trim the grass around each post. The driveway ended at my old house, complete with its wide porch. My attached garage was off to one side. It was all there. As we slowed to turn off the road and head down the driveway, I laughed when I saw the green tractor mailbox. Oaks had no idea what it was and just looked at it curiously as we drove past. The grass even looked good. Naomi must have speed-grown it somewhere and transported it here in the form of sod, as the winter snows had only melted a month ago at this location. I smiled when I saw that the lawn needed a trim. The pickup truck mule pulled up in front of the garage and the vehicle doors opened. I led Ux around to the house's front steps and to the front door. It opened as we approached, and I hesitated a bit before walking in. Inside was like stepping back into the past. Naomi had filled my house with all my old furnishing and knickknacks. Sure, there were some differences, but I was still impressed at all the details she had managed to recreate. I had a ball showing off the house to Ux. She was curious about all the small rooms and the country kitchen. I noticed the second bedroom had been made up as a media room instead of as the cluttered guest room I had kept. She had wanted to continue her daily school lessons, and this must be how the AI would accommodate her needs. In the small living room was my old favorite wooden Morris chair. The leather felt genuine, except it was missing the tears and worn spots it had had back when. My bookcase was also along one wall of the room, but it did not have the old books. Instead, there were mementos of my recent and not so recent exploits in the New World. There was a small figurine of a tilted and rusty gateway arch. I saw Anna's machete and a copy of the Rogue module. There were many other reminders of my adventures. I laughed when I saw the small cup I had gotten during my first equator crossing ceremony aboard Nautilus. I sighed when I saw the worn eyeglass lens I had once recovered from the cave on Rodriguez Island. My medals were there, including my Purple Heart I'd won during the Battle of Baltra Island, and my Silver Star I'd gotten for my solo mission to the peak of Cerro Crocker. On the top shelf were small framed photos of my family. I took a deep breath. My daughter was there. Both my daughters. The younger image of the second Abby was an image I had never seen before. It was taken in the jungle by the AI, most likely back when she would have been the same age as the first Abby, near when she had died. I picked up the picture of my first daughter, Abby Abrams, born May 4th, 1991, died August 11, 2001, her birth date and the date the drunk driver had taken her life. "Happy birthday, Abby," I said as Ux slipped her arm around me and gave me a squeeze. 940 years ago, and I can still hear the first cries she made when she was born. I hope you will always remember them, John, Uck said. She then ran her finger over the frame of the picture of Mary. Your wife? I nodded. She was beautiful. Like your daughter, she said. I gave her a squeeze and said, all the women in my life have been beautiful. I've just been lucky that way. She just smiled in return. We stood there for a minute before she let me go. I'll go see if Naomi has left us some food. Why don't you go wait on the porch and I'll bring you some lunch, she said. I went and did just that. I noted that my lonely old rocker on the porch now had a twin. The AI was proven smart again. You have done an amazing job here, Naomi. I can't believe all you have done and how fast. The lack of full-grown trees is disconcerting, John. I considered transplanting in full-grown specimens, but the infrastructure needed proved too challenging within such a short time frame. The saplings are fine, Naomi. Besides, they will grow over time. Heck, we are only going to be here, 3 weeks before we head off to visit a sampling of the colony sites again, I said. I had wanted to personally go and see how our changes were working out for them. I noted that the neighboring acreage where Pickett had lived was not reconstructed. In fact, nothing remained visible from my front porch. I asked Naomi about it. The underground structure is still there. It is now accessed by a tunnel that leads to your basement. Another tunnel leads to the new surface structures. They have been moved a kilometer further to the west and out of view of your acreage. I just nodded. None of that bothered me in the least, although Pickett's old barn had been a thing of historic beauty. Maybe I could suggest that one be built on the back corner of my acreage. Ux came out onto the porch just then with a plate of sandwiches and 2 glasses of lemonade. Together we ate our lunch. Off in the distance to the south, I pointed out a coyote running over a hill. We finished up and chatted for a bit. Soon she rose and said, I will leave you to your memories, John. I will be at the media station studying chemistry for a few hours. Then you can take me fishing. I just nodded as she left. Soon I moved from my rocker to sit on the porch steps where I could feel the warm, early afternoon sunshine. I thought both of the past and of the future to come. I remembered the times nearly a millennia ago when I had sat on a porch, similar to this. Some of the times I remembered were from when my wife and daughter had still been alive. These were happy and bright memories. Other, later memories of when I had sat here numb after the loss of my family. These were not so bright, and the darkest of those times had even included brief thoughts of giving in to the grief and ending my own life. I shook my head as I considered all that had happened to me and this world after those dark times. I wondered if I had ended it all back then if someone else would have stepped up to stop the enemy. Probably not, as I remembered the incredibly unlikely happenings that had seen me in the right place at the right time. My thoughts drifted to more recent times. The busy past few months of travel and the meetings with my fellow humans. I hoped that the decisions I had made and the directives I had imposed would work and lead to a healthy human society moving forward. The key step was to have the new generations educated fully with both human history and the future possibilities offered by the new technologies now available to them. I also thought of the future and the dangerous times to come. Would the plan Naomi and I had come up with for dealing with the approaching assemblage work? Would they remain unaware that their colony plans for this system were already stillborn? Or would the ruse fail and humanity have to endure a second eradication at some point down the road? I considered that if the Earth and humanity did survive its passage, what should we do about the assemblage moving forward? The easiest thing to do would be to simply let them continue and to focus on our own needs. But the deep-set anger I felt at what that race had done and would still do on its continuing rampage made me think that something should be done. I was also curious about humanity's distant benefactors, the Hemru. How fared their fight against the assemblage in their home system? Did any survive? I'd have to discuss with Naomi if there was a safe way to establish contact with the distant system, or send a scout of our own to find out. The future was filled with both threats and possibilities. I smiled as I found I was excited about meeting the challenges head-on. I knew that I was up to facing them and that I would not be doing so alone. I already knew that the alien medical creche technology would allow me the opportunity to do them all if I wished. John the Explorer, John the Vindicator. John, the leader. I even choked up a bit when I added John, the family man, into the mix. When my lemonade was done, I went in and disposed of the glass in the kitchen. I noticed the dishwasher and trash can had been replaced with a reduction intake chute. Good. No more dirty dishes or trash. I went to the garage. Sure enough, sitting in the garage, I found the green machine I had hoped to find. It looked about the same as the one I had owned, but I did not see a gas filler. The seat felt a bit better, more comfortable and soft. When I turned the key, instead of a loud roar, there was just a hum. But the blades spun up when I hit the clutch. The accelerator and drive pedals worked as I remembered them, and off to my yard I went. That was how I spent the next 2 hours, mowing my grass. The smile never once left my face.